Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what ifs. Today we're jumping into part 7 of What If Naruto Has Chance for a Prophecy? So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 29. Breaking Sun. The world around them became black before the small group found themselves on the flat roof of the Hokage Tower. They were in the middle of Konoha, surrounded by several people. Indeed. Minato narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing a kunoichi. I know this woman. The people around him started to yell and point towards something, and Minato unconsciously followed their fingers and froze at the sight. It was the Hokage monument. His eyes twitched when he spotted the red poop on the second's face, and the two colorful swirls on his own stone cheeks. And did he have eyelashes? Ha! He heard an amused snort from Jiraiya. It looks good on you, pansy boy. The loud shout stopped Minato from retorting. Stop right there. You'll pay for this. Shut up, you morons. I can do whatever I want because I'm the awesome, one and only, Uzumaki Naruto. Minato finally spotted an orange spot shouting back, a small child, maybe 12, with blonde locks. The blood in his veins suddenly froze when a man stepped through him. The man was dressed in Konoha's traditional green chunin vest, complete with the Uzumaki swirl on his back. Minato heard another set of footsteps, and the old leader's familiar and irritated murmur was muttering behind him. He didn't have to turn around. A version of Sarutobi stopped next to him a moment later, looking up at the vandalized monument in what could only be described as the epitome of frustration. The same Sandaime, however, had more wrinkles and liver spots on his face, and white hair. Uzumaki Naruto! What the hell are you doing during class time? The Chunin shouted in front of him, but the scene suddenly gave way to inky blackness. 3 young genin were sitting on a rooftop with shiny new 8, a black-haired boy, a blonde one, and a young pink-haired girl. Sakura, the Hokage mused. The one whose older version he had already seen. His eyes drifted to the last person, and he immediately took a step back and sucked in a breath. It's your turn to introduce yourselves now. The blonde child shouted his name again, then began to mumble about ramen, but Minato fixed his eyes on the older man, on the gravity-defying spiky silver hair, the unmistakable dark blue mask on his face, and the 8 carefully hiding his left eye. My dream is to surpass the Hokage and have the people of this village acknowledge my existence. Existence? Hokage? What is that child talking about? The words slipped out from Minato's lips without his awareness. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he noted his former student's confused expression. He glanced back at the memory of the still rambling boy with a sad, understanding smile on his face. Now he understood his longing. The pranks. All he did was for attention. The image blurred and blacked out again. They were in a clearing now next to 3 poles, the blonde child secured to the middle one. The previous man who looked like Kakashi stood in the middle. Those who break the rules of the ninja world are trash, but you know what? Those who don't take care of their comrades are lower than trash. The movement of his mask and the way his eyes were crinkling with genuine good humor hinted at the wide and proud smile on his face. All of you pass. Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will begin its duties in Konoha. Minato's heart drummed against his ribs like it wanted to break free from his chest, but he didn't have the time to think about it. Short scenes started to appear in front of his eyes, and alien emotions forced their way into his soul. The blonde child faced a masked hunter Nin in the middle of thick fog. Fear. A young black-haired girl or boy smiled at him in the next one. Care. A porcelain mask shattered. Betrayal. The newly blooded Team 7 stood in front of 2 fresh graves. Determination. The older Kakashi handed them an application form for the next Chunin exam. Excitement. The blonde slammed his palm to a desk, declaring that he would become Hokage even if he had to stay a genin forever. Courage. He jumped between the Uchiha and a giant snake. The urge to protect. Next, he was faced with an Inuzuka in a familiar battle ring. The faces of the spectators were riddled with doubt and condescension. Defiance. The scenes finally slowed down, and they found themselves in a hospital room. 3 boys were facing each other. One of them was obviously a young Nara, the others being the blond boy and another with short, spiky, auburn hair and deep black rings around his eyes. The redhead carried an enormous gourd on his back, and the kanji love was carved into the pale skin of his forehead. Minato frowned when the child's eyes sparkled with obvious insanity, his voice shaking with emotion while he declared that his mother would have their blood. Sand started to flow out from the gourd on his back, threateningly hovering around the kids. The Hokage listened, horrified, as the child told his story, that his father, the Kazekage, tried to assassinate him countless times, that he had a real monster inside him. Minato's mind wandered for a second. The seal. Their trip to Suna with Toriku. Toriku's concern about the baby. It couldn't be. Jiraiya just smiled proudly when the boy stood up for his comrade, unknowing of his student's thoughts. The scene changed again. The blond boy was now yelling and pointing a finger at a white-haired man. Who the hell are you? Minato couldn't restrain the smug smile on his face when he spotted the familiar wooden fence of Konoha's hot spring. Mount Myaboku's holy master, also known as the Great Toad Sannin. Remember it. Minato stumbled forward when something shoved him from behind. He made a side glance at the younger version of the very same man, his eyes wide and his lips trembling and slightly opened. Now it was Jiraiya's turn to be confused. The kid didn't know him? Why didn't he know his godfather? What the hell happened? I don't care. You knocked out my teacher, and even if he was just a closet pervert, he was supposed to teach me tons of stuff. I have to become stronger for the Chunin exams. Take responsibility, and help me with my training. I hate rude and disrespectful brats. And I don't like men. The oh-so-familiar pout was on the memory's face in an instant as he turned away from the rude brat. But the boy didn't let him down easily. A sly, foxy grin spread across his face. Sexy no jutsu. Minato watched with a twitch in his eye as the older version of his sensei slobbered at the sight, and almost immediately accepted the request to train the blonde child. However, he could also hear as his own version snorted in amusement. He obviously shook off his previous shock thanks to the sight of the nude girl. His sensei giggled perversely as the naked girl shook her bare hip in a sensual manner. New images surfaced with increased speed until they slowed down once more. They were now in the middle of an unfamiliar battle ring facing an older boy with a battle between the great desert monster and Gamabunta, but it slowed down until two children were lying on the ground, bruised, bloody. For a moment things were quiet, then without warning everything went black. And cold. It was raining, Minato realized after a minute as he stared at the tomb in front of him. The air around them was heavy and thick with sadness and sorrow. The emotion radiated. He fixed his eyes on the picture of his predecessor tidily placed in the middle of a new monument. He finally tore his gaze away to look to his side where the small blonde child was standing, still wounded, likely from his previous battle with the redhead. At least he was bandaged. A smaller child in front of the blonde started to sob, and the Chunin from the first scene crouched down and locked him in a tight embrace. Someone behind his back whispered vengeance on Orochimaru for killing the third. The scene changed once more, the funeral replaced by the untidy walls of a bar. The village hidden in the leaf has issued a request for you to be the fifth Hokage. Minato narrowed his eyes, and a heavy gasp echoed from his sensei's direction. They waited apprehensively for the familiar blonde woman to finally give her answer. The older Jiraiya, however, was under no such restriction. So, Tsunade? Will you answer the call of our village? As if to belittle the severity of the request, the woman's delicate features scrunched up in an annoyed grimace. I decline. What the hell? The blonde-haired kid was beside himself, shouting toward Tsunade, but the woman ignored him. She, instead, turned toward the frowning Sannin and jerked a finger at the boy. Who's the kid? My new apprentice, Uzumaki Naruto, the sage answered, a small, proud smile tugging at his lips, but the restrained expression would be only recognizable to his own younger version. Too bad his attention was glued on Tsunade, watching how she shifted in her seat, her chest rose and fell. He could sense the sweet smell he missed so much, but it was most likely from his own memories. Finally, with an inhuman willpower, he restrained his consciousness back to the scene. Jiraiya, he's even worse than your last one. In terms of looks, speech, and intelligence, Jiraiya let out a loud laugh next to Minato, but they didn't react at all. There was no annoyed grunt, No twitch, nothing as he supposed it would be. With a heavy sigh, he turned back to the scene. What's that supposed to mean? Jiraiya's older version shrugged. It's tough for anyone to be compared to Yondaime. He was the absolute best in the shinobi arts. But even with that, the fourth died quickly, she mumbled softly. He gave up his life for his village just like Sarutobi. Her features hardened with disgust. Being Hokage is a shit. No one but a fool would do it. The young boy's body tensed from the confined emotions, but he exploded in the next moment. He jumped over the table, his anger rising, and his muscles viciously trembled from the overwhelming feelings that were also washing over them. Rage. Disbelief. I won't forgive anyone who badmouths the old man or the Yondaime. Minato lost his composure at that. He stepped backwards, bumping into Jiraiya, who just stood there, his face blank like white paper but his eyes carefully observant with a hard edge. Minato's formerly empty mind swelled with disturbing thoughts. His soul bounced between denial and acceptance with insane speed, the process practically dizzying. If this is if I died, if he is why does he call me Yondaime? Why doesn't he call me Dad? As a last resort, he turned to face Inoichi's wide eyes and pale face. The veteran interrogator locked his eyes with Minato's and slowly shook his head. Though, those are real memories, Minato. You can feel the emotions even behind my mind barrier. Those are real. Minato's eyes widened in shock. That's impossible. Funny. That was also Inoichi's first thought after the first scene at the top of the Hokage's office, and he had immediately tried to look for signs of fabrication, but he found none. The boy's emotions were so overwhelming, so clear that they even leaked through his protective jutsu. There was no chance those were fabricated. The environment, the small details, Shikaka's aged image, even down to the same small crack Inoichi knew was there on the corner of the Hokage tower. They were too perfect. And the boy wasn't fighting. The connection was stable, and the flow was smooth and continuous as he chose the memories to appear. Suddenly they found themselves in the middle of a battle. Minato spotted Orochimaru and the older Jiraiya and also the terrified Tsunade in the middle of a pool of blood. The blonde kid slumped to the ground in front of the terrified Sannin, the scene blinking black as the kid was on the verge of unconsciousness. They could hear Tsunade's voice echoing around them, yelling at the kid to not die, to not give up. In the end, the world around them became clear once more, but only for a fraction of a second as the kid reached out for the well-known crystal necklace. They watched as Tsunade gently put the necklace around his neck, the voices around them becoming clear, then muffling again from time to time as the kid came in and out of consciousness. They listened to the wavering conversation in the background between the three Sannin. They listened as Tsunade declared her position as the Godaime Hokage. Those were the last words they could hear before the boy's body gave up the fight and drifted into unconsciousness. Another series of short images started to flash in front of their eyes, short memories of fights, spars, pictures of a smiling Jiraiya while walking next to each other in the streets of distant towns. The images finally slowed down. A group of Konoha shinobi stood in front of a three-person squad next to the enormous sandstone walls of Suna. Jiraiya glanced around and grimaced when he spotted the older green beast in the background, babbling loudly about the flames of youth, a weary Kakashi seated and not to mention suffering on his back. The blonde boy stepped forward to face the same boy from before. However, both of them looked older by at least 2 or 3 years. Soft sand started to flow, and raised the hand of the blonde boy to meet with his companion for a friendly shake. Minato narrowed his eyes as he observed the 3 Suna shinobi. Someone yelled from the background, and a Jounin ran out from the entrance, the same, but older version of the man who escorted them all around the village when they were there together with Toriku. Kazekage-sama. I'm sorry, but the village council is requesting your immediate presence. The auburn-haired boy nodded, but his gaze was still locked on the softly smiling blonde. Uzumaki Naruto. Thank you? The named Kage made a real, deep and respectful bow toward the teen, who scratched his flushing cheeks in embarrassment. Jiraiya let his mouth hang open. A Kage bowing to a Konoha shinobi? No. To Naruto. To his godson. A wide and proud grin spread across his face. Gaara, note that I secured an advanced favor from you when I'm the Hokage after Tsunade-bachan finally admits that she's too old. A soft smile. When the time comes, I'll give you that favor, Uzumaki Naruto. You have my word. The scene was replaced with the Hokage's office, crowded with people with worried looks on their faces and toads. Jiraiya raised his eyebrow and took a step forward. His eyes were glued on the small old toad. Minato's gaze wandered toward Tsunade sitting behind the table, her chin resting on her folded fingers. Her eyes were dark and haunted, missing the sparkle he remembered and loved so much. She looked like she had just after Dan and Iwaki's deaths. Pa suddenly turned toward the kid dressed in the vibrant orange jumpsuit. So this boy here is Jiraiya-chan's pupil? A frown appeared on the teen's face, who couldn't be more than 16, maybe a half head shorter than the blonde whose mind they were currently occupying. Chan? Who does this guy think he is, calling Ero Senin-chan? The named pervert silently mouthed his nickname, watching with unfolding annoyance as the ancient old toad burst out in a barking laughter. I said watch your mouth. He is Jiraiya's teacher. Tsunade snapped, but the old toad's laughter echoed inside the office freely for a long time. However, it couldn't wash away the tension of the room. Alright, old toad. What did you want to tell me? Naruto asked, with an impatient tone, his eyes glued on the small figure. Fukasaku instantly shut his mouth, and the thick atmosphere renewed with increased force, choking every attendant as the toad raised his eyes toward the blond boy. Where do I start? He mused with a low whisper. Fukasaku's eyes drifted to the side for a long moment, his face saddened. Finally, he released the suffocating stillness with a drawn-out sigh. Jiraiya-chan was killed in battle. The room went silent as the temperature just seemed to drop. Alien emotions overwhelmed them, pushing their own feelings to the side. First the denial, then the emptiness, and finally the sorrow and the overwhelming rage. The scene shifted again, and to their biggest surprise they found themselves on the head of a familiar enormous toad. Gamabunta shifted inside the dense smoke and dust. Nothing could be seen around them, only the boy's silhouette was sharp as he proudly stood on a smaller toad, his scarlet coat with black flame patterns wildly flipping under the enormous scroll that was secured on his back. The blonde looked around, his confusion immediately reaching them. Where are we? Where is the enemy? Boomed Gamabunta with confusion. A new toad hopped next to Naruto, and Pa instantly turned toward his wife. I thought I told you to summon us to Konoha. Take a closer look. This is Konoha. The Akatsuki members who killed Jiraiya-chan are here. The visitors froze, desperately waiting for the dust to slowly fade away. The silhouette of the enormous Hokage monument slowly evolved behind the smoke, the fifth head of Tsunade boldly sculpted at the end. Devastating fury replaced the previous confusion in their hearts as the boys' emotions switched. Minato detachedly observed the enormous crater where the village center should have been. Everything was gone. Konoha was wiped from the surface of the earth. From the corner of his eye, Minato saw movement on the ground, and he finally turned his head to face the memory again. 6 people stood in the middle of the crater, their bodies shrouded by ink-black cloaks with crimson clouds. The boy and Tsunade were facing them. One of the cloaked men rushed toward Tsunade, but the blonde teen simply crushed him to pieces with one single punch. Minato could hear a muffled thud, and he averted his gaze from the fight to glance at Jiraiya, who slumped to his knees on the ground, his eyes and mouth wide open in his amazement. That is he's using Senjutsu. And he's in perfect sage mode. Damn, my godson is good. Minato narrowed his eyes and shut his mouth with an audible knock as his teeth almost painfully clenched together. His hands curved into fists, and his fingernails dug into the soft flesh of his palm, leaving small, moon-shaped bays when he finally released them as a new wave of emotions washed through him. The boy's almost inaudible plea stabbed his eardrums. Is Kakashi-sensei away on a mission outside the village? The emotions kicked them hard on the head, the fading hope suddenly replaced by sorrow when he received no answer. I see, the boy finally pushed out through his clenched teeth. The sudden flinch of despair immediately reverted back to raising anger, bubbling inside their veins, melting their own coherent thoughts as the fury overwhelmed their every sense. The visitors locked their eyes on the enormous and epic battle in front of their feet. Minato watched in disbelief and in silent awe as the teenager attacked with a Rasengan. And not just one or normal ones. Giant ones the size of a house. Then he heard it. The skirt of the razor-sharp wind chakra mixed perfectly into the Rasengan. His unfinished technique was used and perfected by a teenage boy. A small amount of irritation rose inside his chest when the realization hit him hard. He tricked me. He just pranked me when I taught him the Rasengan. His azure eyes wandered again toward the Hokage monument until he finally turned to the center again where the young boy was captured by the last person in the black coat with red clouds, pinning him down to the ground. Peace? Justice? The blonde repeated with a hushed tone in disbelief, but his face suddenly hardened, throwing his sanity to the edge. My Shisho! My sensei! My friends! My village! How can you say that when you've destroyed them all? He screamed out with all his building fury in the hope that even if he couldn't hurt the person in front of him, maybe his words would do it for him. Then, the rage suddenly stopped and switched with misery as the man started talking and Jiraiya uncontrollably took more and more steps until he was an inch from the pierced man, his eyes glued on the features. Yahiko. It's Yahiko. But he died. They all died. The once rushing adrenaline in Naruto's pounding heart and veins faded the throbbing pain into a dull buzz, slowly disappearing from his system. The man impassively observed the teen before his demanding voice stabbed through the thick silence. How would you face this hatred in order to build peace? Let me have your answer. A new memory evolved in their minds, a memory inside the memory. Jiraiya sitting on the stairs of a wooden house talking about peace, about spreading hatred, leaving his legacy to a 13-year-old boy. I don't know, the boy mumbled faintly. A Hyuga girl hurled into the fight and fell soon by Yahiko's hands. Their mind blacked out for a long moment until an enormous rush of sheer, animalistic rage shook them back to the memory. However, their vision was blurred by the red fog. A hushed, dull voice echoed back and forth between them. Do you hate me now? And this triggered something. Jiraiya's mind was suddenly filled with emotions which weren't his. These were the boy's emotions. They were no longer witnessing the memories, they were living them. Struggling between animalistic rage, pain, confusion, pleading for an answer, begging for help, then finally inhuman despair. The feeling of the deepest grief he had ever felt. The scene changed again. They were now inside a familiar sewer, the mindscape of the boy who was kneeling on top of the water, curled up into a tight ball in the middle, clenching his head. The hopelessness increased to an unbearable level, while deep, alien murmurs filled the air around them, tempting them with the offer of redemption. Freeing him from his burden, his struggle, his grief. The emotions were so overwhelming and forceful that Minato had to restrain himself from stepping closer to the bars by sinking his nails into his palms. His mind screamed and begged to give up, to let it go, to offer up his soul and body, anything to stop the unbearable pain. Inoichi took a shaky step toward the bars, his will overpowered by the temptation and the boy's emotions, and he would have gone further if Jiraiya hadn't taken a hold of his arm. However, there was no one who could help the boy. Gradually, he gave up. The water around him blackened when a seal pattern on his exposed stomach melted away. He emotionlessly limped toward the giant bars of a cage, but it was only the hollow shell of the once cheerful boy. His hand slowly rose toward an enormous paper marked with one single kanji, seal. A shiver crawled up Minato's spine as one word echoed inside his mind, Jinchuriki. The Hokage furiously oscillated on the thin verge of acceptance and the redeeming denial. His balance was unsteady, and an invisible power tugged him further toward the rejection. And he let it. Because if he would accept what the boy had said, he would also accept what he had done to his son, shoving his own blood into misery, into a lifetime of pain and grief. Giving his own flesh a burden no one should carry. A conversation forced itself into his weary brain together with the sudden shame and regret about something he hadn't even done. Not yet, anyway. I understand your point, and it is the same for me. Using a child to create is shocking for me also. I would never do that willingly. You will do it without a second thought. I won't. Maybe you will face something that doesn't leave you any other choice. If that time comes, you will do it without hesitation. You are the same as the Kazekage in more ways than one. If it's about Konoha, you will throw away your life with a smile on your face. I will cross that bridge if I reach it. But with my current knowledge, I wouldn't do that. If a time like that comes, you won't have to make that choice. You'll have a family to look after. I won't let you die. Suddenly, a man appeared and grabbed the hand which was about to tear away the last restraint of the bijou. Minato stared in total disbelief at his own reflection, his own mirror image, not even a year older than his current self. Even the pouch on his leg seemed brand new, the pouch with the small embroidery cushion it gave him after their wedding, and he had shown no one. It laid inside his cupboard, tucked into the red paper which still smelled like vanilla. Like Kushina. The seal is set so that if the 8 tails are released, I'll appear within your consciousness. I didn't want that to happen. I never wanted to see you again, Kyubi. Minato's chest tightened dangerously, his mind frozen by the last word. He wanted to shout at his own mirror image to shut up, to stop, to not say anything more. However, it continued, his voice kind and excited. But I looked forward to seeing how my son had grown. Naruto. The suffocating despair and anger suddenly disappeared, and confusion replaced the previous emotions as the teen raised his eyes to finally meet with his savior. He stared at the man, his mouth opening and closing until he was finally able to press out the word he was looking for. You are the Yondaime. Why does Yondaime know my name? Well, I mean, I gave you your name. You're my son after all. Son? Like I said, you're my son? I guess Yondaime never told you. Minato watched his own self, heard his own voice, and saw his own gestures with wide eyes. He could even smell his own scent before the scene changed again. The sewer with the furious Bijou behind the bars disappeared, and they stood in the middle of a yellowish void. His mirror image's eyes gradually saddened as he silently watched the boy in front of him like he also couldn't believe his eyes. His lips were unsteadily parting and closing, desperately trying to find the right words, his whole composure screaming about excitement. Finally he braced himself and murmured into the void. Forgive me, Naruto. Minato flinched at his own pleading voice, but his eyes flung toward the boy as a new emotion flared. Anger. Dad, the boy murmured with a low tone, but it still held a strange, warning edge. And indeed, in the next blink, they all know why. The Hokage winced as the young boy sent a hard punch to his mirror image's stomach, forcing out every last bit of air from his lungs. Why did you seal the damn Kyubi in your own son? Do you know how tough it's been living with that? The mixture of reversed emotions raced inside his head, anger, betrayal, even hatred. Then, suddenly forgiveness and happiness, then disbelief, denial and in the end, overwhelming joy. Finally, the boy broke down in front of them from the enormous pressure and the roller coaster of emotions. His mirror image first did nothing to comfort the boy. He stood there lost in his own perplexity, lost what to do to soothe his broken son, until he finally found his voice. Naruto, how old are you now? 16. The teen sobbed into his sleeve while he tried to get rid of the evidence of his breakdown. I've caused you a lot of pain, Naruto. I'm sorry. I've caused you nothing but grief. Some father I am. All I can do is apologize. Minato stared at his mirror image's face as the emotions fell. The care. The shame. Pride and love. It's okay. I can deal. I am Yondaime's son after all. Minato finally tore his gaze from the scene and unsteadily glanced side to side with his two companions watching him, and Noichi with wide and shocked eyes while Jiraiya watched his every action, every twitch of his muscles, with a sad smile. The scene switched again, the roller coaster of emotions finally dying down, and only sheer determination flooded their minds. The blonde man was facing another redhead surreal form. There's no such thing as real peace. Don't tell me this. Just let me capture you, Kyubi. Then I'll break this curse. If there's such a thing as peace, I'll find it. I won't give up. That is Sensei's. Jiraiya took a step forward, his eyes widening in shock. Nagato. Konan. The three visitors were hanging on the conversation between the two men for long minutes. It was with awe in the case of Jiraiya and confusion and curiosity with Inoichi. With Minato? It was nothing. He got rid of his emotions, tossing them into a box and burying them in a deep pit of his mind. The redhead finally made his decision. I will believe in you, Uzumaki Naruto. There is still time to save those I killed when I came to Konoha. It's the least I can do. The scene changed again. The people of Konoha cheered and yelled around the blonde boy, tapping him, embarrassing him and tossing him into the air. Familiar faces could be seen everywhere. Minato's eyes slipped through Jiraiya's wide and obviously proud grin to spot the older version of Inoichi in the back rows standing together with Nara Shikaku, and to his biggest surprise, Kakashi hopped down next to him, his mostly calm and uninterested visible eye burning with sheer pride. Minato almost missed the soft murmur behind the mask. I hope, Sensei, you are watching him from up there. Minato desperately shook his head. A part of his mind screamed for acceptance. But that would mean he had failed. He failed to protect Kushina. He failed to protect Naruto. A tiny, selfish part of his mind gave a final push, and he fell over the line he had previously been balancing. He sank into the deepest abyss of the redeeming denial. And for the first time in his life, Minato had to admit with a sour smile that he was a coward. The fearless Yondaime Hokage averted his eyes from the scene to observe a small green leaf at his feet. The scene finally disappeared, and the four men found themselves again inside the giant hall with the enormous quantity of scrolls. Minato didn't avert his gaze from the floor despite the fact that the leaf had already disappeared. Nor did Naruto look up at his father. Their eyes were locked on their own feet, not daring to raise their heads and meet each other's eyes. The boy's weak voice stabbed the silence. The future from this point, I don't think you want to see that. Naruto finally looked up but still didn't meet with anyone's eyes, nor did he speak. It was Inoichi who broke the silence with his cracking and weary voice. Who was the blonde girl? Naruto glanced toward Inoichi with a sad smile on his face. The hall disappeared, and they found themselves on the streets of Konoha. A younger version of the blonde boy, maybe in his 15th, walked side by side with the pink-haired Kunoichi from that memory while they reached their destination and stepped inside the familiar flower shop. The blonde girl behind the counter flung her head toward them with a wide smile, her long ponytail gracefully following her head's movement. Hey! Naruto Baka! Forehead girl! A furious snort left the pink-haired Kunoichi before she stamped toward the still grinning girl. Only Naruto's arms around her waist restrained the pinkette from punching the girl behind the counter. Ino! What's with you? Do you want to kill yourself? Inoichi's throat squeezed even as he had already known the answer to his question. His eyes were locked on the features of the girl, her brilliant blue eyes, her platinum hair. She had the same wide and cheeky smile as her mother. He was so blind. He was so utterly blind. Hey, dead last. I don't need your advice. The blonde teen froze, his eyes narrowed, and he simply let go of the struggling pink-haired Kunoichi to answer to the offense. A small fight started immediately between the two girls, and after one more poke, the blonde boy also started to shout. A new voice echoed inside the small shop, freezing them in their motion. It was maybe older and raspier, but it definitely belonged to the almost mirror image of Yamanaka Inoichi, who just stepped inside the small shop. Yamanaka Ino! What the hell is going on here? The blonde girl flung her head to the side to meet with her father's stern and piercing gaze. We were just talking. The shinobi let out a weary sigh and rubbed his temples. Ino. Behave. You are sometimes just like your mother. But Dad. Inoichi winced, but his expression slowly softened to a proud, fatherly smile. She will be strong, she will surpass him and all the previous generations. No buts, young lady. The image slowly faded away once again, revealing the blonde teen who hadn't moved from his spot. Jiraiya cleared his throat to gain Naruto's attention. Can we see Kurama? The teen obediently turned his head to glance up to his godfather. His eyes slightly widened, and his tense muscles relaxed when he noted the soft smile on his face. An equally small smile appeared on Naruto's face as he beckoned them to follow. He led the small team to the end of the hall. Minato followed them like a robot, his azure eyes wandering toward a small drawer in the end, unconsciously reading the titles of the scrolls. Techniques he'd never seen, techniques Toraku had never used. Techniques all developed from the Rasengan. A small amount of pride started to rise inside his chest, but he immediately pushed it back to where it came from. The Hokage slowly shook his head and continued following the boy automatically without a word until they reached the shore of a large patch with soft green grass, tenderly swinging together with the gracious branches of the osier trees. Inoichi's mind unconsciously started to observe the look of his original mindscape to further analyze it. Thick bushes of ivy grew on the pipes and the concrete walls, which were spotted with fungus at the cracks, and he also could spot some thuja here and there covering the harsh environment, but all of these were shrouded by the giant osier trees and cypresses. This was the real consciousness of the boy. No. Naruto. Important bonds and friendships that slowly overgrew the evidence of the harsh childhood, the loneliness of it, but it was also shrouded by grief. A frown sat on the interrogator's face. His eyes traveled down to his feet, where he noted that they weren't standing on grass as he first thought. The meadow was made from white clovers. Promises. The green field was spotted with several flowers here and there, dandelions, the symbols of faithfulness and happiness, crocuses as the sign of the cheerfulness, daisies which meant innocence, purity, faith, cheer, simplicity. But all of those were mostly in front of the background in a straight order and only here and there mixed into the other parts of the mindscape. And that meant they were dissembling. A mask of happiness the boy wore before. Inoichi narrowed his eyes once again, collecting his confused thoughts. But the previous and the obviously new mindscape also contains all of those, but not in the same straight lines. They had grown in a natural and chaotic way. Those weren't masks. The boy was really happy here. He was really an easygoing and always smiling, cheerful blonde boy. The teen cleared his throat, kicking Inoichi from his thoughts, and stepped aside to fold his arms in front of his chest, obviously waiting for something to happen. Soft ruffling could be heard behind the giant trees, and the three men couldn't help the unconscious step they made backward when the enormous fox rose from behind the giant trees. Minato narrowed his eyes, looking for the oversized cage and the bars. A wide, cunning grin spread across the fox's face as he slowly and viciously stepped forward. Inoichi uncontrollably started to shake with fear. Kurama took one more step and leaned his enormous head toward the small group, resting the giant, razor-sharp canines only meters from them. The veteran interrogator flinched one more step backward from the giant canine, fighting with every nerve against his instinct to flee from the mindscape, which would cause everyone else to be forced out from the kid's mind also. Their projected bodies suddenly blurred for a second as Inoichi almost lost his grip on the connection, but with willpower above a normal human, he braced himself, and their figures became normal again. A smirk appeared on the fox's face, raising the tension to an unbearable level. The muscles in the visitors' bodies tensed until the breaking point, their bodies ready to attack or flee. Most likely flee. The strain reached a level where Naruto thought he could simply reach out and touch it. The enormous red eyes moved toward the Hokage, locking with his blue pools for a long and heavy moment before the fox smirked. Long time no see, Namikaze Minato. At least personally. Jiraiya slowly opened his mouth while his eyes desperately ran through the environment, looking for an escape if it became necessary, forgetting that this wasn't real. One thing caught his attention, forcing him to make an unconscious step backward. Where is the seal? A chuckle bubbled out from the fox while he raised his giant paw and slowly straightened himself. A wet tongue ran through a razor-sharp claw threateningly, which was soon placed in front of the small group slowly and menacingly, almost touching Jiraiya and passing only a centimeter from Minato's leg, ruffling the textile of his coat. There is no more seal. It's only me and you. A wide and satisfied smirk appeared on his face, when Inoichi took a sudden step backward and hit the ground, his mouth falling open and his eyes widening by the horror, his body uncontrollably shaking while the rest of the visitors except Minato immediately tensed. He was staring up to the fox with an emotionless face. It was me all this time. I took over his body a long time ago, you mortal fools! It broke off into harsh, mocking barks of laughter. Kurama! Stop fooling around! The blonde teen's voice was harsh and came back with an echo. However, it held the tone of a father scolding his son after he misbehaved. What? It was fun. You have to admit. I already told you, you have no sense of humor. Geez, grow up. An irritated snort left his giant mouth. Annoyed red orbs flung toward the blonde teen, who rolled his eyes in response. Like you got any right to speak, brat. Don't call me brat. Naruto paused, then suddenly barked out in frustration, flea bag. Enormous red orbs flashed with anger. Kurama narrowed his eyes while he leaned close to the teen, his shining black nose only centimeters from his face. Ramen freak, he spat out, his breath grabbing the boy's form and shaking it. Naruto's eyes dangerously narrowed by the insult. Then, a grin appeared on his face which sent a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. It wasn't a happy grin. It was a dangerous grin, absolutely out of place on the face of the blonde boy. Repeat it if you dare. Amen, freak. Plus, you are an immature shrimp. Jerk. Idiot. Naruto slitted his eyes and sucked in a long breath before he let out his gathering frustration. You are a megalomaniac, egotistical furball with fleas who can lick his own butt. A furious snort left the fox's mouth, the wind of his breath dangerously grabbing Naruto's clothes and hair, but he stood still, glaring daggers to those enormous crimson orbs. You insolent brat. I am the great Kyubi no Kitsune. Without me, you would be long dead. Without me, you would be only a useless, hairless monkey. You weren't even able to sense Jiraiya back then in the bar. Naruto suddenly froze. You knew Jiraiya was there. You purposefully spoke to me like that. Of course I did it on purpose. Why the hell would I speak with you by a clone if I can do it in your mindscape? But you need help. You played this game alone far too long. Don't bear everything alone or you will lose yourself. Naruto tilted his head to the side, eyeing his furry companion for a long silent minute, his eyes dangerously slitted, but after the silent fight, he let out a long and weary sigh and nodded. I'm sorry, Naruto murmured softly. Kurama straightened himself, and a wide grin appeared on his face from the small victory, sending shivers down everyone else's backs besides Naruto, who moved next to the giant paw and tapped his fur, eyeing the shocked group in front of his eyes. Everything looked so otherworldly. Their argument, their small bickering with Kurama. But at least it eased away some of his tension, and he was grateful for it. We teamed up and became partners. I am no longer his prisoner, and there is no longer any need for the seal. The brat over here earned my full respect, even if he is an idiotic, loud-mouthed monkey who screws up everything. Hey! I'm right here. I can hear you. Kurama simply ignored his presence, his eyes still glued on the leader of the village. Do you still think Naruto lied to you, Namikaze Minato? You know very well who my previous vessel was. Or who is now. It depends how we think about our situation. Or should I also inform Inoichi? But I think he already figured it out. Minato narrowed his eyes dangerously, his hands squeezing into fists. I don't believe you. Kurama opened his mouth to argue but suddenly stiffened and shut it when a new presence strolled into the scene. It stopped at Naruto's side and leaned closer. See? I told you he wouldn't believe me. You won't be able to convince him. Naruto's hands curved up into fists, his lips pressing into a thin line. The entity nodded in satisfaction and passed his counterpart. But his previous expression melted into a deep, troubled frown on his face as soon he turned his back and walked toward the nearest tree, sinking down with a worried sigh. Kurama's attention flickered back to the group, his eyes narrowing as his gaze inadvertently landed on Inoichi's frowning and uneasy face. The mind reader's eyes were glued on the same spot Naruto's counterpart had chosen to sit. No. Not exactly on him, but close. The Yamanaka could feel the other's flickering presence. You aren't the Kyubi. All of this is just part of your illusion, Minato stated with a cold edge. Red eyes flickered back to Minato while 9 enormous tails slowly started to swing behind his form like they were living a life separate from the fox's body. The fox finally disregarded the still frowning blonde copy and let a small trail of glowing red, demonic chakra seep in Minato's direction. The glowing energy wrapped around his ankle only for a second, just long enough to make direct contact so that the fourth would feel it, before it retreated. Oh, so you are denying it? It's hard to accept the truth, isn't it? Which part is harder to accept? That Naruto here is your son from the future, or that you made it from your own son? He didn't show you everything. He wanted to spare you from a part of his memories, but I'm not that soft. He lived the first 12 years of his life alone, feared, hated, ignored and shunned by your beloved Konoha. Guilt darkened Minato's azure eyes several shades, dimming the sparkle in it for a moment. Kurama, stop it please. But Kurama ignored Naruto's plea. Minato had to know. He had to know what was waiting for him, what he had done. No more lies. No more secrecy. Just the naked truth. He mercilessly continued for his sake. Namikaze Minato. I was finally free, and then, you came and ruined everything. I hated you for long years because of what you had done to me while that brat over here suffered from your decision, by the burden you had put on his shoulders. But he was strong, and he never gave up. The village's pariah became a hero, even your successor. Kurama paused, letting the words sink in. But you made the right choice. The world you live in will soon fade away, and Naruto is able to stop its destruction. He is the one who can bring peace to your world. He is the destined child of prophecy. Kurama turned his head toward Naruto, who suddenly found something very interesting on the green grass, his face burning a bright red tone in his embarrassment. Kurama had never praised him. Never ever. And he continued. Naruto has a power that is greater than yours or even my own. He's got the power to change people around him for the better. He managed to turn his enemies into allies. He managed back then to unite the Shinobi nations, and he managed to turn an ancient, old, furious fox demon blinded by hatred into something else. He earned my full respect and my friendship. Naruto's head unconsciously traveled toward a lonely osier tree where his mirror image sat, his arms folded in front of his chest, and his face was the perfect picture of worry. His eyes were definitely locked on Naruto, not releasing him even for a second to blink. The lines on his forehead were deep from his scowl. Kurama narrowed his eyes as he traced back Naruto's slightly turned head. His eyes widened, and he licked his suddenly dry lips. Gears turned, and he almost faltered, ruining his previous perfect performance. But the fox grabbed himself at the last second. "You've known about him the whole time, haven't you, Naruto?" Naruto's shoulders stiffened under Kurama's searching gaze. But they relaxed as he slowly nodded and released his sight from the tree to concentrate on his father's still figure, not daring to look up at his never-missing companion. "I do. It's not a big deal. You were overreacting. He is as much a part of me as you." The ancient, old Bija held his gaze on the golden crown before he shook his head. His lips turned upward into a small smile before he also glanced back at the still indifferent Minato. The fox eyed the defiant leader for a long minute, but his eyes softened and drifted back to his jailer. "Even after almost 18 years, he still amazes me. He can still teach me new things about humanity. He surpassed you a long time ago, Minato. You can be proud of your son. Because I am proud of him. Naruto, tell them everything." With this last simple statement, Kurama simply turned around and walked back behind the trees. Jiraiya's eyes widened with disbelief when realization hit him. The memory. Konoha was gone, and you said that the future became darker? What did you mean? Naruto finally moved his eyes to meet with Jiraiya's, hesitantly observing his clenched jaw while he was musing how the hell he would say it. In the end, he didn't beat around the bush. War, sensei. The fourth great shinobi war. The world will face something which will bring disaster to the ninja world. Madara's plan was to collect all the Bijuu and become the Jubis. He made the first step. He unleashed the 10-tailed beast on the shinobi world, but he failed to become its jailer. He slowly shook his head. Even the allied shinobi forces won't stand a chance against him. 80,000 ninja will fall, together with countless civilians. Even the joint power of the 5 Kage won't stand a chance against that thing. Tsunade Bacon was the third who fell. Byakuzen saved my life by sacrificing his own. My comrades Naruto stayed in silence for long, hesitant seconds, tossing his emotions to the side. Then, Tsuchikage, the Mizukage, the Reikage and Gaara will fall together with Suna. The boy let out a shaky sigh, and his hand ran through his golden locks. Sorrow fogged his eyes, darkening his azure blue orbs into a royal blue shade, and somehow the 18-year-old boy seemed to be older by at least a decade. Everything will start with my birth and with Dad's and Mom's death. Everything. And that was it for Minato. Until now, he had been able to grasp his composure. He desperately tried to hang on to the last piece of the dam that was holding his storming emotions at bay. Maelstrom. His boy really deserved his name. Because he stormed into his perfect little life, making it happier than ever, only to crush it into millions of tiny pieces together with his will that previously had steadily held him together. It shattered to shards by that one sentence. He said it. Kushina was going to die. His own life? It would be damned. But Kushina's. Their child's life. The large hall suddenly shrunk around him. Jiraiya flung his head to the side when he heard a painful, choking gasp from his former student's direction. His eyes were wild, the always intelligent pools foggy and feral. This was what he was afraid of. Minato lost it. He finally let go of his denial, but in doing so he entered more dangerous lands. The world around them suddenly tilted when Minato lost his grasp on his chakra control. His essence flared from moment to moment like a beacon, desperately trying to break the connection between him and Inoichi. One harsh wave finally shattered the already wobbling technique. A heavy breath rushed out from Naruto's sore mouth. His eyes immediately flung open to search for his father. He found him several steps away. Naruto parted his lips to speak, to push out any coherent words, but he failed when he recognized the sheer panic in the identical blue pools. When he finally found his voice, it rasped through the room. "Dad." The Hokage desperately shook his head and took a step backward, his back almost hitting the wall. Naruto corrected himself. At that moment, a loud knock could be heard behind the door, and an ANBU stepped into the small room, with a thin paper file in his hand. The test results, Hokage-sama. Minato didn't move, but Jiraiya immediately saved his student from the situation. He raised his hand and took the file from the puzzled ANBU's hands. He left after a slight bow and one last, unsteady glance at his leader. He immediately flipped the brown cover open, chewing on his lower lip while he ran his eyes over the lonely paper, his tongue unconsciously wetting his dry lips before he parted them. But no words came out at his first attempt, nor his second. Finally, he was able to push out the results on his third try. It's matching, Minato. They are first-generation relatives. Mother and son. The Hokage shook his head violently once more and took another step back, his back hitting the wall with a loud thud. Minato's eyes darted to Jiraiya and back to meet Naruto's, and it almost made him try to sink into the hard wall. But his body was not ethereal. He couldn't slip through it. He had nowhere to run from the piercing blue eyes, shining with hope and a hint of despair which hadn't left, not even for a second. Say something, please. No answer came. Say something, goddammit. Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash and the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagaku no Sato, did the first thing that came to mind. An act that he had never ever done until this point in his life. He fled from the room with a brilliant golden flash. No word was spoken for an eternity after Minato's disappearance. Inoichi slowly sank down to the ground and hid his face in his trembling hands. Naruto continued to unblinkingly stare at the spot where his father had disappeared. He wasn't aware of what was happening around him until his muscles suddenly started tingling with numbness like there were thousands of ants marching inside his veins. He blinked back to reality. Jiraiya's hand was still on his chest above the disappearing paralysis seal. The Toad Sage made an apologetic smile as he crouched down to unbind Naruto's still secured arms and legs. Jiraiya restrained a wince when he was finally able to get rid of the ninja wire around his wrist, his eyes locking on his scarred skin. He blinked when he felt a surge of foreign chakra, and the bruise was almost immediately gone. Only the remaining pink shade indicated the previous injury on his skin. The blonde's hands curled up around the arm of the chair, his knuckles turning white. The Sannin slowly shook his head and straightened from his crouched position, his hand already on the blonde's tense shoulder, squeezing it reassuringly. Give him some time. The time traveler blinked out the last fog from his vision and raised his head to glance up to the softly smiling man. He will come to terms with it. He just needs time. The blonde slowly nodded. Erosen and Jiraiya made a sour grimace, but it soon morphed into a smile when Naruto continued. I missed you. The Toad Sage playfully ruffled the golden mass. You did good, Gaki. I'm proud of you. Uzumaki Naruto silently sat on the head of his father's face carved into the mountains. His legs were tucked tightly to his chest to offer some warmth and comfort, his chin resting on his folded arms. He had been sitting there for long hours. He didn't have the courage to go back to the Hokage mansion. He didn't have the courage to face his father, with the fear and panic that burned inside his father's eyes before he ran away. He wasn't angry at him. At first, he was. Because he would never have thought that his father was a coward. He ran away from the problems. From him. But eventually he would calm down. Naruto stiffened, his muscles tensing when a new presence appeared behind his back, but he didn't move from his position. His cerulean eyes stared down at the village, completely unfocused. He didn't move or look elsewhere when he heard the textile's soft ruffle, when he felt the warmth of a body sinking down next to him. The two men sat next to each other without a word for unending minutes in total silence. Both of them waited for the other to start the conversation, but neither knew what to say. Finally, the older one found his voice to break the awkward stillness. You really painted poop on the second's face? Minato was soft and calm, his voice sounding much more curious than worried. But the time traveler was sure that it was due to his will and not because his father was actually calm. He could see the slight shaking of his hands, the tension in his shoulders, the stiffness of his movements. Naruto nodded. Yeah, the day before I graduated. Iruka-sensei made me scrub the monument clean with my bare hands. It took me the whole day. The edge of his lips curved up into a satisfied half-smile. But it was worth it. That was the biggest prank in Konoha's history. The heavy mood suddenly melted away when a soft chuckle left Minato's mouth, forcing the time traveler to mimic it. How on earth did no one catch you doing it? What about the ANBU and the other shinobi? An ironic snort left Naruto's mouth. Boo? I've been able to hide from them since I was 6. Gigi always glued 1 or 2 on me ever since I can remember, so it was a piece of cake. A small chuckle was again his answer from Minato, an annoying headshake. Elite of the elites, and they were led by their noses by a small kid once he figured out their standard lurking techniques. The mood lightened for a second, but it was gone again. The air became heavy around them again in the disturbing silence. Not even the nature around them made a sound, like she also felt the seriousness of the situation between the two men on the stone head. Minato slowly ran a hand through his golden locks and opened his mouth, but he was silenced when Naruto beat him to the chase. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. For the first time since the Hokage appeared, his son finally faced him. I wanted to tell you the truth so much. I almost told you everything, but that damn secretary came in and Naruto bit on his lower lip. However, his father knew what he had wanted to say. But you were afraid we wouldn't believe you, and we would put you into an asylum, weren't you? Naruto nodded. If that damn secretary hadn't rushed into the office, who knows what would have happened back then? Maybe that would have been better, if he confessed months ago. I understand, tore Naruto. The Jounin flinched slightly by the name, and quickly averted his gaze. He had craved this moment for months, the moment when his father finally called him by his real name. But it was so surreal now. It's me who should apologize instead of you. I can't even begin to tell you how sorry I am for what I did to you. Naruto immediately shook his head. You don't have to. That was the right decision. I never bore a grudge against you. I know why you did it, and I'm happy you believed in me, that one day I could handle the power you gave to me. And I have to tell you, Kurama and I are a good duo. Except when he has a bad day. You know, he can act like a harpy or a sulking child sometimes. Naruto shrugged, ruling out Kurama's harsh and furious snort. The time traveler ran a hand through his golden locks and continued. Growing up as an orphan was hard, but in the end, it just made me stronger. If you hadn't sealed him inside me, I would be long dead. So would a lot of people I really care for. Without his power, I wouldn't have been able to protect them. So I'm glad. Minato stayed in silence for a long moment, weighing his own thoughts, observing the flicker of light on his son's face. They were really important to you, weren't they? No. Minato raised a confused eyebrow at his son. They are still important. They are here even if they don't know about me. They are here again around me. They are alive. I failed last time, but there is no way I'll fail this time. I'll protect all of them. Minato stayed in silence for a stretch, watching his grown-up son curiously. He let out a sigh and ran his hand through his golden locks once again. I have so many questions I don't know where to start. His eyes flared up for a second. You tricked me with the Rasengan. Minato folded his arms in front of his chest, almost sulking like a kid. Naruto let out a chuckle and waved his hand apologetically. Yeah, sorry about that. The Hokage pushed his broken pride aside, his eyes flared with curiosity. Who taught it to you? It was Erosenin when I was almost 13. After Gigi had died, we went to find Tsunade. We made a bet with Obachan. I won, and she gave me her necklace because I learned the technique in a week. In a week? Minato's brow rose until it disappeared under his forehead protector. A proud smile appeared on Naruto's face, relaxing his expression even more. Yup. And I developed the Raisin Shuriken for the first time by mixing it with Wind Chakra when I was 16. Kakashi-sensei helped me on that one. You've never let out everything during your fights, have you? Minato blurted out his question. His only answer was a wide and cheeky grin from his son. Minato's brows knitted together suspiciously. How strong are you? Naruto shrugged with a foxy grin, his eyes shining with the familiar mirth. I could kick your ass anytime. Minato raised an eyebrow and a doubtful expression appeared on his face. I doubt it. Naruto only winked. And it made Minato uneasy in an instant. It wasn't a playful expression. It was confidence. How his son straightened himself. How his composure shifted. Another frown appeared on Minato's face when his thoughts wandered back to the conversation with the fox. The fox. His name is Kurama. Right. Kurama mentioned something. Minato fidgeted on the hard stone, his gaze traveling between the sleeping village and his son. He babbled about a lot of things. You should be a little bit more specific, the said warily, not sure what his father was referring to. Minato shifted in his seat one last time before letting out a sigh. About you being my successor. What did he mean by that? It was now Naruto's turn to fidget on the stone, his ears burning crimson red, but in the next second, his nervousness was replaced with pride, his posture straightening unconsciously while his eyes shifted toward the village under their feet, and his mouth turned into a soft smile. Rokadame. However, his small smile almost immediately faltered as the word left his lips, and his form slumped. Naruto didn't hear any answer, only a sharp breath from his father. So he continued. Before Tsunade Obuchan died, she gave the hat to me. But I declined. I didn't feel strong enough. In a week, Konoha was gone completely, and that time, there was no one who could resurrect the dead. I never wore the title. Enormous silence fell among them, and Naruto didn't dare to glance to the side. He locked his eyes on the village under them to avoid his father's gaze burning his body from the side. I see, Minato finally murmured and let out the air he was holding until then. No, you don't. And if it's up to me, you never have to understand. Minato watched his son's sad, but determined gaze. A funny feeling spread across his chest, and it took him a while to identify the feeling. It was pride. He tucked his knees to rest his head on his folded arms. Hokage at 17, you're awesome, you know that? Naruto scratched the back of his head nervously, the previously serious mood gone in an instant. Well, actually I was 16 and a half, you know? But Gaara was even younger when Suna elected him. He was 15. Gaara, he was precious to me. When I first met him at the Chunin exam, he was insane. He thought Shikaku was his mother. He hated everyone, and he loved only himself. He was what I could have become if there wasn't Irika-sensei, or Ayam-chan and Old Man Tuchi, or Sanding Gigi. I could have snapped, and I could have become the same murderous beast. What happened to him? How could he become a Kazekage like that? A wide smirk spread across Naruto's face. I beat some sense into his thick skull. The blonde Jounin glanced to the side to note his father's confused face. He made a hesitant shrug before he continued. I don't know what I had told him exactly, but it pushed him into the right direction. That is how you knew about the seal, about Shikaku. Naruto only nodded, but it faltered halfway. Well, technically I did hear Shikaku. So I wasn't lying to you. They can talk to each other if they want to. Minato nodded in understanding. He was already over the lies. Minato observed the teen, no, his son, for a long moment. Then he suddenly made a confused face. How old are you exactly? The younger one made a wondering face. It depends. Do I have to count the times since I've been here? Minato shrugged, not sure of the answer himself. A quick count later, Naruto answered. I came here a month before my 17th birthday. Then I'll be 18 on the 10th of October. 18, Minato repeated softly, his gaze still on his son's features. He studied his face for a long, silent minute, his eyes lingering on the small traces of childhood still hovering on his features, but he could already see the sharper jawline and hints of a soon-to-be fine man. And now, he found Kushina in him. The shape of his eyes. The contour of his jawline. The smile that now shadowed his mouth as Naruto watched him watching him. He was so blind. His son's hesitant voice kicked him out of his thoughts. Did you tell Kushina? Does Mom know about me? Minato slowly shook his head, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. No, I haven't been home. I was wandering in Konoha. Mostly, the older blonde muttered in the end. Do you want to tell her? The time traveler nodded. I want to, but I don't know how she will handle it. That she suddenly got a grown-up son. Minato made a wondering look, and a cheeky smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help himself as the teasing so naturally slipped from his mouth. I think she'll be glad that you're out of diapers. Naruto had frozen, but after a second, he gladly chuckled at the joke and playfully hit his father's shoulder. It was surprisingly easy to slip back to the old customs. For both of them. Like the previous day hadn't shaken the very base of their connection. Like nothing had happened before. But none of them could deny the fact that something had changed. If not a significant thing, but something had definitely affected their relationship. The way they looked at each other. How they reached for each other's company. Both of them finally realized that everything could change and could be gone in a blink if they let it. Their relationship became closer and stronger than ever, even without words. It was a silent understanding. Minato wordlessly watched his unnaturally silent son with a small, caring smile on his face. She'll manage. It'll be hard at first. It was hard for me too. But I could handle it, and she'll also handle it. She is stronger than me in some cases. I know, Naruto softly agreed and unconsciously fidgeted closer to his father. The Hokage indeed realized the small motion, but didn't move, nor disturb the shooting warmth next to him. He let it wrap around their bodies, stilling their thoughts. They watched together as more and more lights disappeared from the windows as the citizens retreated back to their homes and beds. The night was still warm despite the fact that the end of the year was closer than the middle of it. Minato finally straightened from his seat and raised his inviting hand toward the younger. Come on. It's almost dawn. Kushina must be furious wondering where we are. Naruto hesitantly eyed the offered hand, but with time, he gratefully grabbed it. Both were gone with a flicker of their golden locks to discover a new aspect of their relationship. Kurama was silent during the last hour or so. His attention was glued inward on the troubled form under the tree. The copy uneasily chewed his lip, and Kurama could see the flicker of fear in the black and red eyes as his form wobbled from time to time. His silhouette became unsteady, and the fox could see the rough surface of the tree through him. The Bijou eyed the defiant mirror image for long minutes. He could see the same stubbornness and the same determination he would in Naruto, grasping into his last resort to stretch his remaining existence as long as he could. But Kurama also caught a glimpse of the hurt. Loneliness like his existence was needless. Like he was unwanted. His teeth were clenched and a muscle flickered in his jaw. The entity finally raised his head, his eyes accusingly pinning Kurama in place, freezing the breath in his lungs he was about to let out. You can be happy. You won't see me for some time. But you can't get rid of me. You will never be able to stop me. I will live. He spat venomously, his eyes hardening with determination again. Kurama held his gaze and finally released the breath he was holding. I know. I finally understand. Black eyes widened with disbelief, his shoulders tensing as Kurama continued in the same, calm and shooting voice. Naruto was wiser than me. He was well aware of your presence, but he wasn't afraid of you like me. I finally understand that you'll always be here because you are needed. What? He whispered with confusion and disbelief. You are not an obstacle like I first thought. Things will always happen, good or bad, that will strengthen or weaken Naruto. But that's what makes him human. This is what forms his personality. He'll always have a good side, but he will always have a little devil on his shoulder whispering in his ears. The key is balance. Without you, he wouldn't be the one he is now. I owe you a thank you for it. The entity opened his mouth, then closed it, the edge of his midnight black eyes becoming gray. The until then restrained whiteness returned and slowly overwhelmed the gray area. In a minute, the red irises turned into piercing blue. Kurama. What, brat? Thanks, he murmured softly. A small, invisible smile tugged the copy's lips upward, and that was the only recognizable expression before his form shattered into millions of fragments. They floated in the soft wind like millions of petals until the breeze carried away the last one together with his last words. Another presence faded back to reality with a satisfied, soft smile on his face. Uzumaki Naruto silently retreated from his mindscape like he was never even there. Chapter 30. Late Bloomers. A battle of wills took place inside the Hokage's office, two fighters the only ones present. The defiant individuals had been trying to force submission on the other. They were completely uncompromising, which only made their situation worse. Naruto stubbornly refused to let go, staring into Jiraiya's narrowed eyes, his azure pools hardened with obstinacy and another emotion the sage couldn't define. The soundless fight ended with the older's defeat, throwing his arms high into the air with a frustrated snort. Why the hell are you protecting that guy? Naruto raised an eyebrow, repeating the verb with a hushed tone. Protecting? His face twisted into a scandalized grimace like the whole idea was turning his stomach upside down. I'm not protecting him. Yes, you are. Jiraiya snapped, clenching his hands into fists, but he received no real answer, only narrowed eyes with a hard edge. The sage let out a sigh in the hope that it would ease away some of his frustration. Well, it didn't. So he tried another tactic. Look, Naruto. We have to know every single detail about that night, and that includes his identity. You know who he is. Just tell me, and I promise I won't tell anyone else. And what if I don't want you to know? Naruto's voice was cold, but his pleading eyes told a different tale in Jiraiya's head. Don't ask because I don't want to hurt you. The sage shook off the echoing voice in his mind and sank deep into the sofa beside the wall, burying his face into one of his hands. I know you're trying to keep us safe, but it'll do no good. I don't care if a ghost or even Kakashi is lurking behind that mask, but we have to know. Your family's life is on the line, and you still don't understand the seriousness of this. It's as if you don't want to change it. Jiraiya glanced between his fingers at the tense teen, his eyes widening for a fraction and visible dread rushing over his face. You don't want to save them, the sage breathed in horror, not really sure of the emotion that had flashed through Naruto's face a second ago. You think I'm just going to stand to the side after all of this shit and watch as he does it again? Naruto whispered with total disbelief. Fury rose in his gut, nearly obliterating his rational mind before it miraculously settled down. With a snort, he released the tension, and he folded his arms in front of his chest, turning away from his godfather with an unreadable expression. Don't try to manipulate my emotions for another slip, you pervert. It worked once, but it won't work again. Before the situation could escalate into another battle, this time with real weapons, another person flashed into the office and raised an eyebrow at the scene. His son was silently sulking, and his sensei looked disappointed beyond words. Minato shook his head with an exasperated sigh. Do I even want to know? Naruto let out another snort and squeezed his arms around himself. Minato shook his head once more, this time his voice was serious without the previous cheeky tone. Come, Naruto. She's waiting for us. The blonde boy slowly turned, and the previous strain was gone. Actually, he looked ready to faint like all of his bones had suddenly vanished. One tiny poke would be enough to make the suddenly pale boy drop to the ground. With a gulp, Naruto nodded. He'll do it. Definitely. For sure somehow. Uzumaki Kushina silently sat on the long couch with a very troubled Minato by her side, and a fidgeting younger blonde in the armchair opposite her. Jiraiya silently occupied an empty corner, his eyes closed, disregarding everything around him. He was sulking. Yeah. Kushina made an imaginary nod. Her arms unconsciously traveled toward her round tummy to cup it up and down. She raised her eyebrow in suspicion, her gaze flickering between the two blondes until it settled down on the younger one. And once more, oh, why the hell should I go to meditate? Naruto glanced up at his father, who gave him a reassuring nod. Bracing himself, his eyes hardened with a new light before exhaling. Just trust in me, please. Kushina didn't respond, only her brows furrowed, and her eyes narrowed slightly. A second later, she let out a defeated sigh and closed her eyes to drift away from reality, as Naruto had told her. Unnoticed by her, the blonde boy did the same. The outside noises slowly faded, then disappeared entirely to be replaced by a disturbing tinkling. Chains. Even if she didn't have to, she still raised her head high and slowly opened her eyes to glance up at her captive and his restraints to verify it. The beast was still there, chained up and still glaring daggers at her. She narrowed her eyes when she noticed something odd. The fox was glaring behind her and not at her. The redhead followed her instincts and immediately swung around, raising her fist as soon as she sensed someone else behind her. But her attack couldn't reach its target. An iron grip stopped the motion midair. However, she also restrained its power as soon as she identified the man in front of her. Kushina immediately relaxed, and the grip disappeared from her wrist. Her eyes intensely searched the others. The intruder's piercing blue eyes were glued on the frowning Kyuubi behind her. Why did you want to speak with me here so much? Kushina demanded impatiently as she took a step forward. Uncertain eyes drifted toward her, silently observing the soft features until she became weary. Naruto glanced up one last time at the fox and took a step to the side, his eyes staring unfocused at the yellowish void. Kurama. Kushina's brows moved into one coherent line. What was that? Electric blue pools drifted back upwards to the fox. You wanted to know which bijou I had been hosting. His name is Kurama, he answered softly, his gaze still holding the foxes behind Kushina. So the time has come to reveal your true identity? Kyubi's voice boomed over the place, his enormous crimson pools scanning Naruto's face with a puzzled glint. It actually looked somewhat amused. Truth has a cost, little human. A small, sincere smile formed on his lips. Secrets have their own. Even greater. The giant bijou didn't answer, but he let his eyes drift on an empty spot behind the blonde. Kushina suddenly stilled, unaware of the fox's reaction. Her eyes widened, and her heart rate increased as the air shimmered and shifted behind the blonde. Orange fur took shape, giant paws and sharp fangs evolved until the whole tremendous form appeared gradually from the bits. With time, Kushina faced an identical version of her own captive. There were only 3 differences. 1. The new one was significantly smaller. But that didn't mean that it couldn't have eradicated complete districts with a swing of its tail if it wanted to. Second, which was the most frightening aspect of the 3 yet still not the most disturbing, was that the fox was completely free. There were no chains, no stakes, nothing to hinder it from a bloody rampage. The enormous specimen was only steps from her, free from any restraints. She could hear its slow and calm breathing, the soft ruffling of its fur as it shifted with each inhale and exhale. And she could also hear its drumming heart. The beat was steady, calm. Maybe a little bit faster thanks to its excitement. But the most disturbing thing, however, was the look in its eyes. The warm, nostalgic glint in the crimson orbs as they were scrutinizing her while she still couldn't even move a finger. Uzumaki Kushina, it suddenly boomed and opened its mouth to say more, but it didn't get an opportunity. Her blonde companion let out a sigh and shook his head slowly. Nice and dramatic performance, Kurama. I almost got chills. Kushina's eyes went even wider when he finally turned and took a step toward the smaller fox, which also shifted his weight. From Kushina's point of view, it definitely looked threatening. The way the fox slightly turned, slowly raising its paw with the acute claws to ready them to dash out and cut him into half. Without thinking, golden chakra chains shot out from her, efficiently restraining the until now unfettered bijou. The metallic links were twisting around his suddenly still form, his neck and limbs, one at his chest, dragging the enormous body to the ground until it smashed into the ground with a loud boom. Naruto, however, had been stoically observing the scene, and his only visible reaction was a raised, amused eyebrow. But his composure soon faltered as his shoulders started to tremble by restrained laughter. And his dam, which had been restraining his snicker, shattered into millions of pieces when Kurama tried to raise it but failed. Miserably, because his mouth shut with a heavy snap when his body had smashed against the floor once more despite his best effort. Naruto's loud guffaws echoed in the empty void for long minutes. What the hell are you laughing at, brat? It snarled, struggling against the bonds, but the voice held no malice. It sounded more embarrassing than vicious. Crimson eyes flared with annoyance instead of rage, and Kushina hesitated for a second. Not more than a fraction of a heartbeat. But the chains loosened, and in the next moment the bijou was free. Links snapped one by one and the web disappeared from his body. Kushina narrowed her eyes and tensed her muscles, ready to shoot another set of the golden technique, but a slow movement caught her eyes and made her stop. It was Naruto, slowly turning to step next to the creature. She instinctively reached out, and this time it was her who grabbed his wrist and yanked him back. Naruto's eyes drifted from his secured arm up to Kushina's, and he smiled. Everything's going to be all right. Her eyes suspiciously darted on his features, looking for any trace of a lie, but she found none. Her head bent down in a weak nod, her hold gradually loosening with emotion, and Naruto slipped out of her grip to confidently walk to the fox's side. Kurama's lips curled back, revealing a set of his fangs, each longer than Kushina. A low growl echoed in the nothingness for long seconds, while the boy finally reached the bijou, which only continued gnashing its teeth. His hands brushed over the soft fur of a paw while he passed by it, but the Kyubi didn't move or draw away from the touch, only his snarl lessened. Kushina's every nerve screamed for escape, to bolt out of her mindscape and grab the blonde on the way into safe reality, and bed herself in Minato's arms. But her curiosity and her stubbornness were stronger than her instincts. So she waited. He's Kurama. I'm housing the almighty nine-tailed demon fox. Naruto awkwardly motioned up. Or a version of him. With time, he glanced up to seek verification, which actually came in the form of a small nod. And what happened next amused Kushina enough to let her mouth fall open. The giant entity raised a paw and flipped him on the head. The blonde growled, desperately nursing his crown, but he still got the strength to punch the fox's feet, his features scrunching up with an annoyed grimace. They were bickering. She mused silently. Hey! What was that for? For being an idiot, the Bijou snapped, and shot a pointed glare, but not toward Naruto but toward Kushina, who flinched a step backward. What kind of version? Kushina demanded, her eyes narrowing at Naruto. But it wasn't he who answered the question. A version from the future. Yeah, or a bastard version of him, he corrected playfully, punching once again the giant pal. Kurama's narrowed eyes drifted down to Naruto's crown disapprovingly, and he could feel the stabbing glare clearly on himself. Sorry, he mumbled, and the skin smoothened as his composure became serious. Kurama let the mood sink before he had spoken. We're here most likely thanks to a space-time ninjutsu. Orangish fur furrowed on his forehead, concentrating his attention entirely on the still woman. When I said we, do you know what I meant, Kushina? Do you know who this boy really is? The redhead didn't answer immediately, her eyes glued on the silent form of the blonde as he restlessly shifted from foot to foot. With time, she took one hesitant step toward the fidgeting boy, her eyes drifting upward. Kurama held her gaze for a fraction of a second before he made a small, encouraging motion with his head. Even Kushina surprised herself when she actually took another step after that motion, but her first feeling wasn't suspicion like any other time the Kyuubi had indicated anything. It was exciting. Then she had made another, more steady step. The third and the fourth would have looked almost confident if her eyes hadn't drifted upward to make sure that the fox hadn't moved from its previous place, due to the remains of her still protesting instincts. But on a whim, she tossed them to the side and bolted. In the next blink, Naruto found himself inside a crushing hug. Strong arms held him steadily with the promise that if they released him, the world would shatter, just like his bones if he even twitched. Another squeeze and the air was out from his lungs. But he didn't protest, he didn't struggle. He enjoyed it. It was a masochistic act because, despite the fact that it did actually hurt, he welcomed the sensation with all of his heart. I thought it was a dream, Kushina mumbled, but it was real then. Your Naruto, her grip tightened, then softened a fraction. Naruto utilized the slip to raise and fold his own arms around her back to give her a small squeeze. You knew? How? He whispered with equal softness, inhaling her faint, but still sweet, vanilla smell. She stilled in his arms, but almost immediately relaxed. I eavesdropped, she paused before continuing. Once, when you visited Kyuubi. I had remembered a dream when you were sitting on its head. You know, the one when the sandname appeared in green spandex at the end. And days later during one of my dreams she stopped once more, before a small awkward giggle escaped her lips. You know, I was swimming in a bowl of ramen and next I found myself inside my seal, she mumbled and stopped, her eyes squeezing shut. And I spotted you again. You were talking about your past and your Kyuubi addressed you and... Sorry about the secrecy, he exhaled slowly, placing a small kiss on her temple. It's okay. She finally took a step backward, but her hands still cupped his face. She brushed a tuft aside to look straight into his pools. I'm glad you finally decided to open up. It actually wasn't intentional. He half-heartedly shrugged, glancing upward to send a set of imaginary daggers toward Kurama. But now, I'm actually glad it happened, you know? She suddenly stilled when a new realization hit her. The fox, why is he free? His name's Kurama. And he isn't that bad of a guy, if you know him. He's my partner, you know? Her eyes widened and immediately drifted upward, then behind her back, where the bigger version silently observed the scene. But his lips were still twisted into a disapproving snarl. Slowly, she made her decision and nodded in understanding. If you say so, then I'll also trust in him. It went better than with your father, I guess, Kurama boomed with an obvious, amused edge in his voice. Why? What happened with Minato? Kushina curiously glanced upward also, but she had to take some steps backward to actually catch a glimpse of the searching crimson pools. Her only answer was a wide, maybe a bit sadistic smirk from Kurama. And she definitely didn't like that. She couldn't shake off the feeling that this comment was the start of his payback for her chakra-chained attack. Naruto sat atop his father's stone head on the monument, staring out at the sleeping village. The sky had been steadily brightening for about 30 minutes, though the sun was still behind the distant mountains. Nature was stirring but not yet fully awake as a bird chirped, and a few bushes rustled. His bed had tossed him out when the night was still dark, and the dim gray of the early morning was still far. He retreated to his well-known place where he could do whatever he wanted, mostly just sitting, staring at his beloved village, silently watching over her like a guardian of fire. It was a peaceful break in the crisp early morning, a nice change from the chaos that had been plaguing his life in the last days. He sat there, eyes closed, letting his thoughts fade away as time drifted on, and nature began to wake. It felt good to just sit, doing absolutely nothing, no thinking or worrying over anything. The sun suddenly appeared over the horizon, bombarding him with warm glowing rays. He leaned back, allowing the golden shafts to gently warm his body, ease his weariness, and soothe his soul. Naruto inhaled slowly, then exhaled, releasing the tension that had been building in his muscles over the last several weeks, inviting the calm serenity of his surroundings to seep into the very fiber of his being. He remained like that for an unknown amount of time before a familiar chakra signature appeared in the peripheral of his senses. The blonde let out a small, non-committal sigh. A few minutes later, Hiruzen materialized from the shadows, making a polite amount of noise, though it wasn't necessary, and meandered his way over to the edge of the monument to take in the elegant beauty of the village below. A companionable silence rested between them as both stared out at their beloved home. An invincible sense of curiosity began to prickle Naruto's mind, threatening his serenity, but he pushed it back. There was no way he was giving up this wonderful peace. He'd wait for the old man to make the first step, and this time, it wouldn't be him to rush head first into any situation. And his intuition was right. The old leader made the first step with his next exhale. "Peaceful, isn't it?" the once Kage said slowly, chewing on the words and on the end of his pipe. It was more of a statement than a question, but Naruto nodded and answered anyway, a smile forming on his face as he gazed fondly across the village. "Yes." Silence reigned once again, and several long minutes passed with no response from Hiruzen. Naruto began to wonder if their conversation would even continue as he let his eyes wander from building to building. The air around them was losing its frosty bite in the sunlight, a woodpecker starting to rap on a tree in the distance, giving a faint and rhythmical background music. Soon, more species joined nature's bass. The drumbeat was augmented with the chorus of birds. A lonely cricket joined as a solo violin player, and the rustling leaves harp made the symphony perfect. "Torakukuin, you have given me a fine jigsaw," Sarutobi finally began some time later. Naruto blinked, then inclined his head, inviting his companion to continue with a slight tension in his shoulders. It was more out of curiosity than anxiety. He had nothing to lose anymore. And it felt good. He was finally at complete ease. He didn't even bother trying to get a word in as Hiruzen paused. He decided to just listen. Actually, he was curious to see where this conversation would end up. "When I exhausted every possible trail I could think of, I returned to the beginning when you were first brought to the hospital, hoping I could remember something that might shed some light on your existence. When you first appeared in Konoha, you seemed to recognize me," the Sandaime said, choosing his words carefully. "And not only me, but Minato as well. At first, I thought our reputations had preceded us. But your reactions told a different story. Let's start with Minato. According to him, when he threatened you in that hospital hallway, you didn't pause or even blink. Instead, you retorted immediately, brushing him off with no regard for your own safety. But that wasn't what really had me wondering. It was the fact that there was no fear in your eyes, absolutely none. I'd never seen an enemy shinobi able to hide their fear at the sight of Minato. But you, not only did you not show any fear, you showed sadness and caring, the exact opposite of what a complete stranger would be showing. So, I figured that Minato must have a doppelganger out there, but then I realized that I would have heard of such a person. A highly skilled shinobi with blonde hair." Sarutobi gave a pointed look. "That includes you. With the strength you possess and your likeness to Minato, I'm sure I would have learned of your existence well before you crash-landed in that training field. But I hadn't. Nor had Jiraiya, even with his extensive spy network. I thought to myself, how is it possible for this boy to exist for so long without our knowledge? I remembered the shock you'd shown upon seeing me. But you weren't just shocked, you were dumbfounded. It was as if you were staring at a dead man walking. And since I had exhausted every other possible trail I could think of, I considered that maybe you were seeing a dead man walking. I mulled over what that could mean, but could find no logical explanation for it. Eventually, I decided to simply watch and wait for you to reveal more of yourself, but the more you became a part of the village, the less sense my theories made, at least until yesterday. It wasn't a very logical line of thinking, but I had exhausted all other options, so I decided to entertain the thought. I assumed you known me where you came from, and if I assumed the same for Minato, then your reaction to the both of us made sense. Expanding on that reasoning, I wondered what situation would have to occur for this to be true. Do you know what I concluded? Hiruzen didn't actually wait for an answer, pinning the blonde with a serious gaze. Nothing. Until finding one more puzzle piece, thanks to Noerin and Orochimaru. A sour grimace spread across the old leader's face, but he brushed his wandering thoughts aside. My late student made a blood test we hadn't conducted back then. Why would we have? It would have been so illogical. But it revealed that you had one more relative here in Konoha. And with that missing piece, it finally clicked. Hiruzen's face gradually softened, and a smile tugged his lips upward, deepening the starting wrinkles at the edge of his mouth. Your whisker marks. Sarutobi pointed toward his cheeks. I'd heard about Kinkaku and Ginkaku when I was only a teenager. The tales said they'd gotten the same markings. It's because of Kyuubi's influence. I've always known that if Minato and Kushina had a child, he or she would be a genius, but never in my wildest dreams I would have thought about what you, my child, have achieved. A rip in the space-time continuum. Time travel. Naruto stared, wide-eyed, unable to say anything. What could he say? So instead of saying anything, he started laughing. Hard. Loudly. And for a long time. Loosely, without any control. And it felt so good that it was hard to stop. But it slowly died down anyway. Gigi. You're really the professor, aren't you? Hiruzen shrugged with a small smile and gracefully settled down next to the blonde boy. With decades of experience, his fingers fluidly flipped his small tobacco box open, and in seconds, faint bluish smoke enveloped their sitting forms. What about a proper introduction this time, Gigi? The blonde turned toward his companion with a wide and foxy grin. Hiruzen only let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. You've turned into a real fine man, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. How the hell do you know my real name? The let out another chuckle and lowered his pipe. I know that Minato had chosen that name. And since Kushina is the last of her clan, you should have had her surname instead of Minato. Even if he had become the fourth Hokage, the subsistence of the Uzumaki clan is more important than to carry on the surname of a small Konoha family. Naruto hesitantly nodded at the explanation, but in the end shook his head, his eyes darting back to the rooftops of the village. It must be hard, being near them, but they do not know who you are. It was, Naruto admitted, his eyes trailing back to Sarutobi. But the serious answer faltered as a cheeky smile appeared on Naruto's face. But you know, Gigi, you're late with your revelation. Oh? Hiruzen inhaled out, together with a lungful of smoke. So you've already told them. Well, let's say that they figured it out. The blonde scratched the back of his head, but his grin never faltered. I guess it is better this way, Sarutobi stated, his gaze lingering on the blonde beside him. The once leader let out a long sigh. Who raised you, Naruto? The teen didn't answer, his fingers trailing a small crack next to him to gain some time. Mostly myself. My birth went wrong. There was an uncomfortable silence before Sandaime cleared his throat. And Jiraiya? Where was he during your childhood? His only answer was a shrug. Another long sigh escaped Sarutobi. I'm sorry. For what? Naruto looked up, his eyes and fingers still scanning the crack. For prohibiting him from raising you. Naruto's brow furrowed, but he was still avoiding eye contact, so the once Hokage continued. Around a month ago, he and I had a talk about the worst-case scenario. About what would happen if Kushina's seal broke, and Minato was gone. It seems for once Jiraiya really followed my orders despite what his heart had said to him. He argued like a maniac. Naruto didn't make any comment, but he did store this information. And it finally settled down some of his thoughts about where the hell his godfather was during his childhood. He had thought Jiraiya was just like that, The sometimes unreasonable perv and Sarutobi had thought it would be better if he avoided him until he could take care of his own sanity. But it seems it was the ninja system that ruined his childhood. It wasn't Jiraiya. It was the fact that Jiraiya followed orders. Orders that left him alone. Orders that prohibited Jiraiya to seek him out before he was ready to defend himself. It was because of the circle of hatred that he had no one to turn to during a sleepless night. It was because of that he had nobody at home he could turn to. And for the first time in his life, he hated this corrupted system that could make a child lonely. That could shatter families. That could make a child kill an entire clan. His own family. His father was right. The current shinobi system only fueled the circle, and he vowed to break that problem at its roots. Hiruzen's voice kicked him out from his internal musing before he could dive deeper. What about Kakashi? Do you want to tell him the truth? Naruto hesitated for a fraction before he shook his head. No, I respect the man who he will become, but he is not the same now. I would break him, and he's already broken enough after losing Rin. He shook his head once more. I don't want to shatter him. Right now he's confused enough. Another tiff of the smoke left Hiruzen's body, the soft mist dancing in the unmoving air around them. The light flickered on its surface from time to time, revealing the hidden beautiful dance. You like sitting here? Yeah, he mused internally. And why does he actually do this? Because it's peaceful here? Because everything seems much clearer from here? His problems seemed as far away and as small as the small dots of the villagers from above. Or was it maybe because of the height? Was it because of the reassurance that Konoha was indeed still there every time he had looked down on the village? Naruto's eyes drifted toward the center, a soft, sincere smile lingering on his lips. It gives me reassurance. Seeing Konoha safe and sound day by day. No words were exchanged for another long moment. Both men let their gazes rest on the village under their feet, one still looking for reassurance that it won't be gone in the next second, slipping through his fingers if he dared to blink, and the other out of simple habit, or more likely, respecting the other's feelings. A new presence stepped through the limits of their senses, and Naruto immediately flung his head toward the newcomer with a raised eyebrow. Jiraiya strolled into the scene, his cheeks flushed, and his steps faltered from time to time while he stuffed from a sake bottle. It was a long journey for the sage, wobbling from tree to tree, resting between every other one. The toad summoner sloppily hopped between the two sitting men, pushing them toward the edge. Only the chakra that Naruto and the once leader tapped in to restrain them from falling from Minato's stone head face down on the crowded square. But Jiraiya wasn't bothering with these kinds of tiny things like their safety. He enthusiastically flung his arm around Naruto's head, and to the blonde's biggest annoyance, he immediately imprisoned him in a headlock, ruffling his blonde mess constantly. But Naruto wasn't giving himself up easily. He was finally able to struggle out from the iron grip with a well-aimed punch at his godfather's gut, but Jiraiya only let out a bark of laughter, tossing his pain to the side. Hey! What the hell are you doing, Ero-sennin? Naruto grumbled while desperately trying to bring his lock back into proper shape. Well, he failed. Miserably. He sent another set of imaginary daggers toward the still giggling, white-haired man and shot a questioning glance at the stoically puffing Sandaime. But he got no help from him. He just shrugged and let out a puff of smoke. Jiraiya finally steadied himself, but the goofy smile never left his face. Hey, old man. Can I tell you a secret? Even if he had asked, the Sennin gave him no opportunity. My godson will be so badass. Just like me. Hiruzen irked an amused eyebrow and cocked his head to the side. Oh? And how would you know that? I just know because I'm awesome. He'll be smart and strong, and he'll kick the bad guy's ass just like me. Drop the act, pervert. He figured it out all on his own, Naruto muttered, his arms folding in front of his chest. What? You've ruined my game. I wanted to tease you more. Why the hell are you so damn smart? Jiraiya's shouts died down to annoyed muttering. The familiar pout was soon on his lips, and the man eventually folded his arms in front of his chest. Sarutobi shook his head at his obviously sulking grown-up student. His gaze flickered toward Naruto, and his face softened. You know what? I think you are right, Jiraiya. Your godson will be a very fine man when he grows up. Don't you agree, Naruto-kun? But the named blonde was too occupied to hide his embarrassment, and his flaming cheeks to answer. Jiraiya hummed and swung his arms once more around the flushing teen with a wide grin on his face. But this time, Naruto didn't get the urge to free himself when his godfather viciously ruffled his untidy crown. Sarutobi let out a loud chuckle, slowly straightening from the ground and brushing down some invisible dirt from his flawless attire. I think that was more than enough excitement for me today. None of the others protested. Slowly shaking his head, the Sandaime disappeared in the same way that he had arrived. The Toad Sage grinned widely while releasing his hold on Naruto, his fingers already searching inside his pouch. Well, this actually makes things easier. At least I won't have to explain this to the old geezer. With that, he raised his hand to reveal a small scroll in it. Naruto suspiciously eyed the storage scroll, and when his godfather indicated with his head, he carefully grabbed it and turned over several times. What's this? A gift. I thought you'd been missing it. The blonde's brows moved into one coherent line as his eyes scanned through the closing seal. It wasn't a tricky one. With a flicker of his chakra, the seal had opened, and another scroll fell into his lap. However, it was significantly bigger, almost half his own size. And it was heavy. Naruto's eyes immediately widened when he recognized the chiseled ornament on both sides. He made one side glance at Jiraiya, and when he got one more encouraging nod, he enthusiastically rolled it open in front of him. The soft breeze ruffled the edge, but Naruto's hands held it steadily. As your eyes darted from names to names on the ancient old surface until he found Jiraiya's and his father's names at the end. Go on, Gaki. As long as I know, you've got every right to have your name on it. A wide grin spread across Naruto's face, and with an enthusiastic nod, he immediately bit his thumb. Experienced fingers danced across the fine fabric, tidy, perfect lines forming from the finest ink, from his own blood. Within seconds, the Toad summoning contract was blessed with one more name, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto immediately smeared his still leaking blood on his palm, and his hands were already forming the so-missed hand signs, when an iron grip on his wrist stopped him from moving further in the progress. The blonde curled an eyebrow at the frowning pervert and cocked his head. If you're going to summon anyone, you should do it where you've got space. I can easily imagine that you were about to summon Gamabunta on top of the Hokage monument. Naruto was silent, but his eyebrow twitched with irritation. I'm not that big of an idiot. He tore his hand free and continued with his summon at a much slower pace. But a small trail of sweat slowly dripped down from his temple. He actually really wanted to show off. When he finished the last hand sign, he slammed his palm onto the hard stone with ease, eagerly waiting for the soft, chakra-enchained smoke to finally die down over the still visible, obsidian seal array. It happened when the breeze grabbed the soft dust and tossed it to the side to reveal a tadpole. A confused grimace disfigured Naruto's face while Jiraiya's loud guffaws echoed over the village. A nearby lurking Anbu perked up at the booming laughter, only to shake his head slowly in disapproval. He was pretty sure that sitting on Yandaime's stone head was prohibited. But who was he to tell the very man's brother, and one of the Sannin, that they were breaking the rules? The masked soldier shook his head once more and continued on his way toward his destination. Naruto leaned closer to the struggling, tiny little thing, and his brows furrowed, disregarding Jiraiya's snicker in the background. He surely used the necessary amount of chakra. He did find the faint chakra signature he was looking for. He leaned even closer until his nose was only centimeters from the trashing thing when his eyes widened in realization. Gamakichi. The tiny creature stilled, and Naruto would have sworn that it blinked up at him in surprise. Then the toddler toad puffed out from existence. Naruto straightened, his nose scrunching up with annoyance as his godfather's laughter slowly became hysterical. Oh, shut up. I did want to summon him, but I thought he would be bigger. But his words did no good. The toad summoner, instead, bent over in his laughter and rolled to his side, slowly wheeling toward the edge of the enormous monument. Naruto perked up, and with a slight kick, he helped his godfather gather some momentum and cover the remaining distance to the edge in a second. It took a full 10 seconds for Jiraiya to stomp back to the top. His face was red, and his shoulders still trembled from the strain as he had found a hold on Minato's nose at the last second to stop him from falling off the Hokage monument. If it had happened above a female bathhouse, he wouldn't have gotten any complaints for splashing into the circle of nude women. But seeing Naruto's smug face, a vein started to bulge out of his forehead. A wide, cheeky grin spread across Naruto's face, his lips parting, and his tongue slipped out in a childish manner. With a flicker of his chakra, Jiraiya bolted toward the already fleeing blonde. But at least the still had enough composure to grab the summoning scroll as he rushed beside it in his hurry to chase down his godson. The house went still after each of its tenants finally retreated back to their rooms. It was a long time ago. The next morning was closer than midnight. No sound could be heard besides the soft, rhythmical breathing of the sleeping family members. Only one of them couldn't find any sleep. The oldest, Namikaze Minato, silently munched his late snack, a lukewarm cup of instant ramen. It was pretty hot half an hour ago, when he had actually made it, but his appetite was gone after the first bites. Minato unconsciously stirred the soup, making the soaked noodles slowly whirl inside the cup. He thought about nothing. His mind was empty, which was actually surprising after the hellish previous week. It wasn't an everyday occasion when your brother turned out to be your almost grown-up son. But actually, it hadn't been bothering him that much. Well, yeah, it did bother him in some ways, but he was glad because he knew now that his son would grow up to be a fine man. And his past? Or the future? Or whatever? He was sure as hell that he wouldn't let it happen again. Not in the same way. Because he would save Kushina. He would save Naruto from his fate. However, there was one tiny little flaw in his logic. Naruto refused to share more info about that night. And more particularly, about the masked man. He had told them his abilities, about his Sharingan, his fighting style, but he had been refusing to tell them his identity. With a sigh, Minato let the thought slip before he could dig deeper. All the theories he and Jiraiya had made up about the masked man and the billion consequences his son's time travel would have made his head spin and his mind dizzy. With a groan, Minato pushed the almost untouched cup to the side and slumped on the table, resting his head on one straight arm. He eyed the ramen cup for some time, his head strangely empty. But he got tired of staring at the goofily grinning cartoon kid on the side of the plastic very soon. With a frustrated snort, he pushed himself up and headed to his bedroom, determined to have at least an hour of sleep before he actually had to head off to work. The passage was dark, but thanks to the faint light, he could see where he was going. His eyes brushed over his brother's. No. He shook his head. In Naruto's room, he corrected himself. And the sight made him stop. A faint strip of light escaped under the closed door. His ears twitched, trying to strengthen his ears in the hope that he could pick up any noise. But he caught only Naruto's weak snoring. A small smile creaked his lips upward, and without any second thought, he carefully pushed the door open to sneak a peek at his son. Only to be sure that he hadn't disappeared. And indeed, his son was there, spread-eagled all over the bed, occupying every single available corner he could. And those that he could not reach physically, those parts were filled with his rumpled bedsheet, an unsteadily balancing ink bottle, and a scroll running through half of his room from his bed. Minato couldn't help himself. Muffled laughter escaped his lips. But he immediately shut his mouth when Naruto stilled, then slightly turned, stretching even more. But his worries wore away when Naruto continued to slumber with a slightly louder snore. The Hokage inched closer to free the blanket under Naruto's leg and put it back in its proper place atop the still snoring teen. His eyes caught a glimpse of his abdomen between his boxer and t-shirt, and he froze mid-motion. Morbid curiosity rose inside his veins. He tried to push it to the side, suppress it, but he failed. The feeling continued to nudge him more aggressively with each passing second while he couldn't tear his gaze from the unveiled tummy, still holding the blanket half over the teen. With a gulp, he made his decision. His hand gradually lowered the blanket, careful to not disturb his son's sleep. Shaky hands traveled toward the loose t-shirt, a finger slipping under the fabric to push it further. A flicker of chakra. The boy stilled. An ebony black swirl evolved slowly, ruling the pale skin in the faint light of the reading lamp. Minato only stared, his eyes wide, his mouth had long fallen open. Another shaky hand rose, his fingertips this time strolling over the pattern. It pulsed once, and it slowly started to fade. With a rush of adrenaline and desperation, Minato pushed another dose of his essence into the seal. And something unexpected happened. 1 second, he was there, leaning above his son, examining his seal, his own masterpiece, and the next moment, he blinked and opened his eyes to find himself staring into a yellowish void. The yellow flash took a step backward, his pools swinging from side to side to map his suddenly unfamiliar surroundings. There was a twitch in his chakra, a kind of sparkle. Minato suddenly stilled. Adrenaline rushed through his veins when something started to materialize in front of him. And he had frozen completely when a man took shape in front of him. Identical azure eyes bore into his own, one with shock, the other with an understanding soft glint. A long white coat framed a body over a jounin vest and the familiar navy blue shinobi pants and shirt. Untamable golden locks swayed in the soft breeze that ruffled his own in the same way. An exact copy of himself stood in front of him, doing nothing, only observing him with a small, understanding smile. "What the?" Minato finally mouthed faintly. "I think the question I would be looking for is, how?" The copy tried to joke, an awkward grin on his face. However, the grin faded into a serious expression that made Minato wince. "That's easy. Similar chakra resonates." The copy paused, waiting for the other to react, but when nothing came in response, he continued his explanation. "I had used up every bit of my remaining chakra by reforging Naruto's seal during Pain's invasion. I thought I was gone, this time forever. But it seems you had pushed enough of your own to reanimate me once more. Like a shock or something like that. You know, similar to CPR or something." The copy made a wandering face and shrugged. A long, stretched staring contest had begun that made even the copy start uneasily shifting from foot to foot. Finally, the tension broke. A small chuckle bubbled out from the younger Minato's lips, and with one more minute, it advanced into full-hearted laughter, his form shaking while tears escaped behind his eyelashes. He raised his hand to wipe them away as his snicker died down completely, but one or two small chuckles managed to come by from time, to the copy's annoyance. "Have you finished?" His only answer was another snicker, but this time, something tugged the replica's mouth upward into an identical, foxy grin. He is awesome, isn't he?" Minato nodded between two laughters and finally gathered himself. Wiping the last remains of his previous laughing session from his face, he straightened and turned. Traveling through time, saving people from fate, turning the Kyuubi into his friend. The Hokage shook his head, a wide grin plastered on his face. "Making me meet a version of me from the future." He exhaled and shook his head once more, the smile slowly fading to swap places with a sour grimace. "But he still withholds things from us. So I hope I'll have my answers from you. I assume you can sense what's happening outside." His gaze hardened as he raised it to tear into his counterpart. "Who is the masked man?" His copy didn't answer, but Minato noticed his own motion when he was hesitating. Chewing his lower lip was his own custom habit. It went unnoticeable for almost everyone else, beside his closest friends, but now he could clearly see the annoying tick. Minato straightened and narrowed his now flaming eyes, his whole composure screaming authority. But it did no good with his mirror image. His eyes were calmly observing him, despite the familiar habit. "He wanted to protect you, you know," he whispered. "Just tell me, damn it! I can bear it!" Minato snapped, taking a step toward his replica. "I'm sure it's someone I know. Hell, I even considered Kakashi for a moment. Tell me, or I'm going to go crazy." The copy still hadn't said a word, so Minato tried another tactic. He tossed his authority to the side, his face softening this time. "Please. If you're me, you know I have to know. I have to save them. And for that, I need information." The copy, this time, did react by letting out a sigh and lowering his head slightly in defeat. Then in the next second, he collected his composure by running a hand through his hair. "Naruto still thinks he can save him." "Save who?" Minato asked, his eyes narrowing. "Toby." "Why? Why does he care for him?" Minato asked, his eyes narrowing even more. The copy paused for a second before his mouth turned up into a mischievous smile. "Do you know what an anagram is?" "Ah, yes, but what does that have to do with?" "Just think about it." The copy sent another cheeky grin before his eyes suddenly drifted to the side, his ears pricking a little. His form looked shakier with each moment. His grin faded into a soft smile as his form turned foggier. "And tell Naruto that I'm proud of him beyond words. I'm proud of what he has achieved. Even if this piece is not as real as we think it is." With that final exhale, the echo of the person was gone just as fast as it came back to life. And this time forever. Kurama silently observed the exchange between the two blondes, giving them enough privacy but still keeping an eye, or more likely an ear, on their conversation. The fox narrowed his crimson eyes, and his ears twitched before the echo faded back to where it came from. He had felt the faint, almost insensible chakra that lingered inside the seal. But he has never thought about this possibility. His mind drifted back to the conversation, his eyes narrowing once more before tossing the ghost Minato's strange remark to the side. Minato shakily returned to reality. Blinking twice, he realized that he was still poking his son's bare belly. He immediately jerked his hand backward like it was hotter than the burning sun. Minato took a shaky step backward, his eyes darting around the room until they landed on something that disturbed his racing thoughts. The end of a familiar scroll was jutting out from under Naruto's pillow. Minato almost averted his gaze to finally leave the room when something else caught his attention. The edge of the scroll was rolled down a centimeter, obviously open. Minato's eyes immediately started to look over the room, his gaze suddenly filling with things he had until now disregarded. A bunch of photos were tidily placed under the bed lamp, secured with the shattered fabric of a second 8 whose metal plates still shined under the piles of photos. The Hokage tossed his drumming shame to the side, grabbed the photos and sank down next to the bed, turning the bed lamp just a little to have more light. A small smile lurked on the edge of his mouth in the first photo. A team picture. 3 children in front of an adult Kakashi. The next one was another team picture. Naruto on the side, a short black-haired and almost unnaturally pale boy with a strangely forced empty smile, and Sakura in the middle. Flipping over the pile, there were more pictures like that. Pictures from Shinobi all over the 5 nations. He spotted a girl from IWA, a group photo from Suna, and even a guy from Kumo. He slowly put the pictures back on the shelves, his gaze darting over the untidy room until he found another interesting thing. A thick, worn notebook with vibrant orange cover. Sloppy handwriting shouted its owner's identity. Minato furrowed his brow as his azure pools traced over Naruto's name once more. His childish and untidy handwriting had changed as his calligraphy skills excelled. He played with a shameful thought for a long minute. Stealing someone's diary sounded utterly childish. But still. Minato bit down on his lip, twisting the temptation once more over in his head. Yeah. Childish. He repeated in his mind. His eyes drifted once more toward the orange cover. Utterly childish. Minato shook his head and furrowed his brows. He'll tell me. He'll tell me once he thinks it is okay. His line of thoughts were disturbed by the bedsheet's soft ruffling. Naruto stilled, his until now peaceful expression twisting as he muttered, Sasuke. Don't. Minato peeked over his shoulder at his son, observing as his expression changed from time to time. From disappointment to rage to pain until it finally settled down into a deep, troubled frown. Bastard, he hissed this time. The Hokage glanced back at the notebook beside him. His mind drifted back some days ago, to the night of Naruto's confession. When he fled from the room to get away from Naruto's pleading blue eyes. He was so afraid back then. Afraid of himself, afraid of his own powerlessness. That he wouldn't be able to give the necessary reassurance to the son that he was pleading for. He was burying himself in the deep and dark pit of anxiety he himself dug. He had even lied to Naruto. He had gone home for a short time to stand next to Kushina's sleeping body, silently watching over her dream. Only to reassure himself that at least she was still there for him, that she hadn't disappeared during that roller coaster he suddenly found himself on. Minato went over Naruto's every small slip, his every failure. The night when he had introduced him to Kushina. The time when he had called him dad, awaking from his nightmare. The desperate way he clinged on his clothes like a child would do to them. Minato drifted back to the memories he had witnessed an hour before. He must have been alone during his childhood. Because he was dead, because Kushina was dead. Kakashi? He played with the idea beforehand that if something happens to them, Kakashi would look over Naruto. But he was also a child, shattered in his soul. He was naive. Utterly naive. And Sarutobi? He had a village to look after. Jiraiya? Where the hell had Jiraiya been all these years? Minato violently shook his head. His teacher was a good shinobi, a good friend. He would definitely not abandon his child without something building in the background. At that time, his eyes drifted toward his wife's still form, wandering toward her round belly. He hesitantly reached out, resting his palm on the warm bulge, enjoying its rhythmical raise and fall until something poked his palm. Minato stiffened, not moving even a finger. Then again. There was that faint poke once more. His lips turned up into a soft smile at the third time. It was his son, knocking on life's door. His thoughts wandered back to the present, and Minato made his decision. Was it right? Was it bad? He didn't care, because he still knew nearly nothing about his son. His past. His future. Our future. He needed to know who was lurking behind that mask. With a fast motion, he snatched a book and strolled out of the room. Minato settled down in an armchair in the living room, his wife and son peacefully sleeping upstairs. The first beams of the rising sun would soon paint everything into the mixture of vibrant orange and girlish pink, but the Hokage disregarded it. So, too, did he toss his rising remorse to the side. He let out a calming exhale, defiantly glaring at the still-closed orange cover in his lap. On a whim, Minato suddenly flipped it, letting it open at a random page, somewhere near the middle. His eyes drifted over the words with a small smile. It was a mix about a day's training schedule and a to-do list. Asking Kakashi-sensei about his stupid lighting jutsu. Ask Pa for more kunai. Taijutsu lesson with Hyuga Hayashi at 4. And the list went on with one or more stupid things included. His gaze stopped at a sentence. The notebook soon turned into a real diary on the next page. Regret. It was so obvious in his eyes now that I think back. He did regret all those things he did to the whole ninja world. Toby, he was ashamed of himself. Not like Madara. I could have saved him. I know. If I had the opportunity, I would have been able to save him. Toby, he repeated the name in his mind continuously, rolling it over and over for long minutes until he almost went crazy over it. Toby, he whispered into the room and shook his head. An anagram. Toby. I bought. White. Obit. Minato suddenly froze, and so did his body. His eyes widened, the air in his lungs coming to a halt, and his heart skipped a beat. Obit, he whispered. Obito. Chapter 31. The keyword is teamwork. Before Naruto stilled and rolled to the other side of the bed one last time, the orange-covered diary was back in its previous place. The blonde slowly cracked his eyelids open as an impudent sunbeam slipped through the heavy curtain's gap to land directly on his closed eyes. It happily bounced on his face, disturbing his formerly peaceful sleep. An annoyed groan bubbled out of him when his eyelashes slowly fluttered open, and the beam stabbed into his irises. Naruto immediately turned, covering his whole head with his best weapon against the sun, his pillow. However, soon something cold and wet intruded under his warm cover. Naruto peered out from his shelter, tracing back the thin, black line to the source, a toppled ink bottle. He immediately bolted from his bed only to land face down on the hard wooden floor. With an annoyed grunt, he slowly rose, nursing his throbbing forehead before snatching the almost empty bottle to put it back in its proper place under his night lamp. His eyebrows crinkled when he noticed that something was off. He was pretty sure that he hadn't switched it off, but the light bulb was definitely dark now. Scratching his head, he shrugged off the dilemma, before heading into the bathroom, grabbing a towel from his chair on the way. Who cared? He had more important things to concentrate on. For example, breakfast. Our time traveler happily munched his early breakfast. His mother sat to his right, his father opposite to them. The sweet smell of freshly baked pancakes lingered around his nose, then moved further until it reached every single corner of the house, only to turn back where it came from with increased power. His lips instantly turned upward when the smell stroked his nostrils once more. It was as he had always imagined. Having a real family and enjoying breakfast together. Sharing small smiles, chatting about general things. Having Jiraiya's face plastered on their window with a goofy smile. What? An annoyed grunt sneaked out from Naruto as his godfather leaned closer to the glass, his skin touching the surface, and to add more to the already abstract scene, he started knocking on it continuously. A low growl bubbled out from Kushina as Minato let out a sigh, strolling to the window to let in their newest companion. I hope it's important, Kushina hissed between her clenched teeth, threateningly fingering the handle of a sharp knife as the Toad Summoner hopped next to her, already grabbing a dry piece of toast. Of course it is, Jiraiya assured her, simultaneously spraying crumbs across the table, to Kushina's displeasure. Her grip tightened around the handle, something that didn't go unnoticed by Minato. To save the day, or most likely the Sennin's balls, he stepped in. "Why are you here, sensei?" The named man finished his toast with a loud gulp and oiled his dry throat with a sip of coffee that he had snatched out from under Minato's nose. "To steal my godson," and clearing his throat, he finished the whole cup before continuing. "And you?" "So, where are we going now?" Naruto demanded. His only answer was a mischievous smile. Minato glanced at his son with a raised eyebrow but received only a shrug from him. With a sigh, the Hokage rose from his seat. "And what do you want to do with us at that place?" "You'll know soon. But first, I have a little present for my godson. Now, Shushu." He grinned and waved a dismissive hand at his former student, all of his attention now glued on Naruto. In the next blink, a small package was in front of the time traveler, wrapped in plain brown paper. Narrowing his eyes, he hesitantly reached out for his present. "Not that I'm not flattered, but you've never been the giver type. First the summoning contract, then this? Why all these presents all of a sudden?" A sour smile spread across Jiraiya's face, averting his eyes from the questioning blue ocean. "I'm trying to make up for lost time," he murmured to the table. Naruto eyed his silent godfather for a second before his fingers slipped under the paper, slowly tearing it open. A blindingly colored something blinded him for a moment. Blinking out his surprise, he tore away the whole wrapping with a heavy snap, revealing the contents, something that made his mouth drop, and an invisible force stung his eyes. Naruto hesitantly unfolded the package with trembling fingers, slowly lowering its content into his lap. "What is it?" Kushina curiously asked, leaning above her son's shoulder, but as soon as she spotted her relative's distant expression, she retreated back to Minato's side. Naruto silently sat, but his soul was far away from the heart of Konoha while gently stroking the familiar fabric. He ran his fingers along the black side, then played with the zipper, listening to the familiar noise it made. He drifted away from his village towards distant lands, into his memories about a small shop where he had originally received the same-looking, orange pullover. He hadn't been more than 14 when he had first glanced at his mirror image to lock his gaze on the same black pattern on both sides of the zipper. His hand clenched into a fist around the fabric, as he clung to the memory, before he had had to deal with the weight of the world, when he had been able to laugh carefree. Almost carefree, he corrected himself. "You don't like it?" The toad wrinkled his nose in disappointment. Naruto blinked back to reality from his stupor, and he slowly raised his head to meet with Jiraiya's worried eyes. "No, I love it." "Thanks," Naruto quickly reassured him, immediately wrapping it around his shoulders, his previously blank expression gone and replaced with a wide grin. "But now I have to find orange trousers too, to complete the attire, you know." He poked his black slacks and sent a cheeky smile to his father. "Orange?" Kushina raised an amazed eyebrow, but in the next second, she was next to her son to land a smacking kiss on his cheek. So what came from Konoha's yellow flash and the red-hot habanero? Orange what? A small, nostalgic smile pulled Naruto's lips upward as he slowly rose and tugged on his vibrant, orange attire. Konoha's orange Hokage, Databeo. The three men silently strolled along the thin path toward the edge of the village, following the curves of the dirt road that led them toward their mysterious destination. They passed several training grounds, and they were already far from the last numbered one. The path led them deep into the woods, under the shadows of ancient trees that were old enough to have seen the Shodai's, or even his grandfather's, first steps. Naruto glanced at the back of his godfather as he led them further and further into the wilderness. He took a suspicious glance at a hollow tree they had passed when the dead leaves rustling echoed inside the empty shell of the once royal oak. In the next second, his face softened as a small rabbit dashed across the path as soon as it thought it would be safe enough. "I've received news from AIM," Jiraiya suddenly stated, making both blondes pause on their way. Naruto immediately whirled around to face his godfather, his eyes wide, gaping like a fish out of water. As the perfect opposite to Naruto's reaction, Minato gradually turned and raised an eyebrow at the sage, silently demanding the rest of the news. However, Jiraiya wasn't eager to just burst out with the rest. He took his sweet time, drawing out the moment, and with it the tension until Naruto was ready to tear out his golden locks in his frustration. Or kick Jiraiya hard enough to go flying and land in the middle of AIM, preferably in front of his spy's door. Or in the middle of a female bathhouse filled with angry women. Of course, none of these happened as the rest of the information came with the sage's next exhale. Danzu is dead. Shui is on the way to Konoha together with the remains of Root. Naruto sucked in a harsh breath before his godfather continued. It seems Hanzo got rid of him because of a mysterious shinobi, who appeared from nowhere, ruined an important meeting, and Danzu and his minions were accused of treason. Jiraiya sent an accusing glance towards Naruto, who somehow couldn't shake off the urge to avert his gaze. Speaking of which, he continued, "Why the hell were you in aim?" Naruto gulped and stayed in the safety of silence for several long moments. Bracing himself, he straightened his composure and faced two pairs of demanding eyes. To save Yahiko and Nagato. Suffocating silence followed his announcement. Only the thick woods fauna continued its ballad over their heads to ease away some of the tension that was gathering around Jiraiya. Then, it stopped as soon as it had come, as the sage had let out the exhale he until then couldn't get rid of. But they're dead." "No, they aren't." Naruto shook his head. "In my timeline, Danzu and Hanzo ambushed them during that meeting. Yahiko killed himself to save the others, and that was the day Pain was born. Nagato lost himself. But this time, they're safe and sound." "But that can't be." Naruto raised an eyebrow at his vehemently protesting teacher, silently observing the reaction. But it was Minato who asked the until then unspoken question. "Why are you so adamant that they're dead?" "Yeah, how would you know that?" Naruto blurted out, crossing his arms. Jiraiya stayed in silence, his gaze fixed on the land under his feet, stubbornly repeating the same sentence like an insolent child. "They're dead. They died before the war ended." He finally raised his head to stare into the younger skeptical pools and hardened his gaze. "I am a spy master. I have been a spy master since I knew my chakra nature." Naruto's brows furrowed as the white-haired man narrowed his eyes and collected his memories. "I wanted to go back to America after the Second Shinobi War had ended to check on them, but then Hanzo was in charge, and the nation was already under a heavy blockade. No one could get in or out. But I didn't give up. I had sent a toad into the hideout we had built together. It was completely destroyed, and our markers were," and Jiraiya suddenly snapped his mouth shut and gritted his teeth. "I'm an idiot." Naruto narrowed his eyes, stepping closer to the suddenly silent sage. "What happened?" "I received a message about the death of 3 shinobi who fought to bring peace. And one of them possessed the Rinnegan." "From who?" Minato finally stepped into the circle, but he received no answer for a long and tense moment. "I never knew the sender," Jiraiya whispered. "And you believed it? Just like that?" Naruto snapped and moved to grab Jiraiya's shoulder to shake it, but Minato's hands on his own stopped him from finishing the motion. The blonde made a side glance at his father, who was slowly shaking his head. "Save it," he said without words. Letting out an annoyed grunt, Naruto folded his arms in front of his chest and took a step backward. Nobody said another word for a lengthy while, each man too occupied with his own thoughts, Naruto silently cursing his godfather's naivete, Jiraiya wordlessly whipping himself for his own foolishness, while Minato was rolling the events over his head several times until something clicked. "Why?" Both men snapped their heads back to the loudly wondering Minato. "Why would someone want you to believe they're dead?" No answer came for another long section until Naruto suddenly paled. "The Rinnegan," he whispered and explained further as suddenly he was in the middle of attention. "He wanted to separate Nagato. That bastard Madara still kept an eye out on his own." "His own," Minato repeated confusedly, and Naruto was more than eager this time to clear some parts of his past. "Nagato's eyes aren't his own. They belong to Madara, and he somehow transplanted them into Nagato while he was little. In the future, he desperately wanted them back. Nagato should have used a reanimation jutsu on Madara with the Rinnegan, but instead he was resurrected by the Edo Tensei. A slip in his plans. He was immortal and invulnerable, but that state wasn't good enough to become the Jubies." Naruto clenched his hands into fists, anger flooding in his veins, fogging his mind. Jiraiya blinked and immediately glanced at his once student in the hope that he'd be able to provide the explanation that Naruto seemingly wouldn't give. Minato shot a quick, telling glare at him in reply. Something that seemed very much like "I'll tell you later." Slowly nodding, Jiraiya retreated a step backwards. Minato's brows connected into one coherent line under his forehead protector. The Jubi. He was fortunate to understand what Naruto was talking about. It seemed that stealing his diary wasn't a bad idea. Naruto's building rage suddenly stopped before it could escalate into burning fury as it disappeared after Kurama flicked a single tail. Concentrate, brat. The messenger is the only thing that matters now. It could have been only one man. Letting out a breath together with his frustration, Naruto clicked his tongue in displeasure. You're right. The blonde narrowed his eyes, disregarding the curious glances around him. The messenger is the key to solving this puzzle, he mused loudly. Madara could only have sent out Setsu. He had no one else beside him during that timeline. Maybe, Minato whispered, casting a sly glance at his son. No other words were exchanged as they were silently thinking over the new revelations. They continued their way toward their destination. It wasn't a long walk, thank Kami. The awkward silence was suffocating for all of them. They finally rounded a thick bush to face their final goal. A lonely, long-forgotten training ground greeted Naruto. No one else was around. Only the fauna clattered inside the untouched nature. Jiraiya strolled to the center of the clearing and plucked a small scroll from his pocket. The youngest suspiciously eyed his godfather's slow movements as he rolled the fine paper open and smoothed the small wrinkles on the yellowish fabric. Finally, Jiraiya glanced up to meet two pairs of questioning eyes. What? He asked half-heartedly with a cheeky glint in his eyes. His only answer was two raised pairs of eyebrows. Naruto wrinkled his nose with displeasure and a small amount of uneasiness. Only one glance at the seal's design was more than enough for him to recognize his own handiwork, the fine strokes, the way he always curled some typical parts of certain characters. 1,000 sleepless nights flashed in front of his eyes, the uncountable memories of his clones as they exercised the kanji, swirls, symbols on every available surface. It was one of his first works here in the past, one of his finest barriers that concealed anything and everything. No noise, no scent nor any trace of chakra was able to escape its isolation. He had made it to protect his people from the cursed Sharingan user. Blinking away his memories, Naruto glanced up at his father. They didn't need to exchange any words. They both knew what was going to happen next. Jiraiya cleared the amused grin from his face, and with a flicker of his chakra, the barrier came to life around the two blondes, separating them from the. He slowly nodded and settled down cross-legged, his eyes carefully glued inside the purple glow. Two blondes stood straight in the middle of a faintly purple barrier. Each carefully breathed as their eyes narrowed, silently scrutinizing each other. A gust of wind grabbed Naruto's hair, playfully tugging his locks, ruffling his clothes, and his gaze snapped to focus on a lonely leaf that had innocently floated into his sight. The autumn sun glinted on its crimson edge, and for a moment, time has paused, and the details increased. The streaks were sharp, and all of autumn's warm colors were suddenly there, the golden yellow, the vibrant orange and the rich, ruby red. All the flaming sun's vigor, endless power and royal serenity, both opposites compressed into one tiny, little, fragile leaf. Another gust of wind, a blink and the small miracle was gone. Together with his father. Naruto immediately hurled around, a kunai already in hand to block the incoming attack on his torso. Two blades met with a high cling, but while the steel's vibration reached Naruto's palm, Minato was already in his previous place, carefully observing his slowly turning son. Minato furrowed his brow at the other side of the purple barrier. His scowl deepened when the blonde didn't move as he swept his leg to the side on the soft grass to have better footing. However, in the next second, he had to dodge a sneaking clone that rushed out of the ground to grab his knees. And with that motion, hell broke out on the clearing. Blonde devils rushed over the place, ready to beat the crap out of Minato, who desperately kicked and hit every appearing clone he found within his reach to escape from the whirling hurricane. Once, he even tried to bite. It was a childish but successful attempt to get rid of a clone by biting down on an arm that had suddenly tried to choke him from behind. With a surge of chakra, Minato triggered his technique to teleport himself to the farthest available point in the blocked area. He was finally able to get a lungful of air after delivering a well-aimed punch to a stowaway and dismiss the clinging clone. However, he had no time to rest. A lonely copy charged at him, fiercely trying to distract the Kage with all of the willpower he could gather and solidify into a salvo of punches. Minato made a disapproving growl and aimed at the buzzing clone's face with a kunai that suddenly appeared in his palms. Minato let his grin grow as his target's blue eyes widened, hands coming up instinctively to defend his head from the unavoidable attack. It was too fast for any living person to even follow the motion, not to mention dodge it, except one, the attacker himself. Or at least until then, he thought so. In the next heartbeat, Minato froze, his hand still grabbing the handle of the weapon as it, instead of disappearing inside the dispelling clone's leftover chakra-enchanted dust, suddenly stopped as it hit something different. Something solid. Something living. Naruto let out a low growl and tightened his grip on the frozen kunai, crimson essence dripping on the green grass under the tense duo. Minato narrowed his eyes, and another weapon slipped into his other palm, disregarding his son's flowing blood. Both of them knew that this duel would end differently than the previous ones. A flicker of his chakra and he reached for the marker at his son's back to be there a blink later. However, before he could launch his attack, something else suddenly happened that stopped Minato as another power rose from under his son's skin, stopping the weapon in midair, knocking the weapon out from his hand. It flashed only for a fraction of a second, but it was enough to burn a white orb in the middle of Minato's vision. The Kage this time leaped away to gain some space between them, suspiciously eyeing his opponent. Naruto shot an annoyed grimace at his still bleeding palm, then shook his hand to get rid of the irritating wet feeling. Narrowing his eyes, the time traveler lowered his center of gravity just slightly into an unfamiliar stance. Letting out a calming exhale, Naruto did the most unbelievable act one could have made facing the fastest shinobi walking on the earth. He closed his eyes and stilled. Minato stared at his relative for some time, his gaze flickering to his open palm where he had grabbed the kunai's blade to stop it. His muscles tensed as the until then well-hidden part of his son slowly surfaced. It almost burned his senses, not because of its intensity, but because of the sheer heat it was emitting. The Kyuubi's chakra was potent and restless, wriggling under Naruto's skin as it came to life, crawling its way until it settled down around the wound. He could literally see as the tissues knitted together, and as new skin was growing to shroud the previously open gash. The light breeze tickled Minato's skin over his tensed muscles. Sweeping his legs farther apart, he suddenly charged, disregarding his safety for a second. Whatever his son was planning, he wouldn't let him finish it. It was too dangerous. He was strong, much stronger than he had ever imagined. Setting back his arm and aiming a punch directly at Naruto's face, Minato launched his attack, but it didn't reach his son once again. He leaned to the right to avoid the counterattack, satisfied as the hit passed beside his cheek. Then he felt it on his face. It was like a hard slap but with enough force to knock him off balance, and he stumbled across the field until he finally found his footing, none too gracefully. The Kage's eyes suddenly widened as he finally gazed at his son's face. His once sky-blue irises were glittering in a golden shade with horizontal pupils and the unmistakable reddish marking was outlining his eyes. Sage mode. Raising an eyebrow, Minato lifted his hand to brush his stinging cheek. His son's posture was relaxed and confident. Only his eyes shined with a well-subdued laughter while he coolly observed his father nursing his throbbing face. Minato couldn't help himself and let the proud smile spread across his features. "You're good." Naruto raised one single eyebrow and smirked. "Thanks. Now stop playing around." Minato let the proud smile transform into a sheepish grin, but it soon faded as his face became serious. They stayed motionless for some time once more, neither daring to make the first move because both felt that this time, everything would be different. This time, there would be no lying, no deceiving and no holding back. And finally, there would be no turning back. There was an invisible pressure silently hovering above their heads, threatening their life like a guillotine above a condemned neck. In the end, they both settled into silent agreement. They nodded and bolted into action. And this time, they fought seriously. A dangerous jutsu flared to life between Naruto's hands as he thrusted his palm toward his father to catch him with his release. Sharp wind chakra howled toward the Kage. It shaved everything flat that barred its path, be it an ancient tree or a giant rock. Another jutsu came to life, a wall of wind bursting against the attack, fighting for the upper hand before failing. But the attempt wasn't fruitless. The two attacks extinguished each other, and their power soon disappeared, leaving behind nothing more than the faint scent of ozone. Meanwhile, the fighters didn't patiently wait for their turn. They punched and jumped, hurled and twisted. They kicked and cut, and a kunai's blade glinted in the sunlight like a playful wink. Hiraishin triggered continuously. Hundreds of three-pronged kunai laid all across the battlefield as safe landing points or as a start to an attack. On the other side, clones lay hidden beneath the surface or were disguised as rocks, bushes, or even kunai, ready to launch themselves at Minato. An ancient tree creaked, crying one last time under the pressure of a powerful jutsu before it cracked and tumbled to the side, burying its own youngsters under its branches. A golden pair blurred back to existence on the clearing as its last leaf stirred. Two Rasengan roared toward each other, dispersing no further than a hairline before they could collide. Both men's breathing was harsh, as their bodies had been pushed to the very edge, scratching their limits before they resorted to their aces. Finally catching his breath, Naruto narrowed his eyes and stilled once more, reaching out to the endless source around him to replace his fading senjutsu reserves. The world opened for him even more, despite the faintly glowing barrier. He was there, but he was also everywhere around Konoha. He could see and feel as his mother was gently stroking her round tummy, his own younger version unconsciously shifting inside to get closer to her warmth. He felt as Kakashi slipped into the ANBU headquarters, his movements as graceful and silent as a cat's. Suddenly shaking his head, Naruto pushed the currently distracting sensations to the side to focus entirely on his father. It lasted only for a second, nothing more, but this fraction could have easily cost him his victory. Minato, not aware of his son's small distraction, bit his thumb and slammed his hand onto the soft meadow to call for backup and disappeared inside the chakra-enchained cloud. The soft dust wasn't in a hurry to dissipate, but the filtering, harsh cough and the following argument pulled Naruto's lips upward into a sincere, nostalgic smile. Brat. You became a Kage and forgot about us? Only call us when you're in need? Shut up, Pa. I'm sure he's got a good reason for not visiting us. Now, Minato-chan, where were you? Forgetting about your sensei? Not even visiting us for dinner? I'm really sorry for not visiting you, but I was really busy. You know, village stuff, Kushina's pregnancy and… What? Kushina-chan is pregnant? Naruto let out a chuckle when he heard the unmistakable noise of a hard slap on someone's crown, most likely Minato's. Some things never change. Who was that? Fukasaku whispered, after Naruto's chuckle finally died down inside the thick fog. The reason why I need your help. Why didn't you start with that, brat? Someone's attacking Konoha? Pa asked, voice alert. And no. I'm in the middle of a spar. You're taking things too seriously, Minato-chan. Calling us for a simple spar. This time she misspoke, her voice a little higher than what Naruto remembered. Wait. Can you feel it, Pa? This chakra signature? Someone's using senjutsu out there. That chakra brat. She suddenly snapped. You've taught Sannin mode to Kushina-chan? You know how dangerous it could be. Especially in her state. What were you thinking? That thing out there has a hell of a chakra signature. But I'm sure it's not Kushina-chan, Pa countered with a deep frown. At least, Naruto could imagine him frowning easily. Shima-sensei, Fukasaku-sensei. Please just… concentrate, brat. We've got a fight to win, Shima snapped once more to finally end their bickering. The last of the soft dust cleared after a long, resigned sigh to reveal Minato's form with two smaller toads on each of his shoulders. Naruto's eyebrow rose as he noted Minato's similar appearance, the obvious marks of nature on his face, the same reddish markings, the same golden pupils as his own. His sage mode was perfect thanks to the elder pair who had already reached for the lingering senjutsu around them, luring it out from the grass, the trees and even from the soil. Naruto cocked his head to the side and let the grin spread across his face. Well, that's news to me. I didn't know you were also a sage. Minato shrugged awkwardly with his two companions on his shoulders and mimicked the expression. I'm not that good with sage mode. Not as good as you but better than Jiraiya. It wastes too much time for me. I prefer Hiraishin to this. But his grin faltered, and his expression hardened. But it seems I have to use everything I've got up my sleeves to beat you. An amused snort escaped from the younger of the two. You're good and fast, but you won't be able to beat me. I won't hold back this time. Fukasaku narrowed his eyes. So much confidence. You're Minato-chan's brother, aren't you? Where did you learn the sage arts, brat? Well, it was… Naruto opened his mouth to say more, but Minato's casual wave stopped him. We can chit-chat later, Fukasaku-sensei. We've got some serious business. Naruto eyed his father for some time before nodding, silently thanking him for saving him from what would probably have been a lengthy explanation. The less people knew about where he really was from, the better, even Ma and Pa. And they were actually family. They had given him and hundreds of others much needed shelter. They had given them a roof to lay under and food, and most importantly, they had given them hope that not everything was lost, that Madara couldn't touch them in that small, safe paradise. It gave his heart a pang, but he knew the distraction was necessary. They'd have time to build up the same bonds. He would make sure of it. Believe it! Naruto let the wide smile erase the previous, sour grimace from his face and moved to a very familiar stance, to the basic pose of the frog Kumite. Pa raised an eyebrow, and his lips turned upward. You're Jiraiya-chan's pupil. I would recognize that influence of our basic stance from 1,000. Our time traveler let out a low chuckle, broke the stance, and scratched the back of his head. Yeah. Erosenin taught me 1 or 2. But even under the slight embarrassment, Minato could see the pride, feel the honor and the gratitude as his son stole a glance at the named sage still sitting cross-legged on the other side of the barrier, his eyes focused entirely on him, and only on him. Soon all eyes were glued on the Sannin. Jiraiya grinned and waved to them both playfully, encouraging them to continue their battle. Right, Ma agreed, her eyes stuck on their opponent, who, just like a good pupil, moved back to his previous form. The toads shared a glance and launched into action side by side with Minato. A Rasengan appeared in Minato's hand, this time forged from Senjutsu, and it continued to grow until it was bigger than himself. Naruto let out a growl from somewhere deep inside himself as he had to duck and roll to avoid another attack. His father was deadly, even without Sage Mode. Kurama, he thought, and the Biju's reply was instantaneous. Golden chakra flared under his skin and edged closer to the surface until it finally reached its limit and exploded into flapping, golden flames, overwhelming everything else. The inhuman power gently, almost tenderly embraced him, soothing his protesting muscles and fueling his almost strained reserves. The village leader narrowed his eyes and almost opened his mouth to voice his awe, but his motion faltered as their eyes met for a moment. It perfectly ruined his mood to praise his relative. Determined red eyes glowed in the sunlight with a power that could move or demolish whole mountains. Naruto was dead serious this time. So, he shut his mouth. A small smile still found its way toward Minato's lips before he launched into action once more. Jutsu after jutsu struck, razor-sharp wind chakra howled, electricity chirped, and golden flames of pure energy roared. Naruto tensed his muscles, and whispering an almost silent, sorry, he dispersed the 2 old toads with a well-aimed touch of their necks from a chakra-made arm. A flicker of chakra into their systems was more than enough to distract the summon and force out an instant reverse summoning. Minato immediately whirled around, but this time he was too slow. Naruto was on his heels with a Rasengan in his hand. The Kage darted, and their forms blurred from time to time until they finally separated. Naruto looked smug this time, a foxy grin on his face, his breathing only slightly faster than normal. Minato swept his legs further apart, readying himself for the upcoming attack. And it came at his own speed. He could see nothing more than a yellow flash before, in the next heartbeat, he felt the ice-cold touch of a blade at his jugular. His son nicked his neck to weigh his victory, and Minato could have sworn that he was grinning from ear to ear. It's over, Dad. A sly smirk spread across the Kage's face, and Naruto somehow sensed the approaching danger, so he prepared his muscles. Minato reached out for his own marker. It was easy to feel it as it pulsed with the rhythm of his son's heartbeat. Not rushed but not really slow, somewhere between the two, slightly faster than his own. A single muscle tensed deep inside Minato's stomach, and he was gone. Their positions flipped as this time, Naruto's throat was exposed to a kunai's sharp blade. It's over only when I say so, he playfully teased, leaning closer to his son's ears so only he could hear his low voice. Naruto let out a sound, something between a sigh and a chuckle. He slowly raised his hands in a motion that most would take as the universal sign of surrender, but Minato knew better. His son was far from giving up. Another power rose once again under his son's skin, familiar and warm. It continued to grow until it perfectly blended with the Kyuubi's chakra, and it took a moment for Minato to realize what this familiar feeling was. It was nature, the limitless senjutsu that suddenly circulated everywhere. The floor around them twitched. The remains of the devastated forest creaked, and the last surviving leaves quivered at the edge of the barrier before, suddenly, the burgeon snapped, and new branches grew in seconds to resuscitate the once majestic forest. Naruto looked over his shoulder, their gazes met, and Minato took a step backward from his son when the power flashed up inside him once more. The golden fire flared around Naruto, his chakra dazzling him for a second, before his vision cleared. It was glowing and pulsing and flipping and blazing. Naruto pupils flickered between fox-like slits and toad-like horizontal eyes, eventually morphing together into one united black cross. Minato this time let his mouth drop open in astonishment. Then gravity stoutly pulled his still raised arm with the kunai in hand and he submitted himself to its power, letting his hands fall limply to his side. His mind was empty, too shocked to try to find words to describe his raging emotions. He continued to stare until Naruto's narrowed gaze loosened and his son raised a questioning eyebrow. The Kage braced himself and took a step back toward his son to whisper into his ears. "You surpassed the Yondaime Hokage. Your father is proud of you beyond words." He paused once more, his own face softening. "And me, too." Naruto stiffened, hands frozen awkwardly in the middle of the motion. Minato hesitantly waited for a response that never came. Pausing for another heartbeat, he licked his lips and continued. "But you were foolish. You hid your real identity from me. You hid your feelings, and I still don't understand all of your motives." But Minato shut his mouth with an audible snap and let in a deep breath from the fresh air, and his tension lessened by a fraction. With an exhale, his stiff muscles loosened after the small motion, and his voice mellowed with warmth. "But your current actions disappoint me." Opposite to Minato's relaxing body, Naruto stiffened, his muscles screaming in protest to the sudden strain. Guilt and shame burned up the remaining part of his rational mind that still wanted to argue, to protest that his father was wrong, but this time he forced down his stubbornness, letting it lay subdued where it was. The Kage gulped down his own remorse over Naruto's inner turmoil and didn't stop to give him time to process his ruthless words. It had to be done. "I understand that you were trying to keep us safe and sound from the very beginning, even before you knew who you were. You've placed everything else ahead of your own well-being. You think that your duty is to shoulder the world's burden all on your own. And that was foolish. You're powerful, but you have been acting like a green genin out of the academy. You were Kakashi's student. You've forgotten your first lesson as a ninja. Tell me, my son, what's the most important thing for a shinobi?" His father's demanding tone made him flinch, and he couldn't shake off the feeling of the searching blue eyes on his back. Naruto gradually lowered his still raised hands, and he let them fall limply to his side. His shoulders hunched. His head suddenly felt too heavy with the unbearable density of shame to uphold its weight, so he gave up fighting against the gravity and let it slump on his chest. He stayed motionless for an awkward minute and licked his lips that were suddenly drier than the dunes in Suna. "The most important thing for a shinobi is teamwork." He heard Minato let out a humming sound in satisfaction, and when gentle hands landed on his shoulders to turn him around, he let them guide him until he was face to face with his father. He still hadn't raised his head from the ground. "Who's in your team now, son?" "You, Mom. Jiraiya. Kakashi," he obediently answered like a good student to his teacher. Minato placed a finger under his chin to force his head up and finally tore Naruto's guilty gaze from the soil. Blue eyes bore into his own uncertainty. "Your team wants to help you. Why are you still fighting against it? Let us help you." Naruto didn't answer, nor reacted beside a wince. Minato sighed and turned toward his last resort. He didn't want this conversation to be like this, but it seemed he had to crack his son's stubbornness with force. "I knew about Obito, and it hurts. It hurts more than I can even describe, to know how much pain he's inflicted upon you. I want to help. Let me help you." He studied his face for a second, before continuing. "Please." This finally forced Naruto out of his locked shell. His father's pleading voice was like a kunai stabbing into his heart. He didn't answer immediately, instead squeezing his eyes shut and gritting his teeth to channel down his raging emotions. It was a hard decision to make. Tossing his previous intentions to the side and endangering the lives of others, involving them in a fight that wasn't even theirs, or sticking to his original plans and trying to handle everything alone. But he had already dragged them along his way. He sank back to his very core where Kurama had silently observed the exchange. Naruto glanced up at his partner in his own wordless version of a request, but this time no help came from the fox. It shook its head and retreated to the shadows. This decision is his and only his to make. He watched as the last leaf stilled on a tree and left his seal with a sigh. He cracked his eyes open and was lost in his father's searching blue gaze. And he found his answer there. A small smile tugged his lips upward, his posture straightened as a big chunk of his burden suddenly left his shoulders. For the first time in years he was freed from his encumbrance. Because, for the first time since he had gotten there, he was not alone, and he finally understood it, really understood it. He felt it under his skin, in his pores, in his very core that he wasn't alone anymore in this fight. Help me. Naruto exhaled softly. Help me, please. I don't know what I should do. When he looked at his father, unbridled emotion shone through. The eyes are the mirrors of the soul, and that was exactly how Minato suddenly felt himself, looking into his son's unblinking stare, gazing into a mirror that showed Naruto's true self, with his every emotion finally uncovered for the first time, his posture straight without the burden he had chosen to carry on his shoulders, and finally he was able to see the trust in his eyes. Not the faint, formless shadow of it as it had been before, but this time he could see real, unconditional trust. Blinking once, Minato tried to readjust his eyes and tear his sight from the bright, blinding emotion, but he caught a glimpse of another scene that captivated his gaze. His own face's reflection was staring back at him in his son's blue eyes, with the same flaming faith reflecting from his own identical orbs. A pair of strong arms pulled them suddenly closer and into a fierce hug. Blinking out his stupor, Minato glanced at the widely grinning Toad Summoner, and he caught a glimpse as the last shards of the faint purple barrier dissolved into thin air. "You idiots," Jiraiya muttered, tightening his grip around the two blondes. "Sometimes this is the only way you can really understand each other. Fighting." Naruto let out a snort and squeezed his godfather's arms but restrained a cheeky comment that was about to slip out. Instead he murmured a low thanks into Jiraiya's shoulders. The air in Minato's private study in the Hokage mansion was as heavy as the attendant's mood. Naruto's brows were furrowed, and his features mirrored an unusually serious expression as he stared at the giant map of the elemental nations on the wall, wheeling a small red pin between his fingers. He took a step closer and pushed the pin into the faint mark of a small city in the middle of the land of iron. "Here. Obito showed up in front of me at the inn during the Kage summit." "Exactly when?" Jiraiya asked, a small, red paper tag in his hands. The time traveler narrowed his gaze in concentration and trailed into the middle of the room, eyes traveling up to the ceiling where a web of colorful strings were attached to almost every corner of the small room. Each one represented a shinobi, and at every point where their roads met, the cords were tied together, creating a web-like pattern. Naruto trailed his fingers along the vicious red cord and stopped where it was connected with several others. An important event, an intersection in Naruto's future timeline that they were currently trying to remodel. A small paper tag hung from the node with the mark of Kage Summit. Exactly during the summit while Zetsu and Sasuke were dealing with the 5 Kage. Naruto let go of the stings, letting them twang, and reached for the end of an orange cord to tie it to the red one. Sarutobi let out a breath and slowly shook his head. "This is already too complicated. I still don't get why we're doing this," Naruto muttered, folding his arms and glaring at a place where several cords met and ended, but his own sprung. Slowly unfolding his tangled limbs, he placed his hand on the orange line, and followed it into the middle of the room until he reached the jam he was glaring at with a force that could turn it to ashes. Many stings ended there, but he selfishly disregarded most of them and fixed his gaze on two, a golden yellow, his father's thread of life, and another red one, paler but still cheerful, nothing like Obito's vicious and sinister crimson tone, his mother's thread of life. This was the event where the fates, the Parcas, ended hundreds of lives, ruthlessly terminating their lifespan with a simple cut after having measured the value of their lives on the night of the Kyuubi attack in his birth. Minato mirrored his predecessor and let out a sigh, slowly trailing his hand along the red string until he reached his frowning son in the middle of the room, his hand still attached to the intersection. He gently placed his own hand on his son's, careful to not rupture anyone's cord. "We are looking for connections between the events and the places, and this is our best chance to figure out Obito's whereabouts. He thinks he is smart, but he is still only a child. His moves are calculable around this time. He is the most active around his hideout, and we are closer and closer to finding his exact location with every event and place you can recall." Naruto made a sly glance at the map, running his eyes along the countless red pinheads as they concentrated at the north region of the land between Takigakure and the future Otogakure. "And then what?" I think we already know pretty accurately where he is, Naruto muttered, slipping his hand out from under Minato's trail next to the map. Minato stubbornly followed his son to settle down beside him and pointed at the map. This place is known as the Mountain's Graveyard. Obito must be somewhere here. I can send troops there. Naruto hardened his gaze and shook his head. No. Obito is too powerful and obsessed with revenge. I don't want to involve people who have nothing to do with this. This is my fight. Minato narrowed his eyes and smacked his son. Nursing his throbbing crown, the Uzumaki quickly corrected himself. Okay. It's our fight. Happy now? No, but that's a bit better, Minato stated coldly and let out a sigh. He glanced over his shoulder when a snort stabbed the room and trailed back until his gaze met with a sneering blonde clone, who until now soundlessly observed as their timelines slowly evolved from nothing. The Hokage narrowed his gaze at the Kyuubi. And what is your opinion, Kurama-san? The Bijou stretched his borrowed face into a smirk and fluidly stepped next to the duo, passing the Sanding, who let out a shaky breath as their clothes brushed against each. I'll never get used to this, the old man muttered, rubbing his eyes. Kurama disregarded the old leader's remark and casually tossed his answer to Minato. It's either we hunt him down before, or we get him at Naruto's birth. We are well prepared for each version. We know every single detail of the birth, and I've also prepared my counterpart with him. I hated to be manipulated like a puppet. He won't let it happen this time. He will be prepared. Also, we are powerful enough to be able to get rid of Obito at his own doorstep if necessary. Naruto narrowed his eyes and spat at Kurama. I don't want to kill him. I want to save him. You can't make every single bad guy abandon their goals and save them from their own doom, you fool. You've already twisted this timeline so much that we can't be sure that Obito will attack on the night of your birth. You are risking your life, Minato's life, Kushina's life. I did it with Zabuza. I did it with Nagato, and you can bet on it that I will be able to talk some sense into his thick head if I get the opportunity. Deal with it, Naruto. You weren't able to do that in our own time. We have to be sure that this time he won't slip out from our grasp. He has to die. Kurama growled and shot a glance at Minato before continuing. For the sake of your family, for the sake of the future, for the sake of every shinobi on Earth, you can't let it happen again. Sometimes you have to believe in the greater good. We've already had this conversation. 1 or 100 lives for the lives of thousands. The lessening numbers change nothing. I won't follow that path. You can't save him, Naruto, Kurama snapped. But I know that I can do it this time. How? Kurama snarled and took a warning step toward the blonde. How can you be so sure of it? Your stubbornness is dangerous this time, you idiot. Because I saw it. Naruto picked up the gloves and took his own step toward his clone until their faces were inches from each other. Straightening his posture, he gained precious millimeters and rose above Kurama. I saw it in his eyes before he died. The shame. The regret. It was there. I wasn't imagining things. Kurama shut his mouth with an audible click, restraining the remark that was about to bubble out from him. Instead, he focused on Naruto, eyes searching for something in the endless blue abyss that only he could see. His troubled frown morphed into a wide and satisfied smirk as he found it. You idiotic, stubborn, confident brat. Where have you been for all this time? Naruto blinked in confusion and stared at the fox for further explanation. When it didn't come, he grunted in frustration. What the hell are you talking about? Kurama didn't rush to answer, but the crimson eyes softened with a shade. Your confidence, he exhaled slowly, not leaving the thing he had found in Naruto's eyes, not even for a blink. Naruto stared at his companion for some time, his gaze and mind completely focused on Kurama, disregarding the tensely observing people around him. Kurama opened his mouth once more, and Naruto could feel his hot breath on his skin. Your confidence in the people around you. Your confidence in yourself. I thought you'd lost it during the war. The blonde continued to stare into the fox's unblinking eyes. Then, suddenly, he relaxed his gaze, his mouth slowly curving up into a wide, confident, and cheesy smile. So, what do you think we should do, Kurama? What do you want to do, Naruto? Kurama asked back. We're going to kick Obito's ass and pound some sense into his thick skull, Naruto answered, the same grin on his face. Jiraiya joined in the scene, an equally wide grin on his own face. That's my godson. Now, let's discuss the tactics. The sage grabbed Naruto's shoulder to guide him to another map on a table on the other side of the room. I'm glad you're back, the fox muttered, not audible to anyone else besides him. His eyes flickered toward Minato's silent figure as he eyed his son, Naruto enthusiastically explaining one of his awesome plans to Jiraiya. The fox's gaze traveled below Minato's eyes until it landed on the small smile on his face, and within a second, Minato sensed his eyes on him, and their gazes connected. Kurama unblinkingly stared back for some time, but his eyelids soon faltered, and he dipped his head in respect and gratitude to the suddenly stunned village leader. The demon didn't offer a second glance, though. He trailed to the other side of the room to join his partner. Chapter 32. Before the Maelstrom. Peace is contradictory by its very nature. People long for it. They speak out to stop the fighting and violence, all in the name of peace. At this very moment, the finest shinobi of the village hidden in the leaves were preparing to march into a battle for it. The greatest irony was that peace was something that must be protected through violence. For the sake of their future, of their children, and altogether for the sake of the whole shinobi world, sometimes you have to be a hypocrite. Konoha envoys had spread all across the elemental nations to call shinobi into battle, asking the Kage for their champions to support the fight against the common enemy whose final goal was to steal all the bijou and shove the word into a never-ending genjutsu. Minato carefully elected not to share more details than were absolutely necessary, but he still provided enough information for the Kage to at least consider his request. Strangely, the shinobi world answered the call. Fighters came from all 5 nations, if not armies then at least the strongest their lands were able to offer. It wasn't because Anoki had let go of his currently dormant hatred, but because Katsuchi had volunteered. Nor did the Reikage overcome his stubbornness, but B was just more stubborn than him this time. The Kazekage sent a whole squad without even asking anything, hoping to repay the debt he owed to Minato and his brother. All of this was possible because of a single man. Because of the bonds he made, the friendships and alliances he had been building all over the nations during the last 11 months since Uzumaki Naruto had crashed into the era. It wasn't the allied shinobi forces nor even a union, but it was a great step toward it. For the first time since shinobi walked the earth, the great nations would fight together and not against each other for selfish goals like land, power, or resources. This time they would fight for the sake of the future kings, the children from Iwa, Suna, Kumo, Kiri, and even the smaller countries. Weapons tinkled as honing stones skimmed on their surfaces in the otherwise silent room under the Hokage Tower. The shinobi sharpened them to a keen edge to effortlessly slice even a falling silk scarf. Countless kunai slipped into pouches silently to take their places next to hundreds of smoke, flash, and who knows what kinds of bombs. At the highest floor of the tower, Naruto, Minato, Jiraiya and Sarutobi prepared for the battle in their own way, by going over every small detail the time traveler could provide about Obito's abilities and strategy over and over again. Naruto rubbed his face and let out a deep growl, but halfway it morphed into a tired sigh as fatigue overcame him. Telling them everything he could remember repeatedly was pushing him beyond his limits. And he'd definitely been at his limits for the past few hours, continuously balancing on the thin line that separated his logical and emotional mind. Recalling a past that he wasn't keen to recall, it felt like a kunai shoved into his heart to even remember some of those events, but talking about the techniques and how they killed his comrades during the war was like a twist with that kunai with every single sentence. He struggled against remembering the details they were so eager to know about. The only thing that restrained him from shouting no more was the belief that this intel would save their lives. Naruto finally reached the end of his tales with his last battle against Obito, and shot a pleading glance at his father, who until now had listened to his explanations with a furrowed brow. Minato ran his eyes over his son's tense form until they settled down on his tired expression. The Kage winced and nodded, and Naruto immediately slumped in the armchair like a puppet without its strings, finally relieved over the pressure of remembering. Jiraiya strolled to the other side of the room silently to gaze out of the window, reassuringly squeezing Naruto's shoulder as he passed by. We should leave Bisan here. Bringing another inside is foolish. Naruto let out a snort. Octopops is a super strong shinobi. He's almost in sync with Gyuki, and he was a great asset on our side during the war. He can take care of himself, even if he's a bit weaker now, he can still be one of our trump cards. Besides, he's already here. If we leave him behind or send him home, it would ruin the trust we've been building between our nations. Letting out a sigh, Minato nodded, and this only made his former teacher to grimace. We'll need Kakashi for this. If their Sharingan works as a pair and they're able to open the same portal, we'll need him to deal with Obito. But he's not ready for it. Not yet, Jiraiya muttered with a sour voice from the far end of the room. Naruto let out a snarl both in frustration and in protest, but his father was faster. No. We can't wait until he reaches that level. It's true that in Naruto's original timeline only Kakashi was able to follow him into that dimension, but here Obito is younger, slower, and inexperienced with his abilities. He is vulnerable. But so is Kakashi. I won't drag him into this. We can do this without him. Naruto, you told me that I was able to free Kurama from his influence. For this I had to touch him. I can keep up with him. Naruto's only answer was a weak nod, not having the energy to even say a faint yes. The yellow flash let out a sigh, strolled next to his son, and squeezed his shoulder encouragingly. It will be over soon, I promise. But we have to go over one more thing. Naruto glanced up at him through his bangs and slowly nodded, but not until Minato sent him a reassuring smile that somehow charged him up a little. I need to speak with Kurama. Naruto didn't answer, but instead gathered enough chakra for one single shadow clone and let the technique free. The clone's features almost instantly began to morph. His canines expanded as his whisker marks thickened and the blue of his eyes slowly turned into crimson. A second later, the replica's once distressed expression turned into calm and collected, almost cold, but still curious as it turned toward the Kage. What do you want to know? Minato took the arm of the chair next to Naruto and folded his arms. Everything about the night Kushina, and he took a breath to steady his drumming heart and continued, I died. Everything about Obito and his abilities he had shown during that event. Naruto winced and squirmed deeper into the chair, but he stopped fidgeting as soon his father leaned toward him. Their shoulders met, and the small contact and his warmth immediately calmed him down. Kurama observed the small exchange for a silent moment before answering. I wasn't entirely aware of what was happening outside while Obito controlled me, but I do remember Naruto's birth and the sealing. However, I don't think that will happen the same way in this timeline due to our arrival. I can tell you more about it, but it would be a waste of time. What you really need to know more about is Obito's current power, style, and techniques. And that can only be achieved by inspecting the fight between you and Obito, between the birth and the sealing. But unfortunately, I was demolishing Konoha at the time, so I didn't actually see any of it. The only one who would be able to truly speak about it is you, Minato. The fox paused, and a sly smirk spread over his face. There is a way you can get this information from your future version. Isn't that right, Yondaime? Minato raised his brow, eyes curiously darting over Kurama's features. The fox let his smirk widen, and the Kage grimaced at the fact that he'd been caught. In the end, he lifted one shoulder and let it drop. Well, I think I could contact my older self in the seal. Naruto curled an eyebrow and suspiciously observed his father's nervous body language. Hey, what? How do you know about him? Well, you know, there was this time when I poked at your seal and me and him had a minute to talk. Minato shut his mouth with an audible click and waited for his son's judgment. No more lies. No more secrets. That was their deal, and thanks to the fox they were starting to act that way. He winced and stayed in silence, but thankfully before the situation could escalate any further, Kurama stepped in with a pleased smirk. It doesn't matter, and it isn't necessary. You have those memories, Naruto. Minato showed you what happened back then. Silence replaced the previously tense conversation, each man letting himself drift into his own thoughts. Kurama glanced down at Naruto, this time addressing his partner who sat there, eyes closed, his brow furrowed into one troubled line. You should speak to that Yamanaka. Naruto didn't answer, not really noticing that he was being addressed until he couldn't shake off a nagging feeling that eyes were trained on the back of his head. So he slowly forced his eyes open to realize that everyone's attention was glued on him. A sheepish smile spread across his face, and he scratched the back of his head. I wasn't really listening. Kurama let out a snarl and repeated, I said that you should speak to that Yamanaka and ask for help. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Inoichi? No, you idiot, not that one. The girl in your mindscape. Inu or Ino or whatever her name was. Her skills will come in handy now, Kurama growled, smacking Naruto on his crown. The blonde furrowed his brow while he nursed his throbbing head and opened his mouth to retort with something nasty, but the fox was faster as it barked out. Just do it. Okay. Geez, you're snappy today, Naruto muttered but did as he was told. He closed his eyes and forced his heart to beat slower, almost freezing together with his chakra flow. One more heartbeat, and he could already smell the odd and invading smell of the old books and scrolls around him. He slowly opened his eyes and she was there, watching him curiously. Her eyes drifted toward her own arms, her eyebrow already raising. It feels strange, muttered Ino, her eyes glued on her hands, observing as she clenched and unclenched them. It's different than last time, she explained to the puzzled Naruto and took a step toward the stunned boy. I gave you some additional chakra this time, boomed Kurama's voice from everywhere. The vitrine's windows tinkled as the deep tenor shook them. Ino glanced up to the high ceiling and took another step toward Naruto. Then another, and she continued until she was only an inch away from him. Naruto blinked when something warm brushed against his cheeks, and it took another second for him to realize it was Ino's breathing. He raised his suddenly trembling arms, pausing on the way for a moment until he met Ino's encouraging smile and tucked back a platinum blonde tuft behind Ino's ears. You're real, Naruto exhaled, his voice shaking from excitement. No. Not real. But solid, Ino whispered, and in the next moment he was in her embrace, her arms almost painfully closed around him. He didn't hesitate to return it. They stayed like that for seconds, minutes, who could know how long, until Kurama broke the precious moment. We're running out of time. With my chakra, you should be able to show one of your tricks to Naruto. What tricks? Naruto asked, as he slowly untangled his arms around his comrade. He made one last regretful glance at the still smiling Kunoichi and took a step backward to gain some space. You mean she has a way to show my memories to the others? Without all those creepy devices? Yeah, I do, Ino agreed and also took a step backward. But you won't just show him your memories, you'll transfer them. Transfer? Naruto furrowed his brow, carefully observing as the girl slowly ran through a short chain of hand signs. When she finished, she extended one graceful finger and gradually touched his forehead. Then it happened. One moment it wasn't there, then in the next it was. A memory of a jutsu that until now he hadn't even heard of, let alone known. Not only the necessary hand signs, but everything that was needed to perform it. The amount of chakra, how it should flow, how he should hold his pinky a little further apart than in the original description to reduce its chakra cost. He could feel the memory even in his muscles. He let his mouth drop and glanced up at her, eyes wide, still puzzled. Her smile softened, then suddenly widened into a cheeky grin. What? You thought it was only you who got better as the years went by? Naruto let out a snort and shook his head. No. Of course not. Naruto suddenly froze, his eyes bulging. Hey! So you remember after all? Ino shrugged, but the cheekiness was still in her smile. I lied, she giggled and gave a small shove to the shinobi. Go now. Show them what Uzumaki Naruto is capable of. And do me a favor. Give Madara what he deserves. The boy let his smile grow until it finally reached his eyes. He nodded, and after one last grateful glance at his comrade he left his mindscape. There was a spike in Naruto's chakra and Jiraiya took a step toward the blonde as soon his heart rate sped up to its normal pace. So? What happened? Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding in, and cracked his eyes open to peer up at his expectant companions. A wide grin spread across his face, wide enough to reach his eyes once more. I've got a cool jutsu from her. He burst out happily, and only a hair-thin line prevented him from literally bouncing over the office. He suddenly straightened himself and stepped in front of his father, his previous fatigue nowhere to be found, his hands by now on the first symbol. I can show you what you want to know now. He finished the signs in union with the sentence, one finger already extended toward his father's forehead. Naruto paused, waiting for Minato to agree. A small chakra sparkle greedily leapt from the fingertip to Minato's skin, and as soon it reached him, he nodded almost immediately. The Jinchuriki's grin slowly faded away as seriousness took over its place. He touched his father's cool forehead and released the technique he was holding back from the trigger. It took only a second, a short, fragile moment of stillness before the storm. Then suddenly it was there with the speed and ferocity of a thunderbolt. Minato flinched a shaky step backward and covered the distance between himself and the armchair Naruto had previously occupied to literally crash into it as his foot bucked under the sudden pressure of the overwhelming memories. The fight with Obito was short, like all should be with the yellow flash involved. Obito was fast, and he couldn't deny that he was smart, but in the end everything depended on speed. And in that, Minato was still superior. But more memories slipped through about that night. His son really tried to be careful, restraining most of the events which weren't connected to the actual fight with Obito and his abilities, but Naruto couldn't hold back everything. Flashes of images, smells and sounds flared in Minato's mind for moments before fading back to where they came from. A scream penetrated the darkness. Kushina, Minato are dimly recognized. It was high and painful, but full of anticipation and impatience. Another wail, this time a baby's. A flare of overwhelming joy and the sweet smell of vanilla, and then it was gone. He tried to grab onto that small fragment, but it was to no avail. It slipped out from his hands like fine silk. A different scene, this time sharp and clear. An orange mask flashed up, then the iron tang of blood. A baby screamed in protest as it was tossed in the air. He was more able to smell the invading stench as dozens of bomb tags flared to life on Naruto's skin than actually see it, then it was thankfully gone. A flicker of a crimson tail, and a whole district vanished from Konoha. Another scream came from the distance, dulled by the bluster around him, but he was still able to recognize the pain in its high pitch. Gamabunta grunted and shifted beneath him, the woods groaning under his weight. Golden chains shot out in desperation toward the rampaging fox. A final picture made him seal his mouth shut with an audible snap and curl his hands tightly around the edge of the armchair. A flash of Kushina's face, lips and chin painted ruby from the flowing blood, but she was still smiling, softer than he had ever seen her. It hurt. It hurt more than he could even understand. The knowledge that Kushina would be gone. Then it suddenly stopped as grim determination took the place of his previous misery. Minato blinked, desperately trying to clear away the white fog that suddenly occupied his whole vision and mind. It gradually cleared and the Kage let out a calming breath and ran a hand along his hair. When he finally gathered his shattered psyche, he disregarded everyone else around him. His eyes found a small puffy cloud outside of the window and locked his gaze onto it. He watched as it slowly shifted with the wind, edges gradually fading until there were no recognizable forms, only the azure sky. For the first time he felt the weight of that night. The true burden of the responsibility Naruto had been carrying for all these months. He let out another breath and finally closed his eyes and slumped back in the chair with a soft, inaudible exhale. "What have you done, Obito?" The night before the departure was peaceful, silent, and the first day of October was chilly. The winter showed itself for the first time, frost glimmering on the windows of the Hokage mansion. Naruto watched the gleaming crystals closely, hands crossed on the ledge, his chin resting on them, his nose almost touching the cold glass. A shiver ran up on his spine at the frosty sensation on his face, but it died down halfway in the warm room at his back. Clothes ruffled behind him, the constant, faint, but sweet smell of vanilla became more apparent as Kushina stepped next to Naruto. He tapped into nature's energy, letting it flow through his coils until he found the tiny life at his back he was looking for. The presence was small, almost unnoticeable even with the barest hint of senjutsu in him, but it was enough to make sure that the small life was all right. The woman ran her fingers along his shoulder until she reached his hairline and the boy let his eyelashes drop together with the last driblet of senjutsu, giving himself up to the warm sensation of the caressing digits and to the rare moment of peace in his life. Kushina's fingers stroked the small crack between his cheek and chin, seeking more purchase, and he obediently tilted his head to give in to her demands. Her hand slid over his cheek, fingers gently tracing the lingering baby fat on his face. He allowed himself to be lulled into a half-awake, half-asleep state for minutes, not caring about anything, only concentrating on the warm sensation of his mother's touch he'd so longed for. A forgotten crack cried out under a new weight as Minato stepped onto the ancient old wooden floor. Letting out a sigh, Naruto finally straightened himself. Kushina didn't let her touch break, not even for a second, her hands shadowing her son's slow movement until Minato was next to them, silently watching the small exchange between mother and son. Only then did she move to drop her hand, but Naruto stopped it. Not forcefully, but with a mere tilt of his head as he chased her hands in their motion. It was enough for her to stop and let her son press himself once again into the flat of her hands for one last second before he breathed a small kiss on her palm. Minato's lips curved upward, but he still didn't dare to break the moment between them. He already felt himself as an intruder from the moment Naruto straightened. The blonde finally glanced up at him, eyes foggy, face flushed, and he looked almost feverish, but not because of illness but most likely of happiness. The Kage leaned toward his wife to seek contact, his hand already on Naruto's shoulder, the other carefully wrapped around Kushina's waist. They gave up themselves to this small, peaceful moment entirely, doing nothing, thinking nothing, only reaching out for all the warmth around them that embraced the reunited family on this chilly night. Before they departed tomorrow morning, the air at the gates was heavy with the different moods mixed around. The anticipation, the fear, the tension, and the sadness of those who came to say farewell to their loved ones. The excitement of those who thought this would be their great chance to show their skills and to step up on the imaginary ladder of the hierarchy. And the cold calculation how some saw this mission. Kushina hugged her husband under the shadows of a giant oak tree, the leader utilizing the motion to steal a small kiss from the woman, shrouding away their intimacy from unwanted eyes. Kakashi let the grimace he'd been holding back spread across his face, his concentration falling only for a second before turning back to Naruto, who checked his backpack for the third time in one row in the last 5 seconds. Jiraiya chatted casually with Katsuchi at the other side of the road, while the ever-loud for once silently listened to their conversation. Naruto finally made sure for the 4th time that yes, he hadn't left anything at his room, and yes, even the spare of the spare barrier seal was also in his pack, and he let his eyes roam the small crowd. A lonely A and B waited silently next to the watch house, face shrouded by the cold porcelain mask. Naruto couldn't recognize the crow it symbolized, but even without his nose or his other senses, the untidy mass of black hair was more than enough to know it was Shursui. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the gathered shinobi from a distance, his pipe empty of fire or even any herb, but he still chewed it absently. He was too disturbed to refill it before he departed from home, and this little slip would stay with him until his grave. The professor simply forgot it in his own mixed emotions. Hopefully no one would ever notice it, especially not Jiraiya, or he would be the living dartboard of his teasing about his encroaching senility. The aging Kage let out a long and weary sigh, which really told tales about how old he felt at the moment. He let his eyes roam on the gathering, observed Kushina's round stomach, then his eyes drifted up to the very same boy who will be soon born if everything went according to the plan they discussed. There was a shift in the atmosphere around the foreign shinobi as Minato stepped next to his son at the enormous wooden gates, closely followed by Kushina. A slight unease, but they shook off the feeling soon enough. The Kage ran his eyes over the gathering, resting his sight on each of the volunteers before settling down once more on his wife's nervous expression. She already chewed her lower lip raw since morning, and only the fox's chakra kept it from bleeding. The woman's lips trembled and she shot forward, disregarded the curious eyes around them and flung herself into Minato's arms, dragging Naruto with her in the same motion to unite them in a desperate hug. The Kage gave a final kiss to his wife to lull away her anger for not letting her come with them and to whisk her anxiety with a small contact. Naruto mimicked his father, planting a small kiss on her other cheek. Everything will be all right. Promise? She murmured into Minato's neck. A weak and pointless question, but Kushina still wanted to hear it. I needed to hear it. I promise. I won't let anyone die on my watch. I don't go back on my word. Minato's lips turned upward in a small smile and kept the contact for some time, before he finally broke it with regret to lead the mismatched team into the heart of the mountain's graveyard. The speed Minato had been dictating was far from his reputation, but also far from pleasure. They traveled with a semi-comfortable, but still efficient pace, careful to not overstrain the unusual group. The time traveler quickened his pace to catch up with his father, running with him in complete sync. They jumped in union, flung their legs at the same second, and even their hearts picked up the same rhythm with time. Naruto couldn't keep up the silence anymore and glanced at his father. So, how are we gonna do it? I mean, I know we went through a bunch of options, but what do you think? Minato furrowed his brow in concentration, making a bigger jump from a branch than was actually necessary. We'll follow the tactics as we discussed. And we definitely don't need any reckless moves from you. You know that I might be forced to use all my strength, right? The Kage didn't answer, but his face hardened in comprehension, so Naruto continued. What will we do then? How will we explain Kurama's chakra to the others? I mean, I'm pretty sure Octopops would be able to feel him. The blonde tilted his head backward where the loud jailer scribbled into his notebook while traveling, disregarding the danger of falling flat on the ground by sidestepping a branch. Take it easy. We'll cross that bridge if we come to it. Minato tossed back his answer casually, but he wasn't so confident in it as he sounded. This was actually a pretty good question. He was sure that he'd receive tons of demanding letters from all over the elemental nations when they finished this mission. He was even surprised that the Kage let any of their shinobi join them with so little information he had provided. Come, join me to say the word. Who would answer that kind of ridiculous call? And here they were, a dozen shinobi mixed from every nation, traveling peacefully side by side except for some small bickering. But it eased away the tension between them rather than fueling it. So, about my dad. Minato glanced to his side, and Naruto continued. You know, the you who lives in my seal. What did he say? Minato couldn't help but smile sadly at the eagerness in Naruto's tone. How much had he longed to hear from his parents? How lonely had he been? How much of that had been Minato's fault? He's proud of you, you know, Minato told him. Naruto's eyes widened, and he slowed to a stop. Really? He whispered, his expression desperate and anguished in equal measure. Minato stopped as well, turning with a warm smile like beams of sunlight, doing his best to mask his own sadness and guilt. How could he not be? Naruto's face crumpled, and he sniffed and stubbornly swiped at his eyes, unwilling to cry. At the end, he restrained his tears and instead let out a small chuckle, lighting up the previous mood. Dad, Naruto said. What is it, Naruto? Minato turned slowly, his lips also curving upward. Thanks. Naruto's smile grew even bigger, from soft to cheeky. Come, we can't chat here all day. We've got to save the world, don't we? He nodded toward the horizon as an invitation to continue their journey, but he didn't actually wait for Minato to follow him. He jumped high, higher than was actually necessary, and Minato had to force some chakra into his legs to catch up to his relative. The Kage made a side glance at his relative, and his mind wandered back to the conversation with Shikaku before the Chunin exams. Your brother's going to be a very important ninja. His thoughts lingered in that memory for one more second before dismissing it. It was so accurate, but no one could know the whole truth. His son already did become a very important ninja, just not here, just not now. Minato gracefully landed in the middle of a clearing, his motion followed by the small team through the darkness of the night. On his signal, the team moved like one single man, and within minutes, the camp was standing, a small fire already playfully cracking in the center. The shinobi settled around it, filling the clearing with warm chatter, fueling the small heat to grow out the meadow. Minato glanced at his side, first at Jiraiya then at Naruto, holding their gaze only for seconds, but still having a whole conversation with that small contact. The Kage nodded, then straightened, gaining everyone's attention immediately. We missed the detailed briefing before departure. Now I'm going to make up for this shortcoming. He held each of their gaze in the flickering firelight, then continued. The enemy we are dealing with is an Uchiha. He has the ability to make himself intangible, and he can use teleportation. We already know that he teleports his body or its parts to another dimension to become intangible. Minato made a pause to inhale the cold night's air and went on. The goal of this mission is to prevent the Fourth Shinobi World War. Minato bargained for some kind of reaction. Any kind of reaction. But only the narrowing eyes and tensing muscles indicated that they even heard him. Finally, B let out a snort and shook his head. Don't you feel offended, but the Third War barely ended. How could you stop another by killing one man, my brother? It'll take some time for the nations to prepare, and that'll be the time for the ninja to beware. We don't have time. He's aiming for the. He wants their power, and by taking them, he'll unbalance the nations. Naruto barked into stillness, and all the attention was glued on him in an instant. The person we are looking for is. He glanced up at his father for reassurance, but none came. Is Uchiha Madara. All sounds died down around the small group. Nothing could be heard, not even the unnaturally quiet breathing of shinobi. Even the crickets had fallen silent. A chill seemed to fall over the air. Naruto vehemently shook his head, his chakra shifting, growing inside him, until it reached a certain level and the technique triggered. A clone popped into existence, then poofed once more to transform into an all too familiar person. The Uchiha Madara he knew from the future stood in his crimson battle gear in the middle of the meadow, several cracks slashing over his disinterested face the exact way he remembered. Long unruly hair flowed down to his back, and his eyes both glowed red. This is the real Uchiha Madara. He's dead now, but he has a backup plan. He wants to use a special technique and resurrect himself. For that, he needs him. Naruto motioned to his other side, where another clone appeared and transformed immediately. A black robe shrouded most of his body, but Obito's old orange mask with a black flame pattern viciously stood out from the blackness. Naruto measured his clone from head to toe, something squeezing his heart a little. A mix of excitement and regret. He is the one we are looking for. He's just calling himself Uchiha Madara, but he isn't him. He is Madara's tool, forged to follow his will. To stop the war, we have to stop him. And how would you know this kind of information? Are you sure this is accurate? Asuna Shinobi straightened his back as he asked. This time Jiraiya snorted his displeasure, stabbing the young shinobi with his gaze immediately. Boy, do you know who I am? I am the great Jiraiya, Konoha's and even the world's greatest spy master. Naruto's lips curved up, as the briefing soon turned into a small bickering. The campfire was mostly gone, but the warmth of the comrades emitted more heat than a bonfire. They traveled for days, but time slipped through Naruto's hands like water or sand. It was the same sensation he'd felt during the war, while he waited in Suna for Madara to finally make his move. The anticipation and the perplexity were killing him now, just like they had been back then. The days felt like hours and hours felt like minutes as they traveled. He wanted to draw out the meeting, delaying the moment as long as he could, hoping until the last minute that he would still have more time and peace with his parents, and with his village. But the moments passed by with increased speed during the last weeks in the village. The hours with his father peacefully sleeping next to him in the orange light of the campfire during this travel was only a glimpse in his memories, the long hours while he listened to his breathing during the night's mere milliseconds that he could recall. When they reached the first sign of the graveyard, they immediately slackened their pace. It wasn't a beacon, nor a road sign, only something that suspiciously looked like an ancient old tree, dried white from the decades of tormenting sunbeams. But at a second glance it wasn't a simple dead tree, but the rib of a once majestic animal. Maybe it once belonged to a giant summons or to an extinct brute from long, long ago. Who knew? But one thing was certain, it was the last remains of a withered age which would never come back. Hopefully Naruto's old timeline would share the same fate. The blonde bit down on his lower lip with enough force to draw blood as they passed the first bones. The familiar iron taste overwhelmed his taste buds and he clicked his tongue in displeasure in the hope to get rid of the disgusting flavor through the action. Of course, it helped nothing. Minato suddenly stopped, his right hand raised, the other already grabbing a kunai, ready to strike. The Kage slowly crouched, fingers running over a small, almost invisible trail in the ground. The faint frown deepened on his forehead as he pushed his fingertips on the ground more heavily, nails digging into the dirt as they touched the ground, listening to something only he was able to feel or hear. Naruto stepped closer and lowered himself until he was face level with his father, his own brow furrowed into an equally deep frown. A small flare of Kurama's chakra, not enough to be noticed, but enough for him to reach into its mostly hidden potential to sense those with malicious intentions. There. A small and disturbingly familiar presence. A slick feeling in the depth of his guts, until he finally reached for it to completely recognize the sensation. Similar to nature, but completely different. Twisted. Sick like a rotting tree. Zetsu, Naruto exclaimed with a faint snarl. Minato glanced at his son, his frown deepening, eyes sharpening as he swept them over the landscape. The creature left a weak, almost invisible trail that led deeper into the labyrinth of bones. He could clearly remember as Naruto once said that he couldn't be tracked during the war. The clones left no trail behind, no chakra, not even a footprint. They were skilled like the finest shinobi. It could be a trap, or it could be that over the years Setsu became more skilled, just like Obito. The Kage finally made his decision and straightened. We're following the trail. Naruto eyed his father for a moment before accepting the choice he made with a swift nod, body already turned toward the direction the trail was heading. Then let's get over it. Minato silently agreed as Naruto took the lead. The group followed him on the path that led through a tunnel of ribs which once belonged to a giant, their way shrouded by the shadows cast by the enormous spine. They finally arrived at an offset, the walls covered with small squares, maybe the intakes holes of the underground tunnels and chambers where Obito was hiding, maybe simple decorations left by an unforgettable nation long lost in the centuries. The trail completely ended there. It didn't become fainter and fainter until they couldn't follow, but simply disappeared like Zetsu had suddenly become one with the earth. The Kage crouched again, his chakra tapping into the soil in the hope that he'll be able to follow the creature's way it used to enter the hideout. What if Obito isn't there? Jiraiya joined his leader this time, voice barely above a whisper. Naruto took a step to join Minato at his other side, eyeing his former teacher with a frown. He has to be here. Nagato said that he told him he'd withdraw for a month, until my birth. He's here for sure. Probably already knows that we're here. Minato hadn't lifted his fingers from the ground. They were still firmly touching the soil and with the passing seconds digging deeper and deeper into it, until one of his digits completely disappeared under the black dirt. A movement of desperation, clinging into the technique and pushing more and more of his chakra with his body into the ground in the hope that with more force, it would be able to find the presence he was looking for. His eyes darted over his surroundings. There were no visible entrances, not a door, not a trapdoor, nor any traces of a seal or an illusion around them. Letting out a frustrated grunt, the Kage forced his pounding heart to calm, easing his breathing until he was almost motionless to tap into another source of power, this time borrowing it from Mother Nature herself. Naruto swept his head toward his father as soon the barest hint of senjutsu brushed over him. A deep frown was carved into Minato's forehead, something he'd gotten used to over the past week. The formerly invisible lines of stress, worry and constant concentration became unconcealable ever since Naruto's true identity was unveiled. His father's face slowly relaxed, the deep lines smoothened as he finally reached the inner balance he was looking for. Unmistakable reddish markings appeared around his eyes, gradually overwhelming his skin's natural color. Seconds passed without a single twitch of a finger, until those seconds swelled into minutes of stillness. Naruto itched to move, to do something, anything, but he held still, waiting for his father to finish what he had started. Minato finally twitched with excitement, his mouth curved up and the sage mode wobbled for a moment before stabilizing back. I found them, he exhaled, and Naruto immediately reached out for nature himself. Unlike Minato, it took him only a second to find his own inner balance. He concentrated the senjutsu around him, reaching for the essence of the beings he was surrounded by. His father's fresh presence, the joyful atmosphere which Bee and Jiraiya had been emitting, the unmovable power of Katsuchi. The tiny aura of the bugs and animals faded into the background until he finally found a spot with darkness. Completely closed, like a door slammed shut in front of him with a loud bang every time he reached for that distance. If he wasn't concentrating on finding something irregular, he would have missed it. A barrier that locked him out. Madara was smart, he had to give him credit for that at least. The hideout he had chosen was perfectly concealed from senjutsu. The first Hokage was an expert in it. He should have guessed that the bastard would do everything to hide from the Shodai's eyes. Now they only had to figure out how to get there. Naruto glanced up at the only Earth user from Rock, lips suddenly opening with a sharp intake of air, but closing almost immediately as he turned the idea down as fast as it came. Katsuchi would be able to manipulate the Earth, but without knowing the exact location he could blow up the whole underground tunnel. This time, he turned toward the others, assessing their skills one by one, and based on the soft ruffling at his side, his father was doing the same. After dismissing every other solution, for blue eyes were soon back at the IWA Shinobi. Minato and Naruto shared a quick, meaningful glance. The only thing they had to figure out was how to show him the exact location. Transferring the memories maybe would be enough. What if we just blow up the whole place? Naruto blurted out without thinking, earning a hard slap on his crown from Jiraiya for his bright idea almost immediately. Minato slowly shook his head after erasing the small curve on his lips, and his son became serious again. The Kage steadily chewed on his lower lip and let out a small humming noise, his eyes scrutinizing Katsuchi from head to toe for long seconds until the shinobi uneasily fidgeted from foot to foot under Minato's gaze. Letting out a sigh, he talked to ease away Katsuchi's growing stress. The problem is that we know the exact location, but only by sensing. We don't know how to get there, and somehow we have to get around 50 feet of rock to reach the first chamber of the underground tunnels. Or at least we think it is the first open place there. But we're only guessing. The brawny man scrunched up his face in thought and kept silent for some time, carefully considering his abilities and the possibilities. Finally, he opened his mouth to speak. If I know the location at least approximately, I can send down an Earth clone, or with more, I can try to dig a tunnel. Minato almost immediately shook his head. Digging out a whole tunnel which everyone could use would take too much time, and Naruto couldn't take it anymore. Come on. Just give one of your kunai to the clone and you can teleport the whole bunch there. The Kage closed his mouth with a snap, and after silently staring at his relative, he finally let out a chuckle. Nice idea, but it won't be necessary. See? He poked toward the far end of the offset, and Naruto was able to catch the last glimpse of a tail as an animal slipped through the thick bushes. The teen narrowed his eyes and watched as the leaves rustled and never stilled. A draft. That had to mean an entrance. Within 5 minutes, they were heading deeper and deeper in the tunnels until they reached a passage. The giant rocks and debris over the floor told a tale about a barricade that once closed up the entrance of the hideout. They stepped over the remains to forge deeper through the dark tunnels. Every available surface was covered with thick, ancient old seal arrays which, even being black, somehow seemed to be viciously pulsing in the dark cavern, the shadows dancing and flipping with the rhythm of the thrumming. But beside the seals, there wasn't anything to look at. It wasn't abandoned or ruined, but it was utterly and completely empty. Naruto expected leftovers from the old nation, but he couldn't even spot the remains of a rotting wooden chair, or a rusty shuriken at his feet. The place looked dusty for sure, but beside the faint dirt layer over the floor there were no signs of the previous occupants. The blonde suddenly stilled, when a small, almost invisible thin line caught his eyes in the soft powder. He gently elbowed his father in his side and pointed a finger at the faint trail. After a second of consideration, Minato nodded and led the team deeper inside the underground maze. The next time they had to stop was for the first sight of civilization. The floor was now crystal clear, free of the dust which had shrouded everything else they'd seen. They reached a smaller room with an examining table in the middle. The sharp, pointy and distressing stainless steel accessories all over it were screaming about a hospital, or more likely an operating room. However, the most disturbing things were the innumerable glasses over the wall, each of them containing a slowly floating Sharingan eye in an unidentifiable greenish liquid. Naruto gulped as they passed beside them, and he couldn't shake off the feeling that more than one of the eyes had turned in the liquid to follow their movement as they went by. He swore that one even blinked at him, and only his dignity restrained him from jumping into Minato's arm. They finally left the room only to find themselves in a much bigger chamber, and Naruto's feet remained rooted to one spot as soon as he stepped inside. Minato also stilled behind him, his eyes locked on his son's clenched hands and his slightly but continuously trembling back. He glanced over Naruto's shoulder, his frown deepening at the sight. A giant, humanoid entity sat cross-legged in the middle of the chamber, dominating the space. Its limbs were bound by shackles, something hung between its teeth, similar to a scroll, and Minato grimaced as soon he spotted the spike-like protrusions on its back. Naruto found himself face to face with his own nightmare. It was different than he remembered, but still too familiar to the thing that sometimes haunted his dreams. Minato put a gentle hand on his son's shoulder and Naruto flinched, too overwhelmed by his own memories, by the battle cries in his own head that until now had suppressed his father's low voice. That thing is, Minato murmured, his mouth suddenly dry from the dust, his eyes running over the enormous statue once again, bigger than anything he'd seen until now. He couldn't finish his sentence. Instead he gulped it down. The Gedo Mazo. The empty vessel of the 10-tailed beast, Naruto continued for him, eyes locked on the blindfold on its face. He forced his feet to move and finally took one hesitant step toward the statue. More followed the first, and the small group soon stopped forth in front of the giant. An empty bed occupied the middle of the giant chamber, and in front of them there was one more piece of furniture. One single chair, or based on its size a real throne carved from the stump of an ancient tree. Naruto feared they would find Madara's drying corpse sitting in it, but thankfully it was empty. His eyes traveled up toward the branch-like protrusions to spot several white sets of clones motionlessly hanging, some fully grown, others not even close with their amorphous face, missing eyes, mouth, limbs or other body parts. He couldn't get rid of the image of a gallows tree with several corpses silently swaying together with the wind. He even heard as the tree cried out under the weight, and cracked as a breeze rocked the bodies. Naruto locked his gaze on the nearest clone and the imaginary tree bladdered again under the weight. Another crackle echoed in his mind, and this time Naruto uneasily shifted. So did the image in his head as one of the corpses slowly turned in the wind, revealing a rotting face, lips dragged back into a snarl, exposing yellow, pointed fangs. Suddenly the creature's eyes twitched, and Naruto realized that he wasn't the only one hearing the cracking noise. It filled the whole chamber as the clones woke from their slumber. He took a step backward and glanced at his side to check up on his companions. Minato also locked his eyes at the nearest clone, a dozen of his kunai already in his hands, ready to tear through the cave and impale any creature which dared to attack or even twitch a finger. An undeveloped clone crashed down into the soil, but slumping not far away from the group. Without proper working limbs, its fate was sealed. A second later, like it was a starting sign, several others followed. Unnaturally white vines snapped continuously, releasing their burden. The sound thundered through the cave as it echoed back and forth, dropping hundreds of replicas in different hatching stages. Not every clone was unusable as the first one. Most gracelessly wobbled on their legs for a second before straightening. Within a minute, hundreds of clones of varying development were facing them. It's starting. Be prepared and look out for Madara. He also has to be here, Jiraiya muttered and lowered his center of gravity for better footing. One of the clones tilted his head to the side at the sound and took the first, threatening step toward the sage. Minato immediately rewarded its attempt with a kunai in the middle of its forehead. The clones buzzed to life, awakened from their slumber by the death of one of their own. A single clone roared at the back, jumping high in the sky to attack the shinobi, but it got caught in a wind release midair. More followed the first two attackers, first unsteadily, then more confidently until the small army charged and finally the two groups smashed together. Naruto whirled to the left to avoid the attack of a snarling clone, and rewarded its attempts with a Rasengan, not even losing from his momentum from the turn. Another white creature leapt at him, and he avoided the impact easily with a graceful jump. Glancing to the side, he spotted his father as he thrust a kunai into a clone's chest, its form slumping, but its place was almost immediately filled by two snarling replicas. The soil suddenly shook under the pressure as Katsuchi fired one of his powerful earth releases. Several rocks fell from the ceiling, dust and small debris raining on everybody, then everything stopped. After a second of foreshadowing stillness, a small crack knifed through the shaking ground between Naruto's unsteady feet. It dashed across the chamber until it reached a bigger group of the white creatures and the earth opened under them, hungrily swallowing up the false bodies into the limitless pit. Someone roared in the distance, and Naruto immediately bolted toward the familiar voice. It was Jiraiya. He wasn't booming in pain, but in triumph as he bulldozed a clone with his fist, throwing the body far away to join a slowly growing pile. Naruto snorted at the sight. Within the first short minute of the fight, Jiraiya had already finished a dozen clones. At least Naruto was sure that the small hill of the slumped, dead or unconscious clones held at least that much or more. The white-haired man cried out once more, this time in rage as one of the sneakier clones was able to get behind him. However, its efforts were useless against the iron-strong blast of hair that suddenly shot out toward it, blasting its form against the wall. It was dead even before it impacted with the hard rock. A giant tentacle shot out from the side, pushing over everything in its way, be it a clone or a stalagmite. Wind howled on the other side as a shinobi from sand let go of one of her attacks. Meanwhile, Naruto wasn't able to enjoy the show. A clingy replica caught him by surprise at his back, and an ice-cold arm writhed around his neck, trying to choke him. The blonde's first panic reaction was to claw at the arm, leaving long bloodless marks in the pale flesh, before cooling his head and simply throwing off the stubborn clone. It impacted the ground with a pained grunt, but immediately struggled to get up and fight again. After a furious kick from Naruto, it finally stalled. The blonde let out a sigh and frowned while he got rid of another clone with a well-aimed punch. This time they fought with quality against quantity. The frown deepened on Naruto's face. The clones were numerous, but weak. Inexperienced and underdeveloped. An easy win. Too easy. Naruto jumped up at the motionless giant statue, darted up its arm, and settled down at the top of its head to sweep his eyes over the battle scene. The clones' number was slowly decreasing, there were more lying on the ground than actually standing and fighting. He caught flashes of Minato's golden hair here and there, and each time it glinted in the half-illuminated chamber a clone dropped to the ground. Narrowing his eyes even more, Naruto stilled and reached for the nature around them to look for those who hadn't shown themselves until now. He became one with nature once again, the familiar tingling sensation over his skin increasing until it overwhelmed him. There. He caught a glimpse of something disturbing, a presence flickering in and out of his senses, merging with nature then parting. It didn't interfere with the fight, only stopping here and there, silently observing the battle like a shadow, before reappearing somewhere else. It paused, tilted its head up towards Naruto, and moved once more. It slithered up toward Naruto, the feeling similar to the ones fighting down, but still different. More defined, more powerful, more malicious, and much more sickening. The blonde slowly turned to greet Zetsu properly as it slowly emerged from the statue. A familiar mismatched face materialized in front of him, slowly growing out from the figure. Half of his face was blacker than the darkest night, the other half white, paler than the freshest snow, two amber eyes illuminating the smooth face in a yellowish glow, highlighting a deep and troubled frown on it. "You caused too much trouble," it rasped. "I could say the same, Aloe," Naruto snarled as he took a threatening step toward the creature, raising his hand, and a Rasengan flickered to life between his fingers. "Where is he?" Zetsu tilted his head to the side questioningly. "He? What do you mean by that?" "Where is Obito?" Naruto growled and dashed toward Zetsu, his technique roaring as it bit into the place where a second ago his opponent was. "Obito?" This came from behind, and Naruto whirled and tore into empty space once again. A dulled, mocking laughter filled the space around him, propelling the blonde's frustration toward its limit. Naruto let out an animalistic growl and a chakra flame flickered at his shoulder and died down almost instantly, but it was more than enough to cut down the laughter completely. Finally, Zetsu emerged in front of Naruto, the previous frown again on his face as he observed the blonde more cautiously this time. His eyes flickered over his face, then settled behind Naruto. "I haven't heard that name for a long time," another voice stated, and Naruto tensed to the breaking point. With his sage mode near the end, he was still able to sense another presence as it flickered to life behind him, jumping to their reality. Everything stilled as the last remains of sage chakra flowed out of him, like fine sand from his fingers. The Uchiha hummed behind the blonde, and Naruto roared in blind rage in response. Golden chakra hurled to life around him, thundering around him like a real maelstrom, demolishing everything in his way as he slammed into Obito. Minato glanced high above them as soon as he sensed the first flicker of the enormous chakra. Seconds later, like a bomb, it boomed all over the place, lighting up the until now half-illuminated cave with a golden hue. Something hit the floor, tearing a long line through the hard stone, sending dust and debris all the way until it reached the other side of the cave and stopped. A golden blur dashed next to Minato, darting toward the farthest end of the chamber, where the thing had stopped. Without hesitation, he followed his son a millisecond later. Chapter 33. Under the Mask. Something cracked deep under the chamber, deep enough to shake the earth's very core as Naruto roared through the middle of the thick dust cloud towards Obito at the other end of the cave. His mind was empty, focusing on nothing but the envisionment of a limp body in the middle. Everything stilled around him as he dashed through the previously fighting groups. Jiraiya paused in the middle of choking an underdeveloped clone, his eyes flickering to where Naruto's golden figure blurred past him. However, he was too slow to truly track the boy's movement, too slow to keep up. Before he'd even turned, Naruto had already passed by Killer Bee as he stood in the middle of the chamber, mouth dropped open as Kurama's chakra licked his side for a millisecond. Even though Naruto wasn't aware, someone was able to follow his movement. Barely, but still able to stay close to the heel. Minato hurtled past the Kumo Jinchuriki only a second later than his son, but he was still able to recognize the familiar expression on Bee's face, stunned realization. Minato pushed more chakra into his already straining muscles with a grunt and sprinted toward his son's blurring form. It had been a while since he had to push his limits, and his endurance had been stretched more than ever before in the last few seconds. His son finally breached the dust, and the thick cloud shrouding him concealed the golden light which had been illuminating the whole chamber. Without the warm light, Minato's soul weighed heavier in the ominous atmosphere. He reached the border of the fog a second later than Naruto, and with a swift jump, he followed his son into the unknown. There was a flicker of chakra, shrouded by the unsettling of soft dust and debris. It was painfully familiar, but still different from what he remembered. The last time he felt it, it was cheeky, restless and warm. But now the warmth was nowhere to be found. Instead, Obito's chakra felt sticky, disturbing and colder than a glacier. There was another spike, dangerously close to the other murky one, but it was the opposite to Obito's. Naruto's essence flared once more, reminding Minato of the first beam of sunshine after a long, dark storm, warm and full of life. The two life essences burst in unison in the next millisecond, and Minato heard a thud. Then suddenly their chakra signatures were gone, completely erased. The Kage blindly dashed toward where he'd last felt the two presences collide, but he only found an empty crater. Minato let out a growl in frustration and swept his head to the right where something clattered, probably two kunai. But it was gone again. He dashed to the left where the two presences flickered back to life, and this time he was able to see a glint of Naruto's golden fire, feeling its heat as he immediately reached out to grab his son. He curled his fingers but only managed to grab empty air. Minato let his nails dig into his fist, his arm dropping to his side in defeat. He dashed forward again, but the result was the same as before. With every passing second and each failed attempt, it reminded him more and more of an insane game of tag, feeling less like a life-or-death battle between shinobi. He wanted nothing more than to join his son's side, and he was failing miserably. He was afraid of Naruto's reaction since he couldn't predict what he would do to Obito. First he'd been shouting that he wanted to speak to him, save him, lead him out of the shadows, and his eyes shone with the same determination he was declaring. But in the next moment that resolve cracked, and Minato could clearly see the doubt seeping through. The blinding power that had exploded from Naruto afterwards frightened Minato. It was full of rage and emotions he never would have thought to associate with his son. He himself wasn't even sure of his own emotions, but he was sure of one thing: he would never let Naruto sink down into the pit of vengeance. Minato shook his head to clear his thoughts and concentrated. There was another flare of chakra, another jump, and another failure. Minato let out an animalistic snarl in his frustration, his hands blurring through the necessary hand signs, chakra already whirling inside his coils like the tornado he was about to unleash. He stopped, stilled for the briefest of moments, and let it all out in a single blast. The wind jutsu exploded, banishing the thick dust and the debris, finally ridding him of his blindness as the air was swept clean. Minato blinked a few times to clear his eyes before he glanced around. The battle surrounding him was close to the end. There were significantly more clones on the ground than on their feet. Maybe close to a dozen were the only ones left fighting, and even they were slowly being picked off. The rest could deal with them. Instead, he would focus on finding his son. He narrowed his eyes as he searched. It wasn't hard now that he was able to see. Naruto's bright golden chakra brightly flared every time he dashed in the dim cave as he jumped at Obito, but following their movement and joining his son was significantly harder than spotting him. This time he reached for the permanent seal he had carefully crafted on Naruto's back almost a year ago close to the country border when he was still Toriku. Free of the burden he was now carrying, back when he wasn't his son from the future but his younger brother, struggling with memory loss. Minato let out a small sigh. Everything was much easier back then, for both of them. He didn't have to worry about Kushina's and his own death, or about the downfall of the shinobi word and the rise of Madara and the Jubi. Minato cleared his mind with a shake of his head. He had other things to worry about at the moment. He ran through a chain of hand signs and jumped high, unleashing hundreds of marked kunai on the ground before landing on the earth with a soft thud. Then he closed his eyes and stilled, reaching for nature's energy to sharpen his senses so he could really focus on his son's chakra. It flickered back and forth, disappearing and reappearing as the two bodies tore through dimensions, vanishing only to reappear a second later. There. This time he got the marker. Not the complete connection, just the rhythm of the fight. But it was enough to finally join his son. A flicker of his chakra and he was gone, only to reappear at Naruto's side. As soon as he landed, Minato immediately went for his son, finally succeeding as he reached for the soft fabric of Naruto's sleeve, gripping it like his life depended on it. The chakra flames licked his skin, but they did him no harm like real fire would, merely warming him and soothing his aching muscles. It felt similar to nature's energy, but still different. Not so smooth or defined, still wild, untamed and rough with a density that surpassed his every expectation. A Rasengan roared to life in Minato's other hand and was thrust toward Obito immediately after he'd secured his hold on his son. The Uchiha let the attack slip through him and jumped backward to gain some distance. He landed smoothly, his body shimmering as he twisted and retreated to his dimension. Minato, utilizing the small pause in the fight, raised his eyes to finally meet with his son's hazy crimsons. Minato shot him a disapproving fatherly grimace, immediately stilling his son, clearing Naruto's eyes of the overwhelming rage that had previously dimmed their ever-present shine. The time traveler righted himself and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Sorry, I got carried away. Minato snorted and shook his head. Who would have guessed? What a nice family scene we've got here, Obito mocked, reappearing behind them, his voice cold and distant. Minato immediately whirled around, dragging Naruto along with him so they were facing their enemy at all times. He looked exactly as Naruto had shown them during their war council, the same as Minato had seen in his future self's memories. A simple black robe shrouded most of his features, but the vicious orange mask with the black flame patterns still stood out. Minato clenched his jaw so tightly that his teeth began to groan under the pressure. Minato finally cracked his mouth open, desperate to put words to what he was currently feeling, the anger, the disappointment, but failed and closed it with an audible click. The boy in front of him was shorter than Naruto but still taller than he remembered his late student being. His former easygoing presence was lost. He wasn't able to find anything recognizable in the boy in front of him. Nothing in his chakra and nothing in his posture. It was cold, distant, and arrogant. All of it is completely unfamiliar. He opened his mouth once more, but failed for the third time. Finally, he squeezed his eyes shut despite the close danger in the hope that with the motion he would be able to get rid of the growing frustration. But no relief came. At least, not until he felt Naruto's gentle hand on his shoulder give him a light squeeze. He slowly pried his eyes open to face his former student. The Kage wet his suddenly dry lips and opened them once more, this time succeeding in squeezing out his rasping voice. Why? Obito tilted his head to the side curiously in an almost confused motion and repeated in a flat and bored tone, Why? Minato straightened from his stance and took a step toward the Uchiha, his voice cracking, Why didn't you come home, Obito? Obito took a sudden, unsteady step backward. His posture became rigid and tense like he'd been slapped in his face and hadn't simply been addressed by his real name. After some time his muscles relaxed by a fraction, his previous arrogance and cold demeanor diminishing. He didn't answer immediately, chewing on his words behind the cold mask for a moment. When he spoke, his voice cracked, but not for the same reason as Minato's. It was raspy through anger. Home? He let out a loud laugh, its edge sharp with budding insanity. I have no home. My home died together with Rin. And the same happened to Uchiha Obito. He is dead. I'm not him anymore, so don't call me that. I am no one. No. Naruto also took a step forward. You're Obito. Don't you remember? Shut up. I don't want to be anyone. I don't want to remember. But I remember, Minato continued, his voice softening. I remember your hopes and dreams. I remember the way you'd always say that you'd definitely become Hokage. But I don't care. Obito roared and dashed toward the Kage, kunai already in hand and ready to slice his neck. Minato didn't wait for Obito to arrive. He hurled himself to the side, his son's sleeve still clenched tightly in his fist, and tossed Naruto out of the attack's range. The blonde time traveler collided with the hard ground with a surprised grunt, but immediately hopped to his feet, already in motion to get back into the fight. Minato jumped, his feet and fists lashing out with deadly accuracy, but his attack slipped through Obito like he was nothing but empty air. Naruto joined the fight with a roaring Rasengan, sharpened with wind and fire. It glowed with a brilliant light, like the white-hot steel in the hands of an experienced smith before it was forged into the sharpest sword. It shrieked as it bit into the air, and Naruto slammed it against the Uchiha's chest, but it wasn't able to make solid contact. It slipped through his chest easily, meeting no resistance until it hit the ground under Obito. One of Naruto's shadow clones popped into existence, sacrificing itself to stop one of Obito's attacks aiming at Minato's blind spot, vanishing soon after as it was struck in the middle of his face. Its original whirled to the side to face their opponent, and immediately threw himself at him. There was no need for big or fancy jutsu, only speed counted in this battle. And in that, they had the upper hand. They just hadn't figured out how to utilize their advantage, or more specifically, how they could force Obito to remain solid for enough time for at least one of their attacks to reach him. Minato glanced at his son, meeting his eyes and holding the gaze for a moment, then nodding as he saw the understanding that flashed through them. Before the battle, they'd gone over several tactics for how they could force Obito to leave them an opening, and now was the time to put them into motion. Naruto reached into his pocket and fished out a small piece of paper. He inched closer to the battling duo, and when Minato jumped backward to gain some space, Naruto slammed the tag down on the soil. A faint blue barrier flickered to life immediately around Obito, the inside already chirping with the unleashed electricity as it danced between the four sides and Obito's body. A compact storm trapped with as many thunderbolts as the small seal was able to handle without the need of too much preparation and with super-duper fast activation. At least, that was what Minato called it. The energy sparked against Obito's skin, thousands of volts dancing between his body and the outer part of the barricade. Naruto furrowed his brows as after one single spasm of his arms, the Uchiha stilled inside the storm, eyes darting over the two blondes in triumph. The power howled once again inside the barrier, which flinched and unceremoniously collapsed, leaving behind a faint smell of ozone and an unfazed Uchiha. Only the slight, almost invisible twitch of his right shoulder and the annoyance in his eyes indicated that he'd gotten hit at all. "You're bothersome," Obito muttered at Naruto, slowly moving his shoulder and testing the muscles. He suddenly stopped and dashed toward Naruto with just as much velocity and rage as the blonde did only minutes ago. Naruto immediately rolled out of his way, a half-formed Rasengan already whirling in his right hand, but he was forced to stop. Zetsu emerged from the ground at his feet, forcing him to pause in his motion for a second to avoid him, then suddenly he felt it. It wasn't a punch, nor pain, but a twist deep inside his gut, bending his body in an unnatural way. He tried to jump, tried to move, but he was robbed of the opportunity. The dimensions already spiraled over his body, sucking him inside. Minato sucked in a long breath and let it go together with the real name of his son, not caring who would hear it, already rushing toward his former student. Obito hummed cheekily, and followed Naruto into the other dimension. Minato froze on the spot. Obito had vanished, mind already whirling to find his son's Horatian seal. But just like during the previous game of tag, it was a lost cause. And this time they didn't reappear at the other side of the cave. Obito purposefully separated them and wouldn't let Naruto go, carefully keeping the gates closed. Obito was right. "Your brother causes too much trouble," a dry voice rasped next to Minato, and he immediately turned his attention toward Zetsu, carefully observing as it slowly emerged from the hard ground. It was the first time Minato was able to face the real creature and finally see it for himself. Naruto had already told him about it, but facing it was different than imagining him. It was so similar to the other clones but still different, more defined, but also more sinister. The white half of its split face grinned, the other dark half not mirroring the emotion at all. "I like him, you know. He's funny," another voice chirped, very different from the previous one, which immediately barked back, "Shut up." "Where did Obito take him?" Minato roared, but he didn't wait for an answer. A kunai flickered and danced in his hand before it landed next to Zetsu. Then Minato was gone. A millisecond later the Kage reappeared next to the stunned creature, putting more weight to his question by a whirling Rasengan. Zetsu twisted to the side, but the whirling chakra ball still bit into his flesh, tearing out a big chunk from his side. Zetsu stumbled, but he was still able to catch himself as he staggered backwards. Minato's eyes darted over his side where he landed the direct hit, but underneath the torn fabric he found a smooth white surface where he had expected to see bloody chunks and accusingly pointing rib bones. His eyes narrowed as Zetsu straightened, the wound healing with the faint hissing of steam. The lacerated edges slowly merged until the gash was completely sealed shut without any hint of the previous gaping trauma. "I'll ask you one more time. Where is Obito?" Minato raised one of his special kunai, taking a threatening step forward. Zetsu mirrored the motion backward. In one fell swoop he ruined an extensively prepared strategy. "I knew everything about you. I watched your every step. You shouldn't know about this place. You shouldn't know about Obito or about his abilities. And you and the shinobi from the other villages should have hated each other." Zetsu glanced around, eyeing the foreign shinobi one by one, before turning back to Minato. "Yet here you are, fighting by each other's sides. I'm curious." The creature tilted his head to the side, emphasizing his own words. "That boy, who is he really?" "I thought you knew everything, Zetsu," Minato mocked, spinning one of his kunai on his finger. "Now you can choose, you can answer my question willingly, or I can make you answer." Naruto stumbled as he materialized in the other dimension and hit something hard. He blinked out the sudden pain and realized with wide eyes that he was surrounded by cubes. Naruto glanced around in a hurry, but there was nothing around him besides the randomly arranged and differently sized cubids. He narrowed his eyes in the dark, waiting for them to adjust and spot the edge of the blackness, but the void was seemingly endless. He wasn't able to enjoy the sightseeing undisturbed. He had to jump out of the way to avoid one of Obito's attacks as a giant shuriken rushed straight toward his heart and dug itself into the hard ground where he'd been standing just a moment ago. Naruto settled down on top of the highest cubid, eyes already roving to spot his attacker, but he failed to locate Obito. Narrowing his eyes, he tapped into the power that Kurama was more than eager to provide. His azure eyes slowly transformed, his pupils slitting into a narrow vertical line, his irises gradually molding from vibrant blue, passing through the whole color wheel until it settled at a shining golden shade. He felt it almost immediately, a familiar nudging feeling at the back of his head, tugging his senses toward a place where a second ago he had felt nothing. But now, the ominous presence pulsed, almost radiated. The power started to grow more and more restless inside him now that he had provoked it. He thought about restraining it for a second, but he dismissed it, and it continued stretching under his skin until it broke through his veins. A golden inferno of pure energy roared to life around his body, flames viciously flickering on his shoulder, blazing against his chest. Naruto let out a growl that ferociously bubbled out from the depths of his chest. With a flicker of chakra, he surged toward Obito's hiding place, and with one simple swing of his chakra-enhanced arm, he demolished the unnatural formation. Dust and debris rained all over the place, blinding his sight but not his senses. He felt as Obito slipped away, then settled down a few blocks away. The dust gradually cleared and revealed a giant crater where a second ago the majestic block had stood, Naruto standing with his arms defiantly crossed over his chest in the middle of the destruction. The closer smaller cubes slipped to the side and collapsed, burrowing and crashing the others in their way, increasing the damage even more. Naruto's intent with the punch wasn't to actually hurt, but to channel down some of his frustration. Obito disappeared from his previous spot only to gradually rematerialize on top of another cube further away to survey the damage from a safe distance, finally facing Naruto. He let out a hum and mimicked the blonde, folding his hands over his chest. Each waited for the other to make the next move, Naruto uncharacteristically refusing to blindly rush ahead like a bull. Even if Obito was Naruto's red base. The first time Naruto saw him, his mind had emptied for a second only to be refilled with something else, something foreign to him. A feeling he until now despised with all his heart. Anger, rage, and vengeance. Vengeance that suddenly bubbled out from the depths of his consciousness, melting away his sanity, and everything he held dear. And he was afraid of it. Afraid of this unfamiliar emotion, afraid of the foreign concept, afraid to move on to a different path. He chose another way, completely different from Sasuke's. He wanted to forgive Obito's sins, he wanted to heal and move on. But now that he was finally facing the man here and now, he found himself unable to do so. He gulped down his whirling feelings and anxiety and narrowed his gaze when Obito's lonely but still piercing Sharingan hardened under the cold surface of the mask. This feeling, the Uchiha mused, chewing on the last word. I know this chakra, but it's different. I'm sure of one thing though. You should not have it. The Kyuubi has been housed by Kushina and is not held by someone like you. Naruto raised his shoulder in the attempt to let it drop casually, but he paused halfway. Does it actually matter, bastard? He hissed with more venom he'd originally intended, voice dipping not with anger, but with annoyance. The man's shoulders shook in what Naruto took to mean laughter, and he shrugged. No. Not really. You've only made my job much easier. Easier for what? Naruto queried a questioning eyebrow. Easier to capture the Kyuubi. Try it, Naruto snarled. He wanted to continue, he wanted to be cocky, to just jump and land a hard punch in the middle of Obito's face. But instead he shoved his impulsiveness down, relaxed his posture, and let out a sigh. I know why you're doing this. Oh? Obito raised one arm and tapped the side of his mask. The motion would have been cheeky if there weren't the ice-cold tone that unmercifully cut through the silence. Then tell me. Naruto hesitated, but only for a second. You want Rin back. That I understand. But the path you chose is wrong, and I don't know why the hell you chose it. You and I, we're the same, you know? More than you realize. I know your pain, your longing. I know how much it hurts. I don't know you, and you don't know me. You know nothing, Obito hissed and defiantly folded his arms in front of his chest. You're wrong, Obito. I know you. I know about your past. I know about your rivalry with Kakashi, about your feelings for Rin. Naruto took a small step toward the tense and now silent boy and continued with more confidence when Obito didn't back down from his slow approach. Do you think Rin would be happy with this? Do you think she would want you to do this for her, that she would approve of what you're doing? What are you planning to do? Do you understand that stealing the Kyuubi from Kushina would kill her? Minato would fight to save her until his last breath. Naruto narrowed his eyes and let out a calming breath and continued, I know Rin wouldn't want their deaths. She would be angry, ashamed, disappointed, betrayed. You would hurt her. If you stay on this route, you're not only going to kill them, but you'll bring destruction to the whole world. You'll kill thousands trying to capture the 9 Bijou, Naruto said, forcing his body to relax even if every single nerve along with Kurama screamed at him to prepare for something to come. Then just let me capture you, the man barked flatly, his arms already rising, hands clapping together with a ram sign. Be a good boy and stay here while I get rid of that annoying bunch you brought here. Naruto's eyes widened, this time in alarm, as Obito's body bent, twisted, and disappeared inside a whirling vortex. He swept his head around, chakra flaring to sense the Uchiha but failing completely. Everything was empty and silent. He was left alone in the endless black abyss. Minato whirled to the side a second before Zetsu tried to strike him in the middle. The air rushed out of his lungs as he dashed toward his attacker the moment his toes touched the soil. He twisted in midair and gave a gentle tap at his enemy's shoulder, landing in front of him to deliver a punch. His opponent wasn't aware, but a small, invisible seal slipped from his fingertips to settle down where he had touched Zetsu's shoulder, a safe landing point for the future. Minato's lips slightly turned upward in triumph, as the seals silently pulsed together with his own heartbeat. However, for a moment, he found another seal, a faint flickering one he had been desperately looking for since his son disappeared. He immediately grabbed onto the dimmed signal, desperately hanging on to the weak connection like his life depended on it. The air suddenly shivered in front of Minato, and he flinched several steps backward, losing the connection as soon Obito completely materialized. He let out a low growl and launched one of his kunai at his old student. However, it harmlessly passed through him. But his act wasn't fruitless. The moment the weapon should have touched Obito, the connection between Minato and Naruto's seal pulsed weakly for just a moment before it faded back to oblivion. Minato narrowed his eyes as his mind's gears turned. He swept his feet farther apart, and rushed toward Obito like a bull while launching a continuous rain of kunai at his opponent. As the first weapon reached the Uchiha, they also reached for Naruto's faint seal. With a vigorous flicker of his chakra, he grabbed it, fueling the connection and pulling it closer and closer until he was able to tune it properly. Another flicker of his essence, and he was gone from the dimension to join his son's side once again. Obito straightened and swept his eyes over the place when he sensed movement. Several shinobi approached him slowly, cautiously forming and closing a circle around him and Zetsu. No other clones were left standing. Every single one of them was lying on the ground, dead or unconscious. Another ninja from San joined, the circle becoming smaller and smaller around them with each passing second. Narrowing his eyes at the incoming threat, Obito kept his gaze on the nearest and most dangerous ninja. Jiraiya kept his hands on Aram's seal. The Uchiha was literally able to feel as the potent chakra restlessly buzzed inside the Sannin. He inched closer, eyes narrowed into angry slits. He was only mere meters away when Zetsu narrowed his own eyes. It was enough. Jiraiya let go of the chakra, and his hair exploded. It roared toward the two men like a real lion would, fangs of white, deadly needles ready to tear into their flesh. The mismatched man immediately sunk into the ground while the attack harmlessly passed through Obito. A tentacle shot out this time, demolishing everything which got into its way beside the indifferent Uchiha, who only narrowed his eyes at the harmless attacks. We're finished here, Obito stated flatly to the Sannin, and glanced behind his back at the reappearing Zetsu. Their eyes met, silently conversing until they followed Minato into the other dimension. Trenchant chakra whirled around Naruto like a real inferno from hell, demolishing one of the innocent cubes in an instant. The blonde let out a frustrated growl and punched the hard ground at his feet when nothing happened beside the destruction. He childishly hoped that if he let out enough chakra he would be able to tear through the dimension just like Obito and get out of this trap. Something buzzed at the base of his spine, and a millisecond later, A new presence flickered to life at his back. He immediately whirled around to greet Obito with a well-aimed punch, but his eyes connected with electric blue instead of angry red. Naruto froze in mid-motion, but the momentum didn't let him stop completely. He stumbled and finally halted some steps further. "Hey," Minato greeted him awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Naruto slowly righted himself and raised his eyes, shining with annoyance and anger, but also with relief. He bounced between punching or hugging his dad for a second before settling on the latter. He returned his father's weak greeting with an equally faint, "Hey," which he mumbled into his shoulder. Naruto let out a sigh and took a step backward. "Not that I'm ungrateful, you know, but now you're also trapped here." Minato shrugged and glanced around at the foreign place. "What now? How are we going back?" Naruto pushed on the topic, but the Kage took his time and jumped up at the nearest cuboid and landed in a low crouch. The younger one let out a sigh and hopped next to his father. "Hey, can you hear me? Or are you ignoring me on purpose?" "Hush." Minato waved a hand at the annoyed teen and closed his eyes in concentration. He had no time to waste on an explanation. First, he had to verify his theory. He hoped that he'd be right. There. A small flicker of one of his seals in the real world, outside of Obito's dimension. Most likely Obito had to dodge an attack. It was short, too undefined for a full-body transportation. Naruto narrowed his eyes and silently observed as Minato's lips turned upward and lowered his hand to gently touch the surface of the cubid. He felt a small surge of chakra, and he watched as a tiny seal jumped from his fingertips and settled down on the cube. It pulsed for another beat before vanishing from his senses, as though it had never existed at all. "What ya doing?" Naruto whispered, voice waving with interest as he leaned closer to his father. "I can feel my landing seals when Obito moves between the dimensions," Minato finally explained and jumped to another cubid to repeat the process, Naruto close on his heels. "That's how I was able to get here in the first place. From now on, I can follow him here, but I need more of my seals on this side." "Cool," Naruto exhaled with undisguised awe. Minato straightened and glanced at his companion. "Give me a hand. I need to get as high as we can manage." The blonde nodded, and two clones popped into existence. Their hands immediately folded, creating a human springboard. They patiently waited for Minato to step on it so they could launch him high, which they did a second later. When Minato reached the highest point, he launched a rain of marked kunai in every direction, creating hundreds, easily thousands, of safe landing points for him. Even if Obito tried to get rid of the kunai, he wouldn't be able to spot all of them in a short period of time. Minato landed in a crouch with a soft thud, and he turned toward Naruto with a wide and satisfied grin on his face. "Done. But we have to time this perfectly. If we want to leave this dimension, we have to finish him on the other side. I can only sense my seals on the other side when Obito travels between the real world and this one." "And what if he doesn't come back?" Naruto slapped his cheeks with a rising fluster, his voice shaking in worry. "What if we're stuck here forever?" He started to pace up and down as he continued to travel down on the path toward panic. "He'll come," Minato stated, his voice calm and controlled as he followed his son's frantic march with his eyes, a small smile shadowing his lips. But his voice did calm Naruto down just a bit, and he stopped, if only for a second, before his eyes widened. "What about the others?" Naruto suddenly yelled and grabbed his father's shoulder with more force than he had originally intended, his fingers digging into the Kage's flesh, making him wince. "They can take care of themselves. They're pretty strong," Minato answered while he pried his son's fingers from him. He suddenly froze when something nudged the back of his head. It was like a faint flicker in his mind, a small ripple, then the feeling suddenly exploded, and for a fraction of a second he clearly sensed thousands of his seals in the other dimension. The pain hit him immediately with the speed of his own hurration. It stabbed into the back of his head, gone as fast as it had come. A haggard groan escaped his tightly clenched jaw and swept his eyes over the place, looking for the Uchiha. Naruto's brows knitted together in worry, but feeling his father's sudden unease, he also prepared for an attack. Naruto reached for Kurama's chakra, a small flame flickering on his shoulder. He still glanced at his father from time to make sure he was all right. He spotted them instantly. The disgusting sticky feeling of dripping malice. He narrowed his eyes and nodded toward the nearest cube, and Minato understood the motion immediately. He edged next to his son to face their opponents. Their tendons were tight, ready to avoid a strike or start their own attack. They didn't have to wait long. Obito's voice cut through the cold silence of the anticipation in the air, its edge raspy and coarse. Minato is correct. You should worry about yourselves. The two blondes tensed even more, their muscles creaking from the pressure as Obito and Zetsu step out from the safe shadows of a cubid, the Uchiha silently sweeping his eyes over the place, leisurely regarding each marked kunai in their way until they stopped. They both took a step backward to gain more space. Naruto inhaled and let it out, steadying his breathing and his body to borrow nature's power around them. Nothing moved for a long second, but also no power surged into Naruto's body. There were no animals, no trees, no soil, nothing around them which contained sage chakra. Everything was dead. Naruto's eyes flickered between the two, and he let out a low growl when Zetsu's mismatched lips turned upward into a knowing and mocking grin. The blonde narrowed his eyes and let Kurama's power free. First flickered under his skin, then it exploded into a golden inferno, even brighter than the sun itself. Naruto whirled, while Kurama's full power roared to life. At that, they hurtled into action like a sprinter at the sound of a gun. Minato burst toward Obito, and they disappeared from his sight in an instant. At the same moment, Naruto jumped toward Zetsu, Kurama's flames hungrily licking his body as he dashed forward. He raised a chakra arm, and an ebony black ball roared to life between its fingers. He thrust it forward, and it hit solid flesh. The attack bit into the creature's snow-white muscle, tearing away a big chunk from his chest, but it suddenly stopped. With an angry hiss, he pushed more, and the Bijudama finally moved but only an inch before stopping again, the power inside it disappearing. Naruto glanced up at his opponent to meet his eyes, his face uncaring, almost bored. He gathered more chakra and forced it further with another inch, tearing away more of the artificial white muscle. Zetsu did not howl, nor did he stir. He only narrowed his eyes, slowly, almost lazily raising his black arm, his fingers curling around Naruto's extended arm. The blonde blinked in surprise as Zetsu's until then stoic face morphed into a wide grin. Something stirred inside him, and it wasn't only Kurama but an ominous flinch in his gut, a feeling that he had to get out of his reach as soon as possible. He desperately tried to tear his arm away from the creature's hold but failed miserably. Zetsu's iron grip was immovable. He felt a yank inside his chakra coils, and the golden flames shuddered and faded around him. Naruto violently jerked, his power rapidly disappearing, his head suddenly spinning and too heavy to keep upright, his knees quickly growing weaker. Ink-black twines sprouted out of the black arm, and Naruto watched it, horrified as they writhed on his skin, hesitated for a second, then suddenly lunged at his arm and broke through his skin. The pain wasn't much more than a mosquito bite when it ruptured, but it did hurt when the vines started moving inside. Naruto could feel them as they rubbed against his muscles while they were tapping, searching for something. He fell on his knees from the binding pain when they finally found their prey deep inside his flesh and attached themselves to his chakra coils to suck him dry of his energy. With his fading reserves in consciousness, he reached into his deepest part to gather enough chakra for one last, desperate attack. He wouldn't be able to throw it, but he trusted that Kurama would be able to deal with the damage he was about to cause himself. The chakra stirred in his palm, weak and barely visible but still enough to form a slowly whirling ball. Then he reached for more, grabbed onto it, tugged on it, forged then blended it into the orb and thrust his wind chakra-augmented Rasengan toward Zetsu's arm still attached to his own. The technique trilled like a bird. He could feel the slight wave of it on his palms before it exploded. Blinding white light overwhelmed his vision and the never-ending darkness of the void around them, illuminating parts of it which probably hadn't been touched by light for millennia. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut. The light literally burned his irises, and it hurt more and more with every single second as wind chakra bit into them, even though they were shrouded by his eyelashes. But thankfully he also felt as the twines snapped one by one, and Zetsu's grip disappeared when the last one broke. He stumbled out of the attack's reach, but he could still feel the hundreds of razor-sharp wind blades that had drilled into his flesh. Finally the attack died down, and the world around him stilled. He slowly opened his eyes when he heard no movement, but the only thing he saw was a blurry mess, a great green blob with spots of brown, and an even bigger blue and white smudge above that. His arm ached in a calculable pattern, a familiar rhythm in sync with his own heartbeat. An all-too-recognizable sound buzzed next to his ear, and Obito's leaking malice kicked him harder than one of Sakura's punches. He took a step to gain space but tripped on a lonely rock. He could hear the air shimmer next to him, caused by the Uchiha's technique. He tensed and readied himself for an attack when there was a faint thud and lashed out when someone touched him. But his strike was stopped by a hand, warm and familiar, and the world twisted around him. His stomach and mind whirled restlessly as they jumped between the dimensions. It had been a while since Minato had used the Hiraishin on him, but he still welcomed this twisted feeling with relief. When his feet eventually met with solid ground, he couldn't hold up his weight in his disorientation, and he crumpled to the ground with a loud thump, the soft grass and moss under his cheek feeling more comfortable and inviting than it should have been. He hungrily inhaled the sweet, living scent of nature around him after having experienced the sterile and isolated emptiness of Obito's pocket dimension. But he wasn't able to enjoy the stillness for long. There was a whistling sound near him, the noise of Obito's dimension opening, twisting, and swirling closed. He rolled in the other direction, away from the buzz as fast as he could to gain as much distance between him and Obito he could only manage. Weapons chimed with a high-pitched noise at the place he was previously occupied. There was a scratching as a kunai didn't meet with another one, but something different, then something cracked. Finally he felt Kurama's chakra stirring, filling his nearly emptied coils and worming its way toward the injury in his eyes and arm, and the pain slowly lessened. He desperately hurled once more to the side when he heard a soft thud on the green grass as someone landed beside him, but he stopped with his next inhale. He still wasn't able to see the figure clearly with his still stinging eyes and boisterous mind, but his father's scent was unmistakable. The smell of crispy green cucumber and freshly cut grass. He shook his head and blinked out the haze of his eyes. He let a sour grimace spread across his face when he forced himself into a sitting position. The motion was followed by his muscles' harsh protest. Minato gripped his arm, but as soon he saw Naruto's harsh wince at the contact, he loosened his hold on him, his eyebrows shooting up in worry. "Are you all right?" Naruto let out another wince while Minato lifted him up as gently as much he could. "Yeah, but here's a piece of advice. Never ever let the black things touch you." Minato finally hoisted him up, his hands supporting him until Naruto shook them off. Kurama's power was stretching inside him, slowly filling him up from head to toe, until it finally filled up his aching arm, sewing together broken tissues and easing out his pain and weariness almost completely. He blinked rapidly, and with each flutter his vision was clearer until it was perfect. Only a faint shadow remained, a small and constant tension, a reminder of what had happened. He was unprepared. Despite his previous experience, his power, Madara's second violinist, was almost able to render him completely helpless. He hadn't known about Setsu's chakra-absorbing power. That was new to him. Maybe a new technique, or maybe it was there before, he just hasn't got the opportunity to use it against Naruto in the past. Future. Whatever. He shook his head and let out a low, frustrated growl, and it resonated through his whole body as Kurama joined him the moment Obito and Zetsu stepped in sync in front of them. Their postures were relaxed, superior, and even Naruto wasn't able to see under Obito's mask. He could feel the mocking grin under it. He didn't understand. He didn't understand it at all. He was powerful. He was much stronger than Obito was when he saw Kakashi kill him, but still. He couldn't beat him. He couldn't even beat Zetsu. A small fly, nobody. And here he was, with the power of not one, but easily two or more Kage, but still beaten, tired and drained of his chakra. And Minato? He was able to win against Obito in the past, but now he can't. Naruto couldn't shake off the agitation, the uncertainty, and the feeling that something was utterly wrong. But he didn't have to physically beat the Uchiha. He wasn't here for that. His eyes fell on the vicious orange mask, and his eyes widened as he caught a glimpse of a long crack on its surface. The edges were sharp, its lines straight, the telling mark of a kunai/Minato had left behind. Now the previous scratching noise finally made sense to him. He sneaked a peek at his father's narrowed eyes and swept his head back when the Uchiha shifted at the edge of his vision. The mask let out another high and pained scream, the cracks multiplying and widening on its surface with a small movement. A small orange piece fell on his shoulder, several more losing their hold. Uchiha narrowed his eyes. "I've already used up too much time and energy on you. This time it will be over." Without a second thought, Naruto took a small step forward, and this finally focused his mind back toward the battle. The Uchiha tilted his head to the side, another piece falling to the ground from his mask, watching him curiously, waiting for his next move. Naruto didn't charge, he didn't gather chakra. He simply wet his dry lips to speak after a calming exhale. "Stop it, Obito. You can still turn around. You just lost your way. Come back." I'll show you the right path. There's still a lot of things worth living for. Naruto raised a welcoming hand. The Uchiha let out a snort and snarled, I told you before, I have no home. And there's nothing worth living for in this reality. This time it was Minato's turn to take a step and fall in line with Naruto. Didn't you want to become Hokage Obito? Isn't that goal worth living for? Are you trying to lecture me now? Isn't it a bit too late, sensei? Obito paused for a second, while his arms slowly inched toward his mask. Another small shard fell as a finger touched its surface and he continued, his voice sour, however you're always late when it's important. You're never there when you're needed. First, you let me die. A finger slipped between a cold porcelain mask and warm skin and with snail's paste pulled on it. The material screamed one last time, the false face gradually crumbling away with each small motion of his fingers, as he leisurely picked at the shards and let them fall on the ground. First the upper part was gone, revealing a scarred and wrinkling forehead, eyebrows knitted into one coherent line by anger. Obito continued to remove his useless mask shard by shard, gradually revealing a single black and crimson pinwheel in his eye socket, burning with hatred and contempt. Minato flinches a step backward, to the same place he'd been before. His breathing was labored, his lungs whistled with every exhale. Obito tensed his muscles in his arm, fingers curling under the last intact part of his mask, and he tore it from his face with one swift and frustrated movement, finally revealing his whole face. His lips scrunched up into a snarl, revealing his tooth as he spat. But most importantly, you let Rin die. Minato violently jerked backward another step, almost stumbling away from the raw emotion, the rage in Obito's eyes. Knowing it was Obito behind the mask was hard. But facing him, seeing the deep scars on his face, the skin scrunching up in deep wrinkles. But most importantly the face twisted by disgust, hatred and despise. That's not true! Naruto yelped and stepped to the side, shielding Minato from Obito and his accusing glare. The Uchiha let out a humorless chuckle, but it is true. He wasn't even denying it. Naruto glanced over his shoulder at his father. The man's eyes were still wide, his face mortified, but silent, subdued. He turned his gaze back at Obito. If it was Minato's fault, then it was my fault, too. I swore to Kakashi that I'd protect Rin. Kakashi also let her die, Obito bit back, arms curled into fists at his side with rage. And you, when this is over, I'll extract the Kyuubi and end this world. And then I'll be able to see her again. This kicked Minato out of his temporary stasis. His eyes sharpened and his posture was righted. He took a step forward, pushing Naruto out of his way. Do you know why Rin died? Because I know. She went to find you. Obito narrowed his eyes, but didn't move from his spot. So Minato continued. It's true that I was the one who sent her on a mission to Kusa where she left the team to search for you. I saw the reports. I even went there. And I know you were also there. You were the one who killed the missing nun who stabbed her. And he killed her because of vengeance. Your point is? Obito asked. His point is, Naruto continued instead of Minato, that it wasn't his fault. It wasn't my fault. And it wasn't even your fault. It wasn't anybody's fault. It was because of the circle of hatred. And the only one who can stop hatred is you. With forgiveness. Obito stood in silence, rolling the thought over and over, before his lip twisted up in a sour half-smile, pulling his scars into a disturbing grimace. Then it, along with every trace of emotion, vanished from his face as he glanced at Minato. Yes, sensei, you were right. I was there. I saw when he attacked her. I saw all the hatred in his eyes and I stopped him, before he could reach Rin. I didn't kill him, only restrained the shinobi. I'd fully intended to kill him, but Rin begged for his life. She pleaded for me not to hurt him, and I let him leave and spared his worthless life. Do you know what happened when he was free? Naruto shook his head. He attacked me the moment I let his hands go. And when I struck back at him, do you know what happened after? Naruto gritted his teeth, already knowing he won't like the answer, as Obito continued, Rin, the sweet and innocent girl, jumped between him and my attack. I couldn't stop. It was me who killed her. I was the one who stabbed her. It gave me great pleasure to tear the missing nin into tiny pieces afterwards. So don't preach about forgiveness. Obito's chakra flared, vicious and dangerous, Sharingan whirling in their socket as he lashed straight at Minato. A kunai glinted in the late afternoon light, the sparks ominously dancing on its surface. The Kage narrowed his eyes, all of his uncertainty vanishing as the seriousness of the situation slammed home. He swept his legs to gain hold, a hand raising, electric blue chakra already whirling in his hand, twisting and arching until it was blended into a perfect sphere. He lurched. Naruto tensed, watching with wide eyes, waiting for the two to collide at the middle of the clearing, and readied himself to help out his father in that moment that seemed to stretch on endlessly. His limbs jerked, aching to jump and help his father, but restrained himself to meddle. The two fighters finally met. Kunai thrusted forward, Sharingan whirled, and Rasengan roared. Then time suddenly righted itself, jerking from the former snail's pace, then speeding up until everything was happening faster than the speed of light. During the time Naruto blinked, the engagement was over. Both Minato and Obito stood frozen some steps away from each other, back to back, hands still extended in their attack's last motion. Naruto let out the breath he was until now holding back, his eyes darting over Obito, who let his arm fall. Naruto's eyes widened when Obito's lips twitched and turned upward in triumph. A thick, greasy and metallic stench hit his nose at the same moment Minato's knees bucked. The Kage swayed, took an unsteady step to right his balance, but failed and collapsed on his knees. Naruto acted without thinking. His muscles twitched, joints bended, tendons strained, and he jumped. But I failed. Twines shot out from the ground and snapped around his ankle, slamming him hard into the soil, dazing his head, and before he comprehended what happened, they'd wreathed around his body, binding him from head to toe. His head cleared in the next second, his eyes wide in horror, plastered on the scene evolving in front of him. His father was on his knees, Obito slowly circling around him and closing the distance centimeter by centimeter. The Uchiha stopped, raised an arm and touched Minato's shoulder, the motion unrealistically gentle. "Sensei, you forgot a very important lesson." Obito playfully pushed him and Minato silently tumbled to the side, his body twisting as he rolled down on the small bump of the forest ground. Naruto was finally able to see his face, frozen in his last emotion, features twisted by bewilderment, his eyes wide, but unseeing, foggy. Never looked directly into an Uchiha's eye, Obito exhaled, voice smug and mocking, but Naruto didn't hear it. He was focused on his father's blood-soaked coat, on the blinding crimson against the white fabric which hurt Naruto's eyes but couldn't avert them from it, and the strain became bigger and bigger with every beat of Minato's heart. The grass blades were glinting with the crimson essence as they swayed when Obito stepped next to him, crouched, grabbed a handful of his matted but unstained hair and lifted Minato's head, exposing his neck. The blonde immediately struggled against his bonds, jerking and twitching, his harsh and ragged breathing echoing, but stopped dead again when Obito's voice knifed through the air, voice low and dangerous. "You think that I still care for this word?" "No," Naruto exhaled in a low voice, dipping in despair, but Obito didn't spare him a single glance. A kunai appeared in Obito's hand and shakily settled down on Minato's exposed and weakly pulsing artery. "I'm going to prove," Uchiha stated. This time his voice was a bit unsteady. He wasn't even talking to him, Naruto dimly realized. The muscles twitched in Obito's hands, and the kunai moved and experimentally nibbled the skin, drawing a small droplet of the already waning burgundy essence. The droplet slowly slid down on the blade, stopped on the barrel to unsteadily balance on it, before losing and falling on the ground with an unnaturally loud splash. Obito's lips morphed into a twisted smile, eyes losing the last glint of doubt together with the last shreds of sanity. "I'm going to prove that I don't care anymore." Obito prepared for the final slash, but the motion was left unfinished. Hell broke loose as Naruto ripped free. His mind emptied, snapped, overwhelmed by the devastating rage, and he let everything go, letting it consume him and everything around him. Zetsu's twines melted away in an instant as the blazing chakra exploded from his skin, rampaging like a golden wildfire over the field, scorching the ground and everything in its way, leaving behind nothing more than white-hot coal. He crashed into Obito, sweeping him from his legs and dragging him away from the still motionless Minato. They collided with the hard ground, and Naruto didn't even register the pain in his ankle as it snapped into a wrong angle, then immediately back. His mind was still numb, chakra flipping around him, growing until it became almost solid. He raised a hand to strike, fingers curling around nothing, then in the next moment a small, ink-black dot flickered to life, rapidly growing until it fit into his hand. Zetsu jumped on Naruto, arms folding around his chest to restrain his movements. Its unnaturally white skin hissed as they touched the boiling energy. He let down the last of his dam, and the word behind him became a blazing inferno. Zetsu immediately let him go while he let out one last cry, but his body was consumed by the overwhelming heat until nothing was left behind other than a faintly smoking coil. Naruto spared one last glance at the scarred creature and slammed the ebony ball into Obito's chest. It went through him harmlessly and bit into the ground, spitting out chunks of the scarred ground. Obito slipped through him, his motion unsteady, steps wobbly, still dizzy from the previous impact. He stumbled and almost collapsed, but grabbed a hold on himself at the last moment. Naruto didn't hesitate or even pause to think. There was a flicker of gold, the sound of a blast and tearing, and Obito collapsed on the ground, Naruto standing above him, eyes and features emotionless, the last shards of the flickering out in his hands. The Uchiha's chest quivered, his lungs whistling. His eyes staring up at him in disbelief, flickering between crimson and black, then settled on the latter, while a hand shakily rose toward Naruto. Naruto's eyes left his face and darted toward the giant hole in his chest, then toward the raised hand, waiting for him to grab it, maybe seeking acceptance or forgiveness, but Naruto didn't move, couldn't make himself move. This time he couldn't make him forgive. The moment Minato's life was on the line, he'd thrown out his beliefs. For the first time since Pain's invasion, he wanted to hurt, to tear and take his vengeance. It was Obito's fault. Everything was his fault. All the suffering he'd had to go through from the beginning of his childhood until today. He'd killed his parents, his master, his friends. He hunted down the Bijou and killed so many innocent people. Arin, Obito finally managed to choke out in a guttural voice. Naruto's eyes flickered back to Obito's face, and his lips twisted into a silent snarl, revealing his fangs. His body was still trembling from the adrenaline, his heart loudly pounding against his ribs, but he couldn't find the happiness, nor the bliss of victory he thought would come. There was only cold emptiness. Maybe this was what vengeance felt like, this was the feeling Sasuke had been chasing the whole time. It was disappointing. His heart was so hollow he hardly understood its harsh beating. He should have been happy, satisfied. He had won. But this was a sour victory. Obito let out a low choke sound and desperately tried to draw in breath, but it was to no avail. His hands started to tremble, but he kept it up stubbornly until his last drop of energy was about to run out, and it faltered. Arin. I'm sorry, he choked out, his fluttering hand clenching and unclenching around nothing in despair, then it twitched and dropped a little. His eyes widened in horror, twisting his features into pure terror. And Naruto could finally see the teenager, lonely and terrified of his fate and dying alone. The blonde was ashamed of himself. Ashamed of his previous feelings, of his desire for revenge, since the broken body in front of him wasn't of a monster's but a dreading teenager's, used and twisted until he'd completely lost himself. Used as a weapon for selfish goals. Obito's arms faltered once more, and this time Naruto reached out and grasped them. They were icy against his own still burning skin. He slowly sank down onto his knees, but received no reaction from the boy at all for a while. Obito's eyes finally flickered up, first in confusion, then as he gradually comprehended the touch, in gratitude. I'm here, Naruto murmured, so low he wasn't sure Obito heard it, but the boy's fingers twitched with his last effort, his lips turning upward, his scars smoothing out on his face, then he went limp. Naruto tightened his hold, but this time he didn't get a reaction. He did it again, but the result was the same. Naruto let out a breath, but it sounded much more a choke sound than an exhale. His shoulders slumped as he slowly pried his fingers open, silently watching as Obito's arms slipped out from it, failing next to his lifeless body. It was over. Naruto couldn't avert his gaze from the slowly cooling body, not until he heard a pained moan. He rushed toward it, falling on his knees beside Minato, eyes darting over his body. His clothes were smoking from his previous chakra burst, the edges burnt by the overwhelming heat, but the real injury was a long gash across his stomach. It was still oozing blood, but thankfully much less than before. What happened? Where's Obito? Minato huffed out between two unsteady breaths, but Naruto didn't answer, nor met his father's eyes. Instead, he fished out a small scroll from his pocket, and flicker of chakra later a small medikit appeared. Minato's eyes darted to the side toward Zetsu's cold body, then dashed toward the limb body in a black coat a little bit further. He couldn't sense any chakra. You did the right thing. Minato gently exhaled, but it only made Naruto more tense. His father let out another pained hiss as Naruto helped him to sit, pushed his shirt up, to inspect the injury and patch him up. I wanted to save him, not kill him, Naruto whispered, shame at what he'd done creeping up all over again. He was too strong. You couldn't let him live, Minato pushed. Yeah, he was too strong. He shut his mouth with an audible click and stayed in silence afterward. He worked silently, but efficiently until he was ready. He stayed on his knees, shoulders slumped, and he couldn't get rid of a sinking feeling from his stomach. It was all wrong. Everything was so utterly wrong. It shouldn't be like this. He didn't want vengeance. He should have saved that damn Uchiha. He knew he'd be able to do it. To talk him out of his obsession. Hey, Minato stated, and Naruto's eyes flickered up to him, you shouldn't look so sober. You managed to travel back in time and say the word. Naruto furrowed his brows, but didn't answer, instead averted his eyes back at his knees. He had just sacrificed one life for the lives of hundreds of thousands. Did he really save the word? Did he change anything? He failed, falling into the circle of hatred. He killed Obito for vengeance. He didn't feel like he had accomplished anything. Everything felt just utterly wrong. Not everyone could have done that, Minato pushed. I mean, I still don't get how you were able to travel back in time in the first place. Naruto narrowed his eyes even more. I already told you, I don't remember. I fought with the real Madara and I shot my last Rasengan at him as a diversion to use the modified Shiki Fuin. Then I was here. Who knows? Maybe the death god gave me one last chance. Maybe I just messed up the seal. I don't think we'll ever know. Naruto shrugged and let out a tired sigh, his mind wandering back to his last fight with Madara. His mocking expression, his cocky tone, you can't win against me. You are wounded and exhausted, while I'm still untouched. He remembered as his hand shot forward, releasing a kunai, sharpened with wind chakra. The bastard didn't even bother to duck in his arrogance, he simply tilted his head to the side to let the blade pass. The chakra which covered his blade stretched out, drawing a thin red line on the Uchiha's arrogant face. His smile grew into a grin when the first droplet of crimson liquid flowed down his chin and dropped to the ground with an unnaturally loud splash. Naruto shook his head to get rid of the memory, and his gaze traveled up toward the now almost brown blood stain on Minato's coat. His right hand moved toward his cheek unconsciously at the exact same place he remembered the cut on the smug Uchiha's face. He hadn't even bothered to dodge. A sour half-grimace spread across his face when the memory popped up in his mind, the thin red line, the unnatural loudness when the small drops of crimson liquid dropped to the ground. Even Kurama didn't know how we got here. And he finally realized something else. The emptiness wasn't only in his heart, but in his mind. There was no muttering, no encouragement, or comforting words. Kurama hadn't talked to him since they got their feet into the mountain's graveyard. Kurama? He hesitantly exhaled, waiting for an answer, but none came. He shot up at his foot, not sparing a glance at his confused father. Kurama! He repeated, this time with a hint of panic when he still didn't get a reply. I'm here. Kurama finally replied, his voice weak and bewildered, but it was enough to calm Naruto down. But Naruto, there was blood. The fox's voice was ashamed, low, almost not enough to call it a whisper, but it still echoed in his head. Naruto froze, turning the words over and over. What? He exhaled. Edo-tensei, don't bleed. His mind suddenly started to spin, and he made a hesitant wobbling step backward, before simply collapsed back on his knees. Naruto's eyes widened, his heart pumped against his ribs with insane speed while his breathing increased, however no oxygen reached his screaming body. His mind locked out Minato's concerned yells. Only one word was repeated inside his head, closing out every other thought, everything from his surroundings. Only one word echoed back and forth in his mind continuously. Blood. He heard his voice distantly, however he didn't feel that he had opened his mouth to whisper, dead people don't bleed. What? Minato blurted, eyes wide, face confused, and Naruto finally snapped back and spared a glance at him. He bled. Madara had bled. He stated, like it would explain everything. Madara, he was alive and not a corpse. And that means he was able to seal the Jubi but this isn't. This isn't what I wanted, Naruto dully mumbled. If this is the infinite Tsukuyomi, then it should have ended differently. But this is wrong, this isn't what I wanted, he repeated, grabbing his hair with his hand. I didn't want revenge. I wanted to save him. This isn't right. What are you talking about, Naruto? What does this mean? Minato asked as he dragged himself closer to his son, who finally glanced down at him. Naruto observed his father for a long, silent moment, rolling over every single moment since he arrived here in his head. He let out a choke sound, something between a sob and a hysterical laughter. It means that this word isn't real, and you're also not real. The word around Naruto suddenly shifted and slipped to the side. Minato's concerned eyes shimmered, then melted into an abstract ice-blue whirl. The green woods behind them mixed together with the soil and with the blue sky, everything slowly swallowed by a spiraling vortex until nothing else could be seen beside a pair of whirling Sharingan, glowing with the sinister color of blood. Chapter 34. An End of an Era. Important author's note: I want to emphasize once more that the happenings of the manga have been ignored since chapter 629. This part was written almost 4 years ago together with the first chapters of this story. Many things happened in the manga and I couldn't keep up with them, or I would have had to rewrite everything from scratch. So please keep this in mind while reading. There was no sound, no movement, only a devastating emptiness. It was as if time itself had stopped. His head was light and he vaguely remembered that he needed to breathe. He tried to inhale a lungful of oxygen, but at first nothing happened. His mouth didn't part at his will, his chest didn't move. A second later, the world righted itself and the stillness was gone. Muffled voices echoed around him like he was dunked underwater. Even the feeling on his skin was painfully familiar to all-encompassing sensation. Something was wrapping him from head to toe, something scratchy, cold and hard was cocooning him. He tried to move his mouth, but it was like it was bound by hard fabric that resisted the tiny movement, tightening around his cheeks, his throat, biting into his Adam's apple. He tried to suck in air, but something stuck to his mouth, blocking his windpipe. He twitched and it cracked, a small split appearing in front of his mouth. He sucked in a mouthful of breath, the air whistling as it slipped through. It gave him some air, but not enough. His mind swam, his lungs were screaming. He violently jerked at the lack of oxygen, and a much harsher cracking sound followed his movement. Then the dam finally disappeared from in front of his mouth. Coldness hit his exposed skin, and he immediately tore his lips apart, his chest hungrily expanding as he sucked in a ragged breath. But the attempt ended in a fit of coughs, his body still lacking the oxygen it was desperately screaming for. He tried again, this time succeeding, but his throat was so dry. He literally felt the dust in the air milling his windpipe as it rushed into his lungs. He jerked, and something cracked around him again. More and more of his skin became exposed to the frosty air, and something began peeling off from his body by each movement. Another violent jolt, and something broke above him. Gravity pulled him down with its full force. He collided with the hard ground, and it knocked out the hard-earned lungful of air right out of him. He braced himself against his instincts and drank once more from the ice-cold oxygen, slower this time, but still feeling it all the way, rasping against his innards as it slipped into his chest, chilling his already cool body. His back was pushed against the hard frosty surface beneath him by the motion. He shivered at the sensation and let out a groan as he tried to arch away from the feeling. The carving sensation stayed for 2 more breaths, then subdued into an itching feeling at the back of his throat. He finally gathered the energy to peel his eyes open, but the only thing that registered with his tired mind was a foggy picture with abstract forms. Something blue, spotted with some white blobs and a binding, but warm golden spot at his peripheria. He slowly tried to move to rub his eyes, but the only thing he managed was a pathetic twitch of his arm and a jerk of his head. His body was aching, not with pain but with an overwhelming numbness and cold. His limbs were in a stupor with his brain. Something fell upon his face when he moved again, and he immediately tilted his head toward the heat, hungry for the warmth. A dark silhouette slipped into the picture above him, shrouding the calming blue and the heating yellow beams. He blinked once more, trying to focus his eyesight, but it was hopeless. The only thing he achieved was a new wave of dizziness and another shiver. A grunt escaped between his rattling teeth and he twitched once more, jerking his head to the side, edging away from the coldness of the black shadow which stole the sun's heat. He finally succeeded, and he hungrily bathed his face in the warm sunbeams. His pleasure lasted mere seconds. The shadow was back again, and this time it was even bigger. He felt a touch on him. The fingers were warm and soft against his skin at first, but the touch hardened, the fingers hooking around his throat. They grabbed his neck and forcefully raised him from the cold soil until only the tips of his toes skimmed the ground. Not that he had the strength to stand even if he got the opportunity. But at least the icy ground was gone, and his back was now bathing in the warm sunbeams, gradually expelling some of the complete numbness. Sensation returned first in his fingertips, then in his arm, until it finally reached his chest. Whatever relief that came was muted as he felt each of the fingers wrapped around his neck, even the steady heartbeat of their owner. The pressure on his windpipe was firm, but loose enough to let the air in. The next second, they tightened. He blinked, raised a trembling arm, and grabbed onto the one holding him upward. With willpower beyond human, he forced his brain to work and finally, after a shake of his head, he managed to dismiss most of the haziness in his mind. His brain froze at the sight once more, then sped up until he became dizzy, but this time it lasted only for a second before it settled to calmness. His eyes locked with whirling crimson, but they lacked the familiar threatening edge. They shone with intense amusement and curiosity. Uchiha Madara tilted his head to the side, lost in his thoughts for long silent seconds while he observed the shinobi hanging limply in his hand. He experimentally tightened his fingers, and Naruto's other hand edged upward to claw at the iron grip. Half-numb fingers desperately tried to slip between his neck and the hand to loosen the hold, but the attempt was fruitless. The Uchiha turned the Uzumaki's head from left to right, eyes curiously observing the reaction until the blonde's breathing accelerated, becoming harsh and rasping as he desperately tried to force air inside his lungs through the gap between the fingers. That was Madara paused, chewing on his last word, his eyes locked with Naruto's dimming but still defiant azure gaze, before he continued, unexpected. The Uchiha held the gaze for one more silent moment, eyes focused on Naruto until he let out a whistling breath. Gradually both of his arms lost their power, slipped down, and fell to his side to hang limply, the movement followed by Madara's gaze. He suddenly released his grip, letting Naruto fall and crumble on the ground. Then he stepped back from the panting and coughing blonde. Naruto finally caught his breath. His mind was surprisingly calm. No, not calm, but empty, still struggling to process the happenings of the past and failing at it. He let out a soothing breath, closed his eyes, but immediately tore them open when instead of the peaceful blackness, he saw Minato's face with his last, worried expression. With a violent jerk, he tried to escape from the sight and rolled onto his side, unconsciously squeezing his eyes shut once again. It did nothing good. Kushina replaced Minato, then Jiraiya's last smile flashed across his eyes, followed by Kakashi, Sandaime, the Kage and so on, until it settled down on his softly smiling father and mother. Snap out of it! Kurama barked. Naruto sucked in a ragged breath, shook his head and this time didn't open his eyes. Instead he stubbornly squeezed them tighter, holding on to their picture, searching for their scent around him. But instead of freshly cut grass and sweet vanilla, he smelled smoke, ozone and wet soil. He was already missing it, missing them, even if they existed only in his own head. Naruto, I know it's hard, but get control of yourself, Kurama said, his voice weaker than Naruto ever remembered it being, but it still did its job. With a grunt, Naruto forced his eyes open and pushed himself onto his knees. His eyes darted over the place around him, registering and understanding what he was seeing for the first time. He was still at the Valley of the End. At least what remained of it. His eyes settled down on an unnaturally pale tree next to him, one that he was pretty sure wasn't there originally. It looked ancient, its branches thick, curling and stretching high toward the sky, but not a single leaf was on it. It was dry and sick. He observed the intricate bark, and it reminded him more and more of the surface of a human brain. His eyes traveled along the tatty roots until they settled down at his feet and locked on several pale greenish wooden shards around him. Their form and size were various, the bigger ones disturbingly reminding him of an amateur sculpture's weak attempts of a human's rough body parts. A hollow head, a torso, a half-shattered arm. Like pieces of a pale, human-shaped coffin. He furrowed his brows when he found several thin, root-like twines, his eyes trailing along their way up where they connected with his forearm. He lifted one eyebrow, silently observing as they disappeared under his thin skin, stretching it so it became transparent, the silhouette of the vines visible as they slipped into his bulging blue veins. He lifted a trembling hand, curved it around the twines, hesitating for only a second, then yanked them out. He examined it with narrowed eyes, then tossed them away, his eyes focusing now on the small holes in his skin. He watched indifferently as they oozed small trails of blood, gathering on the crook of his arm until it was filled completely, and the crimson liquid spilled. His eyes trailed the blood's path as it snaked down on his arm and dripped onto the land, the soil hungrily drinking it, not leaving behind even a droplet. Naruto blinked, and his eyes drifted back upward on his leg. Some of the wooden fragments were still attached to his exposed skin. A grimace twisted his face, and with trembling arms he picked and pulled on the closest one. It stuck to him so tight that his skin expanded, and he even tore out several of his hairs. But his limb was still half numb, and he felt no pain, only the disturbing pulling sensation of getting rid of a stubborn and clingy bandage. He turned it over his fingers. Its surface was rough and several splinters stick out of it. He could feel the shadow of the Jubi's raw and incomplete chakra buzzing within it, and strangely, it also reminded him of White Setsu's power. With a disgusted expression, he flicked it away and continued with another shard. A pair of legs strolled into the edge of his vision, but the blonde disregarded the imminent danger. He continued peeling off every remains of the cocoon from his body until he got rid of it. Madara patiently waited for him to finish, silently observing, before finally opening his mouth. I have to admit I'm impressed. How did you discover the truth? Naruto shook his head, then finally tore away his gaze from the wooden fragments to glance up at the stoic Uchiha, but immediately averted his eyes. Instead he concentrated on the sensation of Kurama's dense chakra filling his still chilly coils, finally warming him up and easing away the last remains of the everywhere lingering numbness. Get a hold of yourself! Kurama snapped, the blonde jerking. Naruto let out a sigh and forced his weary muscles to straighten himself, almost failing at the attempt, even grabbing onto the red battle gear in front of him before he caught himself at the last second and finally he was able to face the elder Uchiha. Do you still remember how we planned to get rid of him? Muttered Kurama. Of course he remembered. He shifted and he was able to feel the weight of the scroll in his pocket as it bumped against his thigh. Naruto made a nod, not trusting in his mind to actually be able to answer. Then we will continue with that plan. Buy as much time as you can. I have to gather enough chakra to trigger the seal, Kurama muttered. Naruto nodded again, closing his eyes for a second, then defiantly locking his gaze with the swirling pinwheels. Madara's face scrunched up into an impatient grimace. So, how did you realize? Naruto tried to hold his gaze, squeezing his mouth into a thin line and refusing to answer in the silent battle of wills. A familiar scent hit his nose, sweet and unforgettable. It came out of nowhere, totally out of place on the scorched battlefield. It was most likely his brain playing an evil trick with him, but before he could think more it was already gone, but it was enough to shake him and allow doubt to creep into his mind. He forced down the disturbing feeling, Madara's mouth twitched upward, and Naruto's eyes snapped to the side in shame as he answered. I didn't know it until the last moment. Kurama didn't either. You made a perfect genjutsu. A really perfect one. The Uchiha shifted, opening his mouth. Were you happy? He asked. I wasn't. The blonde defiantly shook his head, then glanced up at the Uchiha before correcting himself. I was happy. The words felt bitter as they rolled off his tongue, but there was no reason to lie to Madara. It was hard to admit it, but he had been happy. Madara observed the boy in front of him and arched an eyebrow. Then why? Because it was fake. Naruto snapped, his chest rapidly heaving with sudden anger. Madara made a vague sound in his throat. You were with your family. But I wasn't. Their feelings, their attitudes, their presence, it was all just a part of the illusion, the blonde snarled, throwing his arm wide. But the only reaction he got at first was a small, sly smile, before the Uchiha let out a booming laugh. Do you know why this technique is so special? Why does it feel so perfect? Because the jutsu was using memories of everyone that it captured, analyzing behavior patterns to recreate the dead in every possible way. What you saw and experienced were exactly the same as how they would act if you'd had the chance to meet them. They were real. Naruto shook his head vehemently, squeezing his mouth shut before prying it back open to speak. I never knew Rin or Yahiko. There were lots of strangers who I hadn't met. How'd the technique know how they'd act? A smirk appeared on Madara's face. Uchiha Obito was once under the early concept of this technique when I introduced my plan, and the Kyuubi was also very helpful in this aspect. As I already told you, this technique lives a separate life. It used his, yours, the fox's, and even my memories to replicate the people around you. And these people weren't the only ones caught in my genjutsu. Naruto's eyes widened. What? The smirk on the Uchiha's face widened, and he dipped his head toward the empty remains of the cocoon at Naruto's feet. Did you know that every single white was once human? That they used to be shinobi? That's what people become after being caught inside it. They change slowly, over time. It wasn't Obito who first entered the cave. I caught shinobi from all over the elemental nations throughout the course of decades. They provided memories of every single man and woman you've encountered during your own dream. They were fine specimens for my experiments, and served their purpose marvelously. The ancient old man folded his arms in front of his chest, his eyes flaring with interest. Tell me, Uzumaki Naruto. If the illusion was perfect and you never once had reason to suspect a genjutsu, then how did you discover that world was not reality? How did you break free? Naruto only shrugged. The ancient Uchiha narrowed his eyes, waiting for his response. After a moment, the blonde finally opened his mouth to answer his question. Dead people don't bleed. I cut your face, he nodded toward him, and you were bleeding. I forgot about it, but when I saw your blood I just remembered. That was how I knew something was wrong. Madara dipped his head to the side. Even so, how did you break free? Because it wasn't what I really wanted. Naruto barked back, wetting his lips and gulping down the saliva gathering at the back of his throat, watching as Madara's lips curved upward into a knowing, half-smirk. Naruto let out a sound of frustration. Tell me something, you old bastard. If the goal of this genjutsu was to create a perfect world, then why? Why did Rin have to die? Why did you kill her? Her death was pointless. Every death is pointless. Every death is meaningless with empty purposes tacked on to comfort those left behind. No one should ever die if it's not because of old age, Madara snarled as he took a step forward. Naruto pursed his lips together, trying to squeeze out some of the anger boiling inside him. But the dam was almost full, and he also took a threatening step toward his enemy. Then why did all those things happen to me? I thought the infinite Tsukuyomi made the perfect world. So why? Why wasn't it peaceful for me? An odd spark appeared in Madara's eyes, the edge of his mouth curling upward in a full smirk in triumph. The human mind is an interesting structure, Uzumaki Naruto. Do you think I could create a perfect world for you? Do you think I know your every little whim? Your dreams? Do you think anyone could know you that well? No, because even with the power to read minds, some parts of the psyche are too subtle to even detect, much less understand. Only you could know your own deepest desires. Do you understand what that means? A satisfied grin appeared on Madara's face, a mocking smile brimming with contempt and malice. Naruto froze at the sight of it, even as sudden realization drained the blood from his face and forced his eyes wide open with denial. I see, you understand now. Your dream world wasn't created by me, it was created by you. That's why it was perfect. You were the one who killed Rin, not me. You were yearning for a second chance, to live with a loving family, but you also wanted to change the future for your friends. You wanted to be the hero, to swoop in and save the day. But to achieve that, you had to defeat Obito and stop my plans, Obito, who unfortunately wouldn't be the villain you knew without Rin's death. The genjutsu could have brought you further back in the past where you could save Obito. But that wasn't what you desired deep inside your heart, was it? You wanted revenge. The blonde violently shook his head and jerked a step backward, but Madara disregarded it and continued. Your desires were the ones which killed Rin, not mine. Your soul is that of a fighter. For you, a perfect world is where you have to struggle and fight, where you have to face strong opponents, and in the end you can save your precious people. But for that, they first have to be in danger. Naruto squeezed his hands into fists, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palm. He shook his head once again, the motion jerky and stilted like he had trouble making his body obey him out of sheer shock. You're lying. His protest was half-hearted, dying down into a choke at the end. The Uchiha only tilted his head to the side, with the same half-smirk still on it. Why would I need to lie to you? I gain no benefit from that. Don't you think so, Uzumaki Naruto? No. I wanted to save Obito. You're lying, Naruto weakly argued, but his words weren't confident. The moment he saw Minato fall, he wanted to hurt Obito, to kill Obito. But you didn't save him. Madara uncaringly lifted his right shoulder, then let it drop. Think what you want. It doesn't matter to me. I was generous to give you a chance to be happy while I figured out how best to extract the Kyuubi and merge it with the Jubi inside me. However, I thought I would have more time for that. Naruto's hand unconsciously moved to his stomach to grab his clothes, and he took a step backward, sweeping his gaze across the landscape. The sun was already up, but not across the meridian. How long? A smirk appeared on Uchiha's face. How long were you under the genjutsu? Naruto nodded in reply. Madara lifted a brow. Around 2 minutes, perhaps a little bit more to be exact. Naruto's eyes widened with disbelief, his mouth falling open. But that's not possible. I was there for, it felt like almost a year. Madara chuckled. Oh, it is possible. The simple Tsukuyomi is able to compress 72 hours into 1 second. Don't you think the infinite Tsukuyomi should be at least that powerful? Naruto shook his head, his eyes locked on his opponent, his mind finally finding something to distract his thoughts. Your body. How? The Uchiha made a wondering face and tapped his chin. You are a curious little, aren't you? But I am a generous man. Consider this information as a reward that you were able to release yourself from the infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara paused, his eyes roving over Naruto, his face scrunching up in a grimace. Since you managed to kill Obito, I was forced to look after another solution. He should have resurrected me with the Rinnegan. For a long time, I was looking for someone, a person who knows a certain jutsu which transfers the consciousness, the soul. I needed a new, living body to obtain the Jubi's power. Now think, little. Do you know someone who knows a jutsu like that? Realization hit Naruto with the full force of one of his wind jutsu, knocking the air out of his lungs, forcing him to jerk another step backward. Orochimaru is dead, he wheezed out. A wide smirk stretched across Uchiha's face. I want to correct that. He was dead. Then he was resurrected by a certain mutual friend. A foolish decision to be sure, and he more than paid the price for it. Orochimaru gave me the information on this jutsu after some persuasion, and then I murdered him. So my only remaining task was to get my hands on his small pet. His body was almost perfect for me. Naruto flinched several steps backwards until his back met with the hard surface of the unnatural tree, cutting off his escape both physically and from what he'd just heard. Madara never even had to mention the name. No, Naruto choked out, eyes wide and desperate. The last time he had sensed Sasuke was somewhere near Yuzu, while they were fighting against Madara for the first time. Naruto grit his teeth. What did you do to him? Where is Sasuke? A smug grin appeared on the Uchiha's face as Naruto was overwhelmed by despair. Oh, I didn't kill him, of course. After all, why would I kill a perfect vessel? My body might have been gone, but my soul was untouched. The only thing I needed was a new living body. Imagine my luck when I found one that was nearly perfect for the job, raised and honed exactly for such a purpose. It only needed some small modifications to be able to control the Jubi's power. Unfortunately, I had to integrate Hashirama's cells into his body. That took quite a long time. You were my first experiment before I cast the infinite Tsukuyomi on the whole world. Naruto desperately shook his head. No! He would never allow that. An amused expression appeared on the elder Uchiha's face, then it melted into a smirk. I never said that he had given up his body willingly. He put up a nice fight. Better than most, actually. It was almost challenging. Almost. A wandering expression replaced the previous smirk on the Uchiha's face. I think that's enough for our chit-chat. So, what should I do to you, little? Even if I throw you into the infinite Tsukuyomi again, with this knowledge in your head you'll only break free. Naruto didn't hear the Uchiha's babble. His thoughts were inward, and he drowned in his worries and fears. About Sasuke, about his father, his mother, his teams in the real world and the fake. His feelings, his joy, his doubts, their encouragement, their pride, their love, their hope, their faith. Their faith in him. In his power, in his defiance, in his dreams. Dreams and goals he had long forgotten, but they bubbled back to life with the vehemence and vigor of the flaming sun, scorching every fear and hesitation in their way. We can do it. Just 10 more minutes, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, and it was enough to snap his attention back. Not what he said, but how he said it. With trust, with relief, with pride. His eyes sharpened as Madara moved towards him. The Uchiha took another step, slowly closing the distance between them. I will need the Kyuubi's power to perfect the Jubi inside me, and with it, release the pure and never-ending genjutsu on the earth. Naruto swept his legs further apart and lowered the center of his gravity, his muscles tensing. A wide smirk spread across Madara's face, his sharp and noble features twisting with the ugly expression. "Oh, so you want to dance? Don't you remember the last time we did that? You were forced into my genjutsu after some play. Don't you think it's meaningless?" Naruto closed his eyes, his mind swaying back to the past again, to the time after they retreated back to the sand dunes and waited at Gaara's home. His gaze drifted onto the horizon of the endless desert, his mind empty and his expression blank. Gaara let out a sigh, and soft sand reached out for Naruto's aid, loosening the tufted black stripes and letting it fall into his lap. Naruto glanced at his friend with a surprised expression, but his lost forehead protector was almost immediately replaced with a new one, a single kanji shining proudly in the middle of it, Shinobi. When you think your time has come, when you think you are ready to don the hat, you can replace this 8 with your old one. Until that time, you are a shinobi of the allied forces. Naruto squeezed his eyes tighter, his parents' picture flashing across his mind, his own voice echoing within him, declaring his own budding feelings for a lost desire. Minato's voice echoed now inside his head, as he encouraged him, as he trusted him. The previously lost desire and confidence flared up again in his gut, and this time it didn't fade. It lingered there, steady and unfaltering with a mesmerizing force as it burned down all of his doubts. Madara silently observed the teen, then shrugged. "Well, I think without your limbs you won't be that bothersome." Naruto threw his eyes open, let out a bubbling growl, flashed his canines, and snarled. "If you tear off my arms, I'll kick you to death. If you tear away my legs, then I'll bite off your head. I'll fight until I defeat you, or until I die. I won't give up." A half-smirk appeared on Uchiha's face. "I never expected any less from you, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto let a wide smirk pull the edge of his lips upward and reached inside one of his pockets to reveal a small scroll, made from fine vellum. "You know, Madara, I should thank you." Madara ducked his head to the side and raised a curious eyebrow. "For what?" The blonde let out a small chuckle. "For the infinite Tsukuyomi. You gave me back something I had lost a long time ago. You gave back my lost confidence, my dream, and now you're even giving me back a chance to fulfill a promise. Even if it wasn't real, it was exactly what I needed." Madara watched the progress curiously, with the unconcerned carelessness that belonged only to gods, as the blonde slowly and ceremoniously unsealed the small scroll, gently lifting an old and scratchy 8. The strips of black cloth were worn and the edges were frazzled here and there, but the proud insignia of Konohagakure no Sato beamed on the metal plate like the brightest sun when he tied it on his forehead where it belonged. Madara narrowed his eyes and asked, "What purpose did that serve?" Naruto ignored the question and closed his eyes, his posture suddenly straightening with pride, his weariness vanishing. Naruto's mouth slipped into a wide and proud smile. "Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Naruto, the Rokudame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, will finish what Shodame started." Naruto raised his arm and pointed a finger at the middle of the crimson battle armor, his smile transforming into a feral grin. "I'm going to kick your ass." Potent chakra whirled to life around the blonde, and he immediately dashed toward his stunned opponent, fingers curled into a tight fist, covered with howling wind. He thrusted it forward and it collided with Madara's left cheek, milling millions of small cuts into his skin and sending him flying inside the gaping ravine. He gathered chakra in his gut, held it for a moment, then let it free. Several clones appeared around him, some already rushing inside the valley, some heading toward the other direction, others gathering energy from nature. The original sucked in a breath, then let it out and followed his clones inside the abyss. Naruto slid down on the wall, sending small debris raining over the roaring river. He hopped onto its surface, disregarding the waves raging at his feet, and dashed toward the battle to join his clone's side. He ducked an attack, rolled, and popped back up, his hands already formed into seals. He drew air in his lungs and exhaled it in the form of small fireballs sent flying towards the Uchiha. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. He sucked in another breath and let it out, this time fueling it with roaring wind chakra. The gust grabbed the small fireballs, letting them grow as it fueled them with air, then they started to whirl and glow like a tornado made of pure fire which went flying towards Madara with increased speed. The Uchiha let out a hum, and with an elegant movement of his wrist, he dismissed the whirling wildfire effortlessly. He even made a show of dusting off his shoulder, as if to convey just how utterly unconcerned he was. Hold on, only a little bit more! Kurama roared inside his mind, his voice echoing. Naruto narrowed his eyes as his opponent blocked the next punch. Something was odd. He stepped to the side and twisted his torso to avoid another strike. But it was still only a barehanded attack. There was no screaming fire, no flaring chakra behind it. Something was definitely odd. Their eyes locked for a moment, Madara's flaring crimson as they flashed in confusion. The elder Uchiha narrowed his eyes and grit his teeth in irritation, launching another attack. But before his fist could reach Naruto, his movement slowed down for a second, breaking the flow. Naruto didn't hesitate, his right hand immediately utilizing the opening, but the Uchiha shook off whatever happened to him just in time to grab his hand and stop the impact. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Naruto stared into a pitch-black pool. The Sharingan was gone. Naruto curled his fingers tight around Madara's wrist and defiantly stared into the midnight mirror-like eyes. Something was odd with them. They shined with something familiar. Madara twisted his wrist, freeing himself, hurled to the side then back as he launched a counterattack immediately. He curled his hand into fist and threw it toward Naruto's face, but he caught it easily. Madara's eyes flashed red for a brief second, then dimmed, and the world around them faded away, their surroundings melting by a blinding white flash. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut to protect them from the light. The coldness around him was gone, together with nature's sounds of the wind and waterfall. Everything felt utterly sterile. There was no voice, no movement, only a single being's slow, rhythmical breathing could be heard. It felt familiar. Calming. Soothing. Inviting. And also irritating. Naruto didn't open his eyes for a long silent moment, he didn't move, only a small smile tugged at his lips. He let in breath and the smile widened as he exhaled, bastard. There was no real response at first, only the previously calm breathing rhythm was broken by a small snort, before continuing in the same, steady pace. It continued for some time, before someone let in a long breath and finally answered, and when it came, it warmed him up from head to toe. Idiot. Naruto's eyes shot open as he swept his head toward the voice's direction. The wide grin didn't falter. I know it was you. Sasuke's face scrunched up into an annoyed grimace. Who else would it be, dead last? The blonde let out a chuckle and ran his hand through his messy hair. I'm glad. That means I can still save you. A low, bitter laugh escaped Sasuke, almost unrecognizable, easily mistaken for a long grunt, but it was still there. You're still an idiot. You can still only think about that. Sasuke's eyebrow rose. Tell me, Naruto. How do you plan to save me? The Uzumaki let out a snort and took a step toward his companion. I just have to kick Madara's butt hard enough to make him fly out of your body. The Uchiha slowly shook his head. You've become strong. Even stronger than me, stronger than anyone I know, but it still won't be enough. An amused, almost smug expression appeared on Naruto's face. Oh, please say that again. The Almighty, I'm better than everyone. Uchiha Sasuke just acknowledged me? Sasuke narrowed his eyes and folded his arms across his chest. You really are still a fool. You're strong, but you don't have the power to kill Madara. Naruto lifted his shoulder and took another step toward his former teammate, but stopped and let his shoulder drop. He stayed in the safety of silence for a moment before opening his mouth. Then tell me how to save you. Sasuke looked at the blonde, slowly unfolded his arms and took a step forward. You can't save me. Naruto shot a glare toward the raven-haired boy, his face a mask of pure determination and stubbornness. Yes, I can. I made a promise. And Uzumaki Naruto never goes back on his word. A snort echoed inside the void. Yes, I'd already heard that. Then tell me, Naruto, tell me how things went with the Hyuga clan. You promised Neji that you would change the Hyuga. But they are gone. There is no more clan to change for the better. You failed. Naruto squeezed his hands into fists, his eyes still bright with determination. I won't fail this time. Uzumaki Naruto never goes back on his word, huh? Sasuke remarked, his voice dripping with doubt. Then promise me something, Naruto. Naruto's left eyebrow rose until it disappeared under his 8. Promise you what? Sasuke took another step toward the blonde. Promise me that you will fulfill my next wish. Naruto narrowed his eyes. It depends. No, Sasuke denied, shaking his head. First promise me. Naruto furrowed his brow to one coherent line, eyeing his companion suspiciously, but in the end slowly nodded. All right, I promise. A small, almost invisible, but altogether satisfied and revealed smile appeared on the Uchiha's face. Good. He narrowed his eyes once again. And you won't go back on your word, will you? Naruto was suspicious, but he still nodded once more, this time much hesitantly but still determined. The edges of Sasuke's mouth twitched up in something that almost resembled a smile. Then fulfill my last wish. I can restrain Madara. Only for a brief moment, and with no second chances. I won't be able to do it twice. Naruto slowly nodded again. The Uchiha watched him closely, and when he determined that Naruto understood, he nodded to himself and continued. He will be vulnerable for that brief moment. That will be your chance to strike and do whatever you're planning to do. Naruto's eyes widened and he took a step backward, vehemently shaking his head. I can't do that. If I do, then you'll also. He shut his mouth with an audible click. A sarcastic smirk appeared on Sasuke's face. I thought you made a promise to me. That's not what I meant. Naruto tried to protest but failed to find the words he was looking for. Instead, he took another step backward when Sasuke advanced on him, leaving only centimeters between the two of them. You promised me. Sasuke snapped, his fingers curling around the remains of his coat's collar, black eyes flaring red for a moment, before settling back to its original dark color. Naruto, the Uchiha said, voice more tired than any time he had heard it, but still firm, making the named boy snap up his attention. This is my final wish. I don't want to live my life as a puppet. I'm not strong enough to seize control. It's not like with Orochimaru. This meeting alone has cost me too much strength. Sasuke Naruto looked to the side. I can't. If I do what I'm planning to do, you'd also be sealed. The Uchiha let out a weary sigh, his shoulders hunching in defeat, but his fingers still defiantly or most likely desperately locked on the tattered fabric of Naruto's coat. You were right and I was a fool. I was blind even with the Sharingan. I was lost in the darkness, but I opened my eyes too late. My last wish is to die for what's right. Kill me, together with Madara. Naruto desperately shook his head once more. Sasuke. Sasuke raised his voice. Naruto, if you really are the Rokudaime Hokage, then do your duty. I'm a rogue ninja. Kill me together with Madara. I can't do that, Naruto mumbled. Sasuke let out a tired sigh, and stayed quiet for a few seconds before continuing. I talked to all the previous Hokage. I talked to your father. Naruto's eyes widened for a brief second, but he couldn't think for long. Sasuke continued his explanation. I met with Itachi. Sasuke paused for a moment, then continued. I wanted answers. I even foolishly resurrected Orochimaru from Anko's cursed seal. He led us to Yuzu where he released the Hokage sealed inside the Shinigami's belly. The first, the second, the third, and the fourth. Naruto twitched. What question? He asked. He already knew the answer, but he still needed to hear it. Sasuke didn't speak for a moment, letting the answer hang above their heads like a guillotine. Whether or not I should take my revenge on the leaf and destroy it, he said, pausing, or if I should try to save it. Naruto didn't react verbally, but his muscles tensed, so Sasuke continued. They told what a clan is, what a village is, what a shinobi is. They made me realize what I am. I realized that if I let the village be destroyed, or if I destroyed it myself, I would kill Itachi's legacy once more. I would kill Itachi's every act. All of his efforts, his suffering would be a waste if I let Konoha fall. I finally understood the will of fire. I finally understood what Itachi saw when he looked at the village. Sasuke stopped, and a sour smile spread across his face. But it seems that my efforts were pointless. The four Kage, me, my team, and even Orochimaru were all about to head to the battlefield when Madara appeared with an unconscious killer bee. He tricked us. He let Hashirama try to convince him, but all the while he trapped Orochimaru in a genjutsu and forced him to release the Edo Tensei. The rest I think you can figure it out. Sasuke grit his teeth. His hands squeezed into fists, anger rising and banishing away his calm composure as a frustrated laugh bubbled out from him. Naruto didn't know what to say. What could he say? I was weak. I was pathetic, he spat. All my efforts to get stronger and surpass you were a waste of time. I should have killed myself the moment I realized Madara's plans. Naruto watched his friend in silence, daring not to distract his confession. I finally made the right decision. I finally wanted to defend something, to do something in accordance with Itachi's will, and I failed. But now, there is still one last chance to have absolution and redemption for every mistake I've made. One final chance to cleanse the Uchiha name, to prove that they were worthy of their fame. Don't take this away from me, Naruto. Don't take away my last chance to do something right. Sasuke looked down, his fingers finally releasing the fabric and slipping away from Naruto's chest to fall limply at his sides. Heavy silence fell among them, thick and soggy. Thoughts raced through Naruto's mind, desperately looking for any handhold, any other solution. But he had to admit, he wasn't a Nara. A bittersweet smile stretched across his face. We're in the borderlands of the Land of Fire. Does this count as bringing you back to Konoha? Sasuke blinked and glanced up to his comrade's eyes. Naruto didn't continue for a long, silent moment, but in the end a soft smile spread across his face, while his murmur filled the void around them. When we were here the last time, I told you something, didn't I? Sasuke paused, digging up the distant memory, but eventually he nodded. A wide grin spread across Naruto's face as he raised his arm and placed a hand on Uchiha's shoulder. I told you, remember? The next time we fight, both of us are gonna die. I promised I'd be the last person you fought. The Uchiha stayed in silence, his face suddenly calm. Naruto spoke, his voice soft and solemn. I think it's time for me to fulfill that promise. Don't you think so too, Sasuke? They stayed in silence for a long, almost never-ending moment, staring at each other, before a cheeky smile appeared on Naruto's face. I bet I'll be faster in the other word than you, bastard. Sasuke's face stayed passive, then his eyebrow twitched and suddenly a snort bubbled out from him. Idiot, you'll never beat me. A small chuckle followed the declaration, and it soon turned into relieved laughter. Sasuke's real, unburdened laugh filled the void before it faded away, and the whiteness went with it. The calm was gone in the next second, obsidian orbs flaring with furious crimson. Sasuke was gone, the bright void replaced by the elder Uchiha, who immediately freed himself and jumped backward, examining his own body, clenching and unclenching his hands only to repeat the motion, while the tones in his eyes whirled continuously. That was Madara paused between two breaths, interesting. A wondering expression appeared on his face. We're ready! Kurama roared, the remains of the seal vibrating with the shout. Naruto straightened, his hand inching inside his pocket, desperately looking for the small scroll, praying to every kami on and above the earth to find it there in one piece. His prayer was granted, his heartbeats slowing down together with his harsh breathing when his fingers brushed over the paper's edge. It was ragged, but still intact. He curled his fingers around the small scroll. Do it, Naruto! Kurama roared in his mind, the voice echoing, fierce, sad, dubious, but still imperious. And proud. Sheer determination flashed across Naruto's face even as the wondering expression melted away from his opponents. Madara immediately launched into his next attack. A small flash of obsidian eyes could be seen before the elder Uchiha froze in motion, his muscles trembling, eyes wide with the first hint of fear below a sea of bewilderment. Azure blue eyes locked with ink-black orbs, while the rough flesh of his palm met his opponent's chest without hesitation. Naruto's voice filled the valley, echoing amongst the cliffs for a never-ending moment. Shiki Fujin. At first nothing happened, then suddenly a bright light flashed. Naruto squeezed his eyes against it. He felt a small tug, then a violent jerk at his very core, tearing him from his insides, until it suddenly stopped. Everything stopped. The sounds, the movement, the light. Everything became black. It was strange, he felt nothing, but he could still feel everything. He was floating, his body was surrounded by something warm, covering him up from head to toe, forcing itself into his nose, into his mouth, into his lungs. But it still felt pleasant. It felt natural for him. A thought popped into his mind that he should open his eyes, but it disappeared as fast as it came. Why should he bother himself? He was comfortable. He was calm. He was at peace. He felt the soft, almost unnoticeable wave around him, Something floated next to him, and passed his body as fast as it had arrived. He let out a soft breath. Something left his lungs, however it wasn't air. It reminded him about something, a small soft feather in the warm breeze in springtime. Spring breeze, was that what he felt? Soft pink spots were dancing, playfully swirling around him in spring. Were they cherry blossoms? For the first time, his eyelids squeezed harder. He should remember something. A soft laugh echoed inside his mind. A smile, pink hair, Sakura. Another laugh echoed inside his head, warm, carefree, loving, just like a woman would laugh when her baby did something funny. Mother. A swirl of blood-red hair, a wide smile, then it was gone. He suddenly felt empty. The temperature dropped a few degrees and his eyes snapped open to stare into the nothingness for a brief few seconds before they drifted closed again. Something touched his skin, something warm and fluffy, and he couldn't surpass the shiver that ran up his spine. The void around him waved once more by his movement, tossing away that thing which connected with his bare skin. An image popped up inside his mind, an image of a group of smiling people. A man with a scarred face and a shining red eye, then another similar one with calm, emotionless ink-black eyes and long dark bangs around his face. Another followed, silver-haired but not old, this one wearing a half-face mask. A young, pink-haired girl ran after the fading man. Another popped up, a white-haired man with a goofy smile, then he also vanished in the dark void. They kept coming. Men, women, boys, girls, blonde, red, brown, and black-haired, all smiling, waving at him, and in the end all disappearing. The pictures keep going until time seems to slow and then stop altogether, the image fixing on a man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a smile so bright it could melt away glaciers. The image expanded, Naruto's vision locked with eyes brighter and bluer than the cloudless sky, just like his own. The mouth of the stranger moved, but he heard nothing. He squeezed his eyes in frustration. He wanted to hear. He wanted to know what that man was telling him. Something deep inside him was eager to hear his voice one last time. Muffled noises started to stab the complete silence around him. He shook his head. I don't understand. The voice around him became louder and clearer, until it finally cleared. Are you giving up? He shook his head once more, this time very slow. I don't know what you mean. The man in his mind smiled back at him. It's not like you. His mind desperately reached out for the man, pleading for the answer, but when no reply came, his mind settled down again into the never-ending peace around him. I don't understand, he repeated. That's not the boy who I know. You've got promises to fulfill. Don't you remember? The man furrowed his brow, but his eyes were still warm. Promises? He asked. The man slowly nodded, the warm expression never melting away from his kind face. Yes. What promises? Naruto furrowed his brows into one coherent line. I don't understand what you want from me. Don't give up. The image ordered, this time fiercely, and he flinched, squeezing his eyes tighter. The image slowly faded away. I am giving up? His whispering echoed all around him in the ink-black void. His mind struggled for an answer with every bit of his strength. His eyes darted with insane speed behind his closed eyelids, searching for the solution, until they suddenly snapped open. His piercing sapphire blue eyes glowed inside the obsidian void. His lips slowly parted. First his voice was low and soft until it reached a level which filled the emptiness around him. No! I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'll never give up! The blackness suddenly swirled away, and he had to squeeze his eyes shut and shroud them with his arms to escape from the sudden stabbing light. Some of the light still slipped through his defense in the last moment, and stars danced in the back of his eyelids. When he finally braced himself and his eyes slowly fluttered open, he found himself surrounded by enormous bodies. 9 giant forms towered above him, silently watching the confused boy. He eyed them one by one, the tails behind them restlessly flinging in every direction by anticipation. He twisted his head upward when something let out a breath behind him. The wind was strong enough to grab the hair on his crown and tug it. An orange grin greeted him. White canines gleamed in the dim light of a bonfire, shadows dancing on the fangs longer even his own height. Kurama! What's going on? The fox's lips twitched upward into a small smile, and his eyes shifted from him to something behind him. He obediently followed the small movement, and turned around to face a man with spiky white hair and almost glowing purple orbs, observing him curiously. Madara may have been old, But this guy took the word to an entirely different level. Even his wrinkles had wrinkles. They stared at each other for some time, Naruto frozen by shock, the ancient man patiently eyeing him until he finally spoke. Uzumaki Naruto, the child of the prophecy. The one who will bring great change to the shinobi world. Either peace, he tilted his head a little, regarding him severely, or destruction. He paused, letting the words hang above their heads before continuing. You united the shinobi world and the 9 Bijou. You gave another chance for the world to become something different, a chance to finally shake off the chains of their burden and break the circle of hatred. But the ancient man paused, his eyes locked on the boy, as if waiting for something. Naruto held his gaze, not knowing what answer was expected from him, just staring into those purple eyes, mesmerized by the black ripples in them, letting himself be swallowed up by them. He averted his gaze onto the floor, a bittersweet smile appearing on his face. He knew the answer, so he finally finished the sentence. But the price was too high. What's the point of peace if there's no one alive who can enjoy it? Too many lives, too many sacrifices were given to reach peace. In the end, I brought destruction to the world, not peace. He let out a sigh. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't end like this. The ancient man eyed him gravely before his gaze drifted above him to meet with a crimson stare. Kurama nodded as an answer to their silent conversation. Purple orbs moved around their giant companions, each of them answered with a silent, agreeing nod. The man's lips curved into a small smile and stepped closer to the young boy, who finally looked up and frowned when he noticed the small movement. The shinobi world may have paid a high price for peace. The destined children of the past had fallen many times. But in the end, your circle finally closed at the last minute, and the prophecy was fulfilled. Naruto's frown deepened in his confusion. What do you mean it failed before? The ancient man let out a small chuckle. The prophecy wasn't about one certain child. The prophecy was about possibilities. For example, your father and Nagato. Both of them had the chance to fulfill the prophecy, to be the destined child, to bring either peace or destruction to the world, just like you. Nagato failed when he stepped into the darkness, but he handed over the chance to your father. But even he failed when he decided to give your mother a chance to see you again, before he had a chance to step into the right direction. And then with his sacrifice the torch was passed down to you. In the end, both passed on their legacy and left the chance to fulfill the prophecy in your hands. The man's knowing eyes shifted toward Kurama for a second before settling back, and he continued. All of you had a chance to unite the shinobi world, the nations, the 5 Kage. You, my child, walked in the right direction for years, but at the very end you stumbled. The union of the 5 nations and the 5 Kage. That was a key to fulfill the prophecy in your turn of the cycle. But without a Hokage, the alliance shattered, and so too did the prophecy. Naruto frowned in his confusion again. What was this old man mumbling about? That it was because of him? That all of that happened because he never became Hokage? Before he had a chance to ask, the man continued. You really earned your moniker, the most unpredictable shinobi in the world. You had given another chance for Nagato, to fulfill his duty as the destined child. You guided him out from the darkness. And with your decision to not give up when Hyuga Neji died, you also gave another chance to your father. He was resurrected along with the previous 3 Kage to step into the battle. Unfortunately, they were unable to reach you because of your decision. He trailed off for a second, before he continued. Peace or destruction. In the end, you brought both of them and you had created a new outcome, a tabula rasa, a new and united shinobi world. Naruto's eyebrows shifted into one coherent line. So you mean if I accepted the title, or if Nagato or Dad were alive, then none of this would have happened? The man shrugged. I don't have an answer for that. If you accepted the position as the Rokudame, and if Madara never discovered Orochimaru's work, maybe the previous Kage would join the fight and you'd win. Or a new possibility opens by the new hope you would have given to the people. Everything is connected in some way. You took a step, made a decision, and you closed the door, but at the same time a new door opened. There is no such thing as fate. It's not that simple. There are only possibilities, as limitless as the stars. Naruto took a step forward. No offense, old man, but who the hell are you? And what are you talking about? You're standing there talking about fate and stars, and everything you say is just so confusing. The ancient man tilted his head to the side. I've got many names and titles, but they are not important. The new world will need a leader, an example who can be followed by all shinobi. One who can show them the right path in this new world, just like I did before. I still don't get it, Naruto mumbled, shaking his head. The man slowly walked around him, observing him from every angle, before he settled down in his previous spot again. You are really as clueless as Kurama said you were. An amused snort echoed oddly in the emptiness from Kurama's direction, and Naruto immediately shot the giant fox with an annoyed glare. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm talking about you. The world needs you. It needs someone who can lead them, guide them on the right path. You've already proven that you are worthy of leading the United Shinobi world to a new future. The alliance is broken, Naruto muttered, folding his arms in front of his chest. The old man paused for a brief second again, then a small smile appeared on the wrinkled face. Don't be so sure about that. Naruto frowned again, but he didn't reply, waiting to hear more. Madara gave you a perfect world, but you denied yourself happiness for the sake of your friends, for the sake of every living being in this world. You finally accepted your role. You became the Rokudame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. You finally made the right decision, my child. Naruto stared back at the old man, his face scrunching up in a frustrated grimace. Angry heat boiled inside him, but he allowed it to heat his face before it burst out from his lungs. I'm in the belly of the damned Shinigami. How do you think that I, out of everyone, can save the world when I'm stuck here? An amused smile spread across the ancient man's wrinkled features. Are you sure that's where you are? It could just be a dream, a fragment of your imagination. Naruto raised an eyebrow and peered into the emptiness. How the hell should I know? I used the Shiki Fujin. This time I really used it. I felt it. He tugged shirt over his tummy, revealing a jet black seal that had been inked over his skin. And this means I must be in the belly of the Shinigami. I couldn't mess up everything twice, could I? A small smile appeared on the man's wrinkled face. The Shiki Fujin is an ancient technique, developed further by the Uzumaki clan. But it has an even older version than theirs. One which was developed by me, one which was redesigned by you. You used this version of the Shiki Fujin on Madara. This seal is special. You will soon realize why. Naruto shook his head in his confusion. You're just confusing me, Super Geezer. Did I mess up again? Is Madara still out here with the Jubi? The wrinkled man smiled and shook his head. Madara is gone. The version you used was originally designed for a different goal. A goal which you achieved. It was developed to restrain the Jubi inside my body. The deal with the Shinigami is not immediate. It will activate when you die. Naruto let out a relieved breath and dropped himself on the ground. You could have started with that, Super Geezer, he complained. The man stepped closer and held out a hand, waiting patiently for Naruto to gather himself and straighten. The old man eyed Naruto one more time, before a smile spread across his face. Never again have doubt in yourself, my child. You still possess the will to change the world for the better. The decision is in your hands, and so too is the power to make it reality. You can still give a new chance for the prophecy. We all have faith in you. Naruto opened his mouth to answer, or at least ask something in his overwhelming confusion, but he stopped mid-motion when the old man, without any notice, simply slammed his palm into his stomach, twisting his hand over the spiral symbol on his skin under his clothes. There was no pain, but everything was blurred for a second. Naruto watched with wide eyes, his mouth falling open with the odd sensation in his stomach. They nodded one by one, and then they jumped towards him, but instead of slamming to the ground in front of him, they gracefully floated inside the seal. The last thing he saw was Kurama's encouraging nod before the world around him went black again. A sudden and harsh stinging pain flared on his left cheek, burning his skin only for a second, before it faded. He let out a groan, tilted his head, and the blackness came closer and closer as he drifted toward it once again. A loud snap followed his motion, and his cheek on the other side burned as well. The blackness immediately retreated, and Naruto stirred. He could feel someone's warmth next to him, hear their harsh breathing and drumming heart. They patted his cheek, this time more gently, shooing away the last remains of the burning pain. Rough shinobi fingers scratched against his skin, smelling of dogs, and his eyes flung open. He blinked several times until his vision finally cleared, to focus on the extended hand in front of him. He followed it up to meet with Kakashi's crinkled eyes. He grabbed the hand without thinking and struggled to sit up. He spotted a crimson blur at the edge of his vision, and he immediately bolted up to his feet, arms flinging upward, chakra gathering in his coils. But the red battle gear didn't move. It laid there motionless, the chest under it not moving even an inch, a stark contrast to Naruto's own body greedy for air. "He's dead," came the answer to a question he didn't dare put into words. His eyes flickered back onto the silver-haired man still kneeling on the ground where he lay not a second ago. The sight calmed down his racing heart, and a harsh breath of sheer relief left his lungs when he dropped on his knees once again. "Sensei, I told you not to come after me." His old sensei's eyes crinkled upward, indicating a cheeky smile under the mask. "Oh, I wasn't coming after you." He stepped next to the blonde, hooked an arm under his armpit, and helped him straighten. "I was coming after them." He flung his free arm to the side, and Naruto's eyes traced the motion. His eyes widened when he spotted hundreds of shinobi around them, slowly walking closer and closer, eyeing him and their devastated surroundings with obvious amazement. The sheer variety of attires was breathtaking. The remnants of the allied shinobi force had come to help, to support him in his final battle from every corner of the earth. He felt a gentle hand on his shoulder, saw a flash of pink at the edge of his vision before the touch disappeared. Sakura appeared in front of him, cheeks flushed, nostrils flaring, eyes narrowed, and without warning she slammed her fist onto the top of his head. He couldn't comprehend the pain, he didn't have enough time for that. In the next bewildering second, he found himself in a fierce hug, his bones creaking by its force. "You idiot!" she hissed. He blinked and he found himself free, the kunoichi already gone. Only his stinging crown and aching joints were the only reminder that she'd even touched him at all. Sakura walked a little further and stopped next to a small gathering. The moment they noticed her, the people slowly parted, revealing Madara's motionless body. Naruto's eyes widened, and he took an unsteady step toward them. His legs wobbled, but Kakashi was by his side, giving him a silent support on the small way. He dropped onto his knees next to the prone figure, gently unstrapping the red battle gear from his chest. His hand shakily rose toward the pale face. A small part of the skin curved upward awkwardly near the hairline. Naruto picked at it carefully, tugging it, and a small part came off. Naruto picked on the torn edge, peering down the artificial skin inch by inch, freeing his friend's face. Sakura let out a small gasp and sank to her knees, arms already glowing green. The blonde locked his gaze on the limp body, his eyes glued on his face. He'd never seen him like this before. It was so pure. No, not pure, but peaceful. Naruto didn't move, he didn't even dare to breathe. When he couldn't hold it out anymore, the air rushed out from his lungs with a low whistle. Naruto's vision was frozen on Sasuke's body, on his motionless chest, the profusely pale and bluish-tinted skin. Sakura worked hard, sweat pouring down her forehead, but it could have been the effects of her previous rush. When nothing worked, she switched tactics and leaned down, lips contracting, air flowing directly into lungs. Her hands clasped over his chest, delivering small, but powerful compressions, forcing the unmoving heart to pump blood, switching between the steps from time to time, but never stopping the steady flow of the distinctively green medical jutsu. Nothing happened for long minutes, the crowd silently observing the happenings in the background. A finger twitched on the ground, then stirred, and finally the chest moved, first shakily, then it expanded hungrily on its own. The girl let out a choked breath and let the green light fade from her hands, dropping them on the moving, breathing chest. He exhaled in relief when Sasuke's eyes slowly fluttered open. First they glimmered with confusion when the boy looked around for the first time. He let his vision linger on Sakura, then on Kakashi, and only after did it settle down on the blonde, and the previous confusion shifted into visible annoyance. With a grunt, Sasuke struggled onto his elbows and glared at him. "Idiot! You screwed up again." Naruto stared at him in disbelief, his mouth falling open, mimicking a fish on the dry lands. But I thought that it would." He opened his mouth, then closed it with an audible click. "Never mind." He shook his head once again, feeling like he would never fully understand what the hell happened. The Uchiha winced and struggled to sit up. "What happened? Where is Madara? Where is the Jubi?" Naruto glanced at the remains of the red battle gear, Sasuke following his eyes down on his body. "We won. Madara is dead." Sasuke frowned warily. "And the Jubi?" Naruto shook his head once more, grabbed the fabric of his torn clothes on his stomach, where he could feel the sheer and outer world power bubbling inside his abdominal. He could hear the snickering of Shikaku, the purring of Matabi, the cheerful voice of the Eight Tails, and he could feel the proud smile of Kurama inside him. He let out a sigh and crouched down to be eye level with his team. He put one hand on Sasuke's shoulder and the other on Sakura's, squeezing them with a wide smile on his face. Kakashi joined them, putting his own hand on Naruto's crow, ruffling his already messy hair. It's over. Let's go back to Konoha. It's been too long since we went home. 3 pairs of eyes blinked up at him, and this time, no one protested. The news of the victory spread across the lands with insane speed, and the remnants of shinobi and civilians celebrated all over the lands, while some of them traveled across distant lands toward the slowly growing Konoha. But the last Jinchuriki wasn't thinking about any of that. It had already been 1 month since Madara finally left this world, but he didn't feel happiness or joy like the others. He wasn't even relieved. His thoughts constantly wandered back to the talk with the ancient man in the end. His cryptic words echoed inside his head continuously. You can still give a new chance for a prophecy. That brought him to today. Uzumaki Naruto was sitting cross-legged in front of a fresh marble obelisk erected where he fought his last battle. No names were carved onto the surface of the hard stone, there wasn't enough space to carve every name on it. His orange attire laid under a crimson cloak, broad kanji proudly declaring his position as the 6th. A thick notebook lay open on its spine in his lap, and experienced fingers gracefully moved the small brush on the surface of fine paper. It was obviously old and worn. Some of its edges were torn out, and some pages stood out by dog's ears on the corners. Only the last pages remained blank. Naruto filled the empty pages over the last 2 months like a maniac. He wanted to record every tiny thing that happened to him in the dream world. He pushed his brain over its limit, desperately trying to recall his memories before they slipped from his mind. He tapped his chin with the brush, eyes hazy as he stared in front of him. He let out a frustrated snort, features scrunched up with effort. There really was nothing worse than not knowing what he'd forgotten, and he truly was terrified of forgetting. Even if that world was fake, it was still real enough. It still mattered. Then it suddenly clicked. He leaned over the notebook, the brush dancing on the page, eating away the last remaining empty spaces. He made his last stroke on the final page with a dramatic flourish that would have made Erosenin proud, then ran his eyes over his handwriting. Towards the end it became sloppy as he rushed to write down his thoughts before they disappeared, but it was still legible. He let out a pleased sigh and leaned backward. He felt 2 presences approach him from behind, but he didn't have to turn around to know who they were. When they arrived, one lingered in the back while his former sensei stepped next to him. You're going to be late. A high-pitched snort escaped the blonde. Kakashi-sensei, you of all people really shouldn't be telling people that. Naruto slowly closed the book and sealed it back into a scroll made from fine vellum along with the brush and the small inkpot. Kakashi hummed. Why don't you celebrate with the others? Naruto shrugged and glanced up. I was thinking. Then he slowly rose and dusted off his pants. About what? One of Kakashi's eyebrows disappeared under his forehead protector. The blonde didn't answer for a long, silent second. Finally, he glanced at Kitsuchi, who until now silently waited in the background. Oji-san, can I ask you something? The brownie shinobi curiously tilted his head to the side, then after a moment of consideration he nodded. What happened to your wife and your brother-in-law? The IWA commander didn't answer at first, making Naruto shift from foot to foot. Kitsuchi let out a sigh and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Shisumi died during the battle for the Kanobi Bridge. Kako, he stopped, swallowed, then continued. He was killed on that same mission during scouting. Kakashi stiffened, not daring to look at the side where Kitsuchi stood. But the IWA shinobi only let out a sigh and shook his head. Kakashi-san, it's alright. I overcame my hatred a long time ago. But if we had met back then, I would have tried to kill you. And I think I would have tried to kill you too, Naruto. An eye for an eye. That was my philosophy at that time. Naruto slowly nodded, chewing uncertainly on his lower lip. He glanced first at his sensei, then back to the brawny man. Do you know a man named Shiko? He was around 14 and a genin before I was born. He must be around 30 now. Kitsuchi knitted his brow into one line of pure confusion at first, then it smoothened. Shiko was one of my own students. He had died years ago during a mission. But how do you know about him? He asked, raising a questioning eyebrow. Naruto didn't answer the question, instead asking a new one. What was he like? The commander snorted. Loud, cheeky, And he always shouted after the war ended that if he ever had the chance to meet with your father, then he'd definitely win against him. He always told a story about him. Kitsuchi choked on the sentence, but Naruto let out a defeated sigh and finished for him. That his uncle had met him before he retired, and Dad fought with vibrant pink hair. Kakashi snorted and glanced down at his student. Yeah. I remember that one. Kushina pranked him. He desperately tried to wash it out for days, but it was useless. He lived with a henge for weeks. Kakashi glanced at the blonde. How do you know about it? Naruto let out a tired sigh, raised one shoulder, then dropped it. It was Shiko himself who told me in the genjutsu when Madara locked me up, he said uncomfortably, taking a step toward the midnight black obelisk. He raised a shaky hand and stroked its surface, his fingers leaving greasy prints where they met the gleaming stone. His face scrunched up into a grimace, and he tugged his sleeve over his hand, sweeping it over his fingerprints to clean up the mess he made. I have to go. We will meet again, Kitsuchi said. Naruto absent-mindedly nodded and didn't answer. The commander waited for a reply, but when it didn't come he glanced at Kakashi, who only shrugged. They held each other's gaze, silently conversing and coming to an agreement. Kitsuchi made one last glance at Naruto, then turned and disappeared back to the road where they came from. Kakashi stepped next to the blonde, his lonely eyes locked on the monument. Both of them just kept watching the obsidian obelisk, each of them lost in their own thoughts until Naruto broke the silence. Was it worth it, sensei? All of those deaths for this? Was any of it worth it? Kakashi made an odd sound at the back of his throat and turned to him, his eyes scrunching upward into a smile. You know, your father asked me that exact same question when the Third Shinobi War had ended and Konoha emerged victorious. Naruto glanced back with a frown. And what did you tell him? Kakashi let out a sigh. I never gave him an answer, and I don't have an answer for you either. Only time can answer that question, and even then it doesn't do it well. Naruto's frown deepened, and he turned back to the obelisk. What do you think would happen if my father didn't die? What would have changed? Kakashi made a side glance at the blonde, observed him for a second, before looking back at the obelisk. His eye darted over the empty surface, but instead of the faint marble pattern here and there, he saw names, faces, memories. He let out a sigh and whispered with a low tone, everything. Naruto nodded, and Kakashi turned to face him. Why? The older man asked, wary from the philosophical turn of the conversation. The blonde finally let go of the monument to face Kakashi. So that I can make a decision. The silver-haired man knitted his eyebrow into one line as he eyed his student suspiciously. What are you up to, Naruto? Naruto's eyes lit up cheekily and a bitter smile spread across his face. Madara, he stopped, the smile slipping, his face turning serious again. He gave me an idea. What kind of an idea? Kakashi frowned deepened, carving broad wrinkles on his forehead. The blonde didn't answer, instead turning around to walk away from the field without any further explanation. But Naruto paused and turned to look back over his shoulder. To go back. To stop Obito before any of this could have happened. Kakashi choked on the air he was about to let exhale, and took a staggering step forward. You can do that? Yep. I've been talking with the 9 Bijou about this ever since Madara died. The main problem is the amount of chakra the time traveler needs to spend. But this isn't a big deal in my case. Naruto shrugged. Kakashi took another step, closing the distance between them, raising his arms and lowering them on Naruto's shoulder. And why are you hesitating? Naruto bit down hard on his lower lip, his skin whitening by the force around his tooth. Because it's most likely going to wipe out this timeline. The victory, the peace, the alliance, the bonds, even children born after me. I'd erase everything. I can't sacrifice all of this for something I'm not even sure will be worth it. Kakashi stayed in silence for a long minute, watching his student's inner battle. He was losing. He sucked in a long breath, then slowly let out, his hand still on the blonde's shoulder. He squeezed reassuringly. Are you afraid of the greater good? It wasn't a question, much more likely a simple statement, but Naruto still nodded and opened his mouth to answer. I could go back when all of this began. To my birth. But what if my being there kills someone who should have lived? Or what if I let someone live who should have died? What if, because of my interference, a new Madara was born? Naruto shook his head, blonde locks screaming for a haircut as they followed the movement, flipping over the troubled face. Kakashi observed him for some time, one visible eye hardening with determination. We all lost friends and comrades. I'm sure that if there were the slightest chance that you could prevent any of this from happening, all of us would gladly sacrifice ourselves for that small hope. Kakashi squeezed his shoulder again, this time not reassuringly, but roughly. Use it. Naruto inhaled sharply, almost violently, as his teacher's words sank in. He shoved Kakashi's arm off his shoulder, taking a step back. How could I sacrifice people who might not even have a chance because of me? How could I sacrifice Konohamaru, or Kurenai's child? Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, and his hand clanged around the fabric of his orange shirt. The next time he opened them, Kakashi was faced with crimson eyes and slitted pupils instead of the deep ocean blue he knew so well. It was all my fault. The old man told me everything. He told me how everything happened the way it did because of my decisions, because of my choices. Because I lost faith in myself. Because I didn't become Hokage. It was all my fault. What if I mess up again? What if my dumb mistakes are what kills everyone? His anger suddenly evaporated and his shoulders slumped in defeat, exhaustion roughening his words. Naruto let out a tired sigh and averted his gaze to the ground. How could I ask for them to sacrifice more than they've already given? How could I ask you? You've already given up too much because of me. Kakashi made a vague sound in the back of his throat, watching as guilt consumed Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, he stepped closer again, raised an arm, and let his hand drop on the teen's messy blonde crown. Naruto blinked and glanced up, his eyes now free of Kyuubi's red. I believe in you. Your parents believed in you, and every damn shinobi, man, woman and child in this world believes in you. The only one who doesn't believe in you right now is you. When you told me what had happened in the genjutsu, you told me that you fought to get back your identity. You had taken back your hopes, your dreams. So where's all that confidence now? Naruto's eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Finally he let out a choking sound, something between a sob and a laugh. His eyes settled into a broad smile, and Kakashi mimicked it. Sensei, thanks. For everything. I'll make it up to you. I promise. Kakashi let out a chuckle. You know, I heard a certain phrase once when I was a kid. You can't stop the flow of time. Its will only whirls in one direction. It is impossible for a mere human to change that path. His eyes crinkled upward. But sometimes the impossible must be done. Naruto didn't answer, instead nodding, the wide smile still plastered on his face. Energy bubbled under his skin and Kakashi took a step backward, a wide when Naruto's chakra whirled to life. It wasn't only one Bija's power, but all of them. Naruto's skin brightened and the light extended over his clothing, the previous color shifting. The crimson fading into gold on his cloak, orange jumpsuit growing darker and darker until it became ebony, while 9 black balls danced behind him a silent waltz. What the Kakashi choked out and flinched another step backward, but not out of fear. Naruto only smiled in the middle of the burning inferno. He winked, the energy flipping, blazing around him, his hands moving, shifting from sign to sign. The world shook around them, but only for a moment, and then it settled into complete stillness. Naruto turned and stared next to Kakashi, and followed his gaze, dimly noting the lazily whirling vortex next to him which he was sure wasn't there a second ago. He glanced back at Naruto who walked next to him. They locked gazes, one determined, one puzzled but soon shifting into trust. Kakashi's eyes crinkled into an invisible smile as he nodded at his student who mimicked the movement, and took another step, passing by the jounin, then stopping to stare inside the inferno. His cloak flapped behind him with all the velocity and vigor the young man possessed, and for a fleeting moment, Kakashi saw another man, another cloak, another shoulder, achingly familiar, but still different. Naruto's shoulders stiffened, then relaxed. He made one last glance at him over his shoulder with a determined expression, then turned his head to face the whirlpool again, and Kakashi calmed. He knew at that moment that everything would be alright. Naruto let out a calming breath, took a step, and disappeared inside the whirling vortex. Chapter 35. Chance for a Prophecy. A harsh, blood-curdling roar ripped through the air, shaking the rocks and churning the shallow water with its sheer force. Ivory spears so huge they dwarfed houses flung upward to smash down and dig into the earth where a woman with flaming red hair lay helplessly. Only a moment before the claws could pierce her, a flash of gold appeared in front of her to snatch her away from certain death. Time slowed as Minato grabbed his exhausted wife's shoulder, fingers biting into her flesh as he hauled her off the ground. He stared up at the approaching claws, noting their rough surface, the deep slashes that scarred them, each gash deeper than his own head, the tips still as sharp as needles. Chakra flickered in his gut, and he was about to teleport away when there was another flash of gold. He dimly realized that the enormous claws had stopped mere moments before they would have skewered them both. He blinked, glancing down at his wife, then up at the blazing silhouette suddenly in front of him. It was a young man with hair that moved like fire, his entire body wreathed in golden light, a coat made of the same brilliant gold flipped over his shoulder. Minato blinked again and realized in a haze that it was all pure chakra, denser than anything he could even imagine. And it showed. What power the young man was holding back Kyuubi's wrath with a single raised arm. With a small movement of the hand, the Kyuubi was forced back, its body plugging a straight line into the landscape, devastating miles of the thick woods. The demon leaped back to its feet in an instant, but then, to Minato's utter bafflement, the ground flashed in gold under the fox and it was frozen in place. The stranger held up one of his fingers and shook it like he was simply scolding the Kyuubi for bad behavior. Down! He barked, and Minato watched with wide eyes as several giant torii gates appeared. They slammed against the Kyuubi, pinning all of its limbs, the ground shaking as its body was smashed down. Good boy. Now wake up, Kurama. A flick of the man's fingers, another flash of gold under the bijou, and the burning red hellfire of the fox's eyes dimmed even as the sea of killing intent surrounding it paused, almost in confusion. The whirling tones surrounding its pupils first slowed, then faded away. The fox blinked, its eyes widened in surprise before they locked on the stranger. It let out a snarl and thrashed against its bindings, but the seal held him tight. After one more violent try, the fox gave up. Now, back to business, the stranger muttered, and finally turned around to face them. Minato observed the man suspiciously. Thick whisker-like marks were on the stranger's cheeks. His eyes were burnished with crossed pupils, and red coloring around his eyes coupled with what Minato knew was nature chakra heralded him as a genuine sage. The boy nervously shifted from foot to foot under his scrutiny, then seemed to steady himself and sent a wide grin to him and Kushina. The red marking around his eyes faded away, the golden flames flickered around him slower and slower until they gradually died out almost completely, only a single golden flame left lazily swirling on the boy's shoulder. Minato took a moment to observe him. A young man, maybe around 18. His hair was blonde and spiky, and now that they weren't red with crossed pupils, his eyes were azure like a clear sky. The strange marks on his cheeks hadn't vanished completely with his transformation, but faded into thin lines. A familiar cloak with black flame patterns on the edge was draped above an orange and black jumpsuit. To Minato's complete shock, the insignia of Konoha was proudly engraved on the boy's forehead protector. He furrowed his brow. He was sure that he'd never seen him before. The boy shifted his hands and Minato's eyes darted toward the small motion in alarm. He held a small, white bundle in one of his hands he wasn't aware of until now. Something stirred under the white cover, and a displeased cry warbled through the air, echoing amongst the cliffs. The boy glanced down at his arms and slowly started to soothe the small bundle, gently murmuring into the soft textile. Kushina immediately stiffened, her eyes going wide in horrified realization. She let out a choke sound, shoved Minato's arm away, and lunged forward in a desperate gambit. Naruto! Give him back! Don't hurt him! There was a moment when his breath was stolen away, a moment when Minato simply couldn't comprehend the situation, but then came the understanding, and with it a burning resolve. He blurred into action, one of his kunai in a reverse grip. In the span of a heartbeat he was next to the man, slamming his weapon toward the surprised boy who clumsily jumped back to avoid the attack. Minato! The stranger's voice was surprised, even irritated. Kunai glanced once more, biting into empty air and forcing the outsider to jump back again. Give him back! Minato snarled, each syllable brimming with sheer rage. He took aim towards the man, while carefully avoiding his infant son. The boy jumped above the Hokage and landed gracefully next to Kushina, holding out one hand defensively. That proved to be a mistake. Kushina didn't even hesitate, even after having given birth and being separated from the Kyuubi. She launched herself forward and reached for her baby in the boy's hand, but he simply took a step to the side to avoid her. Calm down, damn it! I won't hurt him, Dadabeo. The boy yelled, raising his hand higher while holding the crying bundle closer to his body with the other. Minato paused, chest heaving, and squeezed the kunai in his hand until his knuckles turned white. They stared at each other for a while, anticipation dancing in the air. The boy was still weaponless, his chakra restless, but he wasn't building up a technique. He wasn't trying to attack them. Minato's muscles tensed as he made ready to jump again when the boy slowly crouched down in front of Kushina. He hadn't looked away from him, his hands still raised to ward away their attacks. Finally, his eyes darted down to the baby again, then to Kushina, and another dose of adrenaline rushed over Minato when the boy shifted Naruto in his arm. The stranger noticed it and stopped his motion, unmistakable annoyance flashing across his features. "Calm down, okay? I told you I won't hurt him." The boy hadn't moved, hadn't twitched, at least not until Minato slowly nodded, eyes still sharp, chakra waiting in his gut for the slightest trigger. The boy observed him for another moment, then slowly handed over the small bundle to Kushina. She let out a relieved sob when her arms finally locked around her newborn son. "Geez, see? I won't hurt you. I'm here to help." The boy raised his hands above his head, showing the universal sign of surrender. Minato didn't relax, his eyes darting between his wife, the stranger, and his son. When he found his child unharmed, his gaze shifted back to the stranger. The boy shifted under his gaze and slowly waved a hand at Kushina. "If Kushina doesn't get help, she's gonna die. I'm gonna help her, okay?" Minato considered the offer before narrowing his eyes, nodding once. He tensed when the stranger slowly moved to touch his wife, who flinched at the contact. Her eyes widened with a gasp, and Minato saw an influx of chakra surge into her body, filling her emptied coils. Kushina blinked in surprise, then slowly sat up, her hands still folded protectively around her small baby. "Here, this will help with the damage you took from the extraction. You're in Uzumaki, you'll be alright in no time. I promise." The boy flashed her an encouraging grin and gradually straightened himself. Minato finally let himself relax a bit, but still kept himself ready to fight on command. His voice threateningly boomed at the stranger, carrying clearly through the air. "Who are you?" The boy tilted his head, glancing over Minato, then at the Kyuubi in the background, and a wide foxy grin stretched across his face. He opened his mouth to answer, but paused like the air was stuck in his windpipe. His muscles tensed, and his grin melted away from his face. His eyes seemed to darken from azure to royal blue. A second later he closed his mouth, and his brow furrowed in worry. He turned away and ignored Minato's question, leaving it hanging in the air awkwardly. The small flame grew restless on his shoulder, blazing left and right, expanding over his frame until his golden cloak was back again. "The Moon's Eye plan won't succeed," he snarled into the darkness. Minato narrowed his eyes and turned toward the empty shadows as he looked for the one the boy was talking to. For a long and tense moment nothing happened. Finally, something stirred inside the darkness, then a burning crimson spot appeared. A pale gray mask took shape next with black tiger mark pattern, its only visible eye hole illuminated by the sinister red light of a Sharingan. Finally the figure slowly stepped out of the shadows, and Minato's eyes flashed with anger. The masked man slowly tilted his head to the side, one brilliant red eye observing the stranger carefully. They stared at each other for a long moment before the man hummed. "You are powerful. You managed to free the Nine Tails from me, and even subdued it." Minato didn't need to see them to know the man's brows furrowed under his mask. "Who are you?" Minato glanced between the boy and the newcomer. As much as he'd have liked to know the answer, he already knew two things: the boy had saved Kushina, and the masked man had done his best to murder her. A muscle tensed inside his stomach, chakra flickered, and in an instant he was in front of his wife and shoulder to shoulder with the boy. He made the decision without hesitation. It was an easy choice to make. Easy but risky. The boy made a sidelong glance at him, then his attention fixed back on the masked man. "You've been lurking for a year, completely duped by that dumbass plan." He slowly shook his head and let out a sigh. "Madara lied to you. The Moon's Eye plan will enslave the world, not bring true peace." Minato blinked at that. "Madara? But he's been dead for decades. And what's the Moon's Eye plan?" The boy shook his head again. "He is now, but not because he was killed by the first Hokage. He died of old age, just less than a year ago. Isn't that right, Uchiha? Should I call you by your given name? Or you would just prefer Toby?" The boy's stare hardened, and the masked man narrowed his visible eye in response. Who are you? The Uchiha, or Tobi as he was supposedly called, demanded again, his voice cold and harsh. I'm here to save you, the boy answered. Minato blinked. Had he heard that right? It seemed their opponent was just as confused by the way he tilted his head to the side. Save me? Save me from what? From yourself. Silence fell among them, not even nature daring to make any noise. It's still not too late for you. You don't have to be his tool. The boy's voice was sad, almost pleading. Tobi tensed his muscles, his visible eye flashing with anger. Tool? I'm the savior, the one who will bring real peace to this cursed land, not a tool, he hissed. Savior? The boy repeated, shaking his head. No. You're not. You want to run away from reality to dream of what you've lost. You're a coward, not a savior. Nothing can bring her back. It would never be real. You're lying to yourself, and in the end you'll realize that it was all for nothing. But you can stop now, before there's more blood on your hands. I don't care, Tobi snarled. I don't care about this world anymore. The boy silently observed the masked man's heaving chest. He was an island of serenity in the chaotic atmosphere all around them. I think you still care. Why should I care? She's dead, Tobi shouted, waving his arms and taking a threatening step forward. She's still alive inside you. You've still got a lot of people who care for you, for her memory. If you worship an idealized version of her, you'll kill her real memory. Savior? The boy snorted. Give me a break. I am the savior. I will change the fate of this world. Tobi snarled, his entire bearing dripping with palpable rage. The young man tilted his head to the side, a wondering expression on his face. He eyed the masked Uchiha for some time before speaking again. Do you want to see what you'll change if you keep going? Because I've seen it. And that's definitely not what she would have wanted. The masked man narrowed his eyes behind the mask, while the boy raised one of his hands as he continued. I can show you what you'll become. I can show you what the world will become. I can show this destiny you're so stupidly chasing. Minato sensed chakra swelling within the boy, massive amounts that dwarfed his own reserves and seemed closer to a tailed beast than a human. But no technique was unleashed, no hand signs were weaved. The chakra stalled in the boy's gut, waiting for the slightest command to be unleashed. Minato shifted closer to his family, his eyes still fixed on the masked man. Tobi let out a snort. Whatever you show me would be only a mere illusion. My eye is sharper than yours. It sees more than yours ever could. The boy let out a sour chuckle. I've already heard that from someone. From a blind Uchiha. Someone who was blinded by vengeance and hate. Someone who, in the end, decided to sacrifice his life for me, for the world. For real peace. A bittersweet smile appeared on his face, and a soft, out-of-place chuckle slipped between his lips while he slowly shook his head. He finally raised his eyes again. Do you want to see? No. Tobi narrowed his eyes and raised his arms threateningly, hands primed and ready for a jutsu. A bitter grin appeared on the boy's face. That's not an option. Minato blinked and the boy was gone, faster than even he could track. Minato spotted him again, standing directly in front of the Uchiha, one finger touching his forehead at the thin line between his hair and the mask. Even from this distance Minato could feel the chakra the boy had gathered in his gut was released all at once, every last drop channeled straight into the masked man. The world around them suddenly stopped. Everything froze. Minato, Kushina murmured in a low voice, and he felt a warm hand grabbing his trousers loosely. He risked a glance down at Kushina, who was watching the exchange with wide eyes, their infant son carefully tucked in her arms, seemingly asleep. Chakra surged, and Minato whipped his head back. But none of them moved. The Kage narrowed his eyes and took an unsteady step toward the two, Kushina's hand holding onto him, then her warm hand slipped down on his legs. In the next second the boy dropped his arm and the masked man took a wobbling step backward. His only visible eye was wide, locked onto the stranger in front of him, then snapped to the small bundle burrowed in Kushina's hands. Minato immediately positioned himself between his wife and the masked man, making himself a physical barrier against the threat to his family. The man's arm shakily rose to grab at his own temple, his eye darting over Minato and Kushina, then back at the boy, only to look back at their baby until his gaze finally settled again on the blonde boy. What have you? He choked. What are you? A grimace spread across the boy's face. Hey, that was rude, you know. He paused, the grimace slipping into a determined expression. You know who I am now. So? Did you like what you saw? The Uchiha took a threatening step forward, hands curling into tight fists, chest heaving. Shut the hell up. That was just an illusion. Nothing more. No one has that kind of power. The stranger tilted his head to the side. You really think so? Didn't you feel it? Didn't you feel me? Didn't you feel what I felt? Can your strongest genjutsu do that? Toby suddenly froze, and the boy continued. That was my entire life, all of it stuffed into a minute. Could you feel the pain you caused? Did you see the destruction and chaos at your hands, the deserted lands? You have ruined my life. You murdered my parents, my sensei, my friends, my comrades, countless innocent men, women, and children, all in the name of peace. The words were heavy and harsh, but the boy's voice was calm, carrying without even a hint of anger. Why did you show me that? Toby choked out. Because I know I can still save you. You're still not as far gone as you were back then. The boy took a hesitant step toward the masked man. You can be the savior you think you are. You can save those lives, you can save their future. But you have to accept reality. Accept what you've lost. This is the only way she can live on inside you, and not have her memory defiled while you hide in a dream world. The masked man hesitated for a second, his eyes softened for a moment, pleading. If that is the truth, if you have the power, then go back. His voice died in a plea. Save her. I want to, but I can't. I'm sorry. The boy's voice was sad, almost painful in its sincerity. Why? Toby's voice was low, broken, and lost. The boy ran a hand through his messy hair and let out a sigh. I'm limited by my own existence. I wasn't born back then, so I can't go that far no matter how much I want to. If I could, I would go back to save her, save Yahiko, and even save you so you wouldn't meet Madara, but I can't. But I can still save you here and now, before you go further into the darkness. As you are right now, I can still forgive you. You can be a hero. Minato let out a furious hiss, his nostrils flaring, his patience gone. This Toby had nearly murdered Kushina, threatened his newborn son, killed those who helped and guarded them during the birth, and the boy was talking about forgiveness. What the hell are you talking about? He snarled, his eyes fixed in a glacial stare. Do you have any idea how many deaths he's been responsible for today? He stepped forward, fully intending to finish the fight this time, but the young boy raised a hand in front of Minato's chest to stop him. I know exactly what he has done, but please don't interfere. Minato shot a disapproving glare at the boy, grabbing the extended arm and pushing it away from his chest, but not before a tiny seal etched itself on the boy's skin. He isn't a hero. He never will be. The Kage growled, and to Minato's surprise the Uchiha flinched, eyes nervously darting over him. And he could see. He could see the shards of regret, the hurt in the ink-black eye. The masked man took an unsteady step backward, then one more until he gained some space and reached one of the enormous rocks. The boy glanced down at his arm, then at Minato knowingly, and winked. He suddenly froze. A golden flame flickered on the boy's shoulder, and he narrowed his eyes. Zetsu, he hissed into the empty space. A shadow twitched under the surface of the shallow water, and a strange creature emerged from the cliff next to the masked man. It was shaped like a man, but one half was the darkest black, and the other half was sickly pale. It was obviously not human, especially given the plant-like appendages that reminded Minato of a Venus flytrap. It glanced at the Uchiha, then back at the small group, as though silently weighing its odds. After a moment of consideration it slowly nodded. We should retreat. We won't have a chance against him. Kyuubi is under his influence now. We'll get it later, his voice crackled. The boy clicked his tongue in clear disagreement. You know I can't let you go. And didn't your bastard father tell you that it's rude to interrupt if someone's still speaking? He smirked, a cheeky grin stretching its way across his face. Right, aloe vera? Aloe vera? The creature repeated, his head tilting to one side. The cheeky smirk had vanished from the boy's face, replaced by a serious look as he turned back to the Uchiha. So, what's your answer? The masked man hesitated for a long second and glanced down at his unnatural companion, like he was waiting for his help and advice. The creature didn't even spare him a glance, instead observing the boy in front of them with narrowed eyes. True peace is nearly in our grasp, it said. Don't let him manipulate you. A harsh snort bubbled out from the boy's mouth. Manipulate him? Me? He snorted once more before continuing, his voice serious again as he addressed the masked Uchiha. You were locked up for months. You struggled to get out and go back home, but they wouldn't let you go. Have you ever wondered why, all of a sudden, you were able to simply leave that cave? They even gave you a body to get there just in time to witness her death. Have you ever wondered about how convenient that was? Isn't it suspicious? The masked man froze at the words. Tension gathered around him so thick it was almost touchable. The boy continued, think about it. The former Uchiha leader who fled from the word, faked his own death, and hates his clan, suddenly became sentimental, saved you, healed you, fed you and trained you? You! Why would he do that? He paused, waiting for his words to sink in. I know. He was old and weak and he needed someone to inherit his will. You were manipulated and used all this time. You were used as a mere tool, like some throwaway pawn on a shogi board. The boy extended his hand and held it there, waiting for the Uchiha to accept it. I can save you from that. The edge of the plant man Zetsu's mouth twitched in displeasure as he glanced up at the unsteady Uchiha. Remember our goal. Your goal. A world where everyone would be happy. Where you would be happy. You would be able to see her again. You would be able to touch her again. I know you still see her when you're dreaming. You call for her. Nothing happened for a long silent minute. The boy drew in a shaky breath when Toby took an unsteady step forward, then another more confident one, then another and another until they were face to face. Minato's muscles tensed, and a kunai flickered to his hand. The boy didn't move from his spot, his hand still raised. Was it because of his naivety, or was it because of his confidence? Or maybe it was plain stupidity? Minato didn't know, but he knew one thing for sure. Something was going to happen. It could be good or bad, but it would happen. The Uchiha slowly raised his own hand and grabbed the boy's. His grip was loose for a second before a snarl escaped the mask, crimson-red pinwheel whirling and glinting with a sudden rage. His hold hardened into a painful grip, making the boy wince in surprised pain. Minato gripped the kunai tighter, ready to strike, but wooden vines exploded out from the soil, forcing him to jump away. He retreated back to his wife, kunai still raised. From the edge of his vision he saw as the masked man snarled and yanked the boy toward him. 3 golden clones poofed into existence, one bolting toward Zetsu to engage him in a fight, another settling down next to Minato and Kushina, watching the exchange with a worried expression. The third took a step toward his original to aid him, only to freeze in motion for a second then suddenly turn around and bolt into the woods. The original let out a snarl, "Hey! Where are you going?" But no answer came. He clicked his tongue in displeasure. Stupid fox. A kunai went straight toward the original's neck and he yelped in surprise, but stopped it easily, grabbing the hand that held it in an iron grip. He didn't move otherwise, his fingers curled around the Uchiha's, his eyes determinedly locked with the crimson pinwheel shining with annoyance. I know you. I know what you've had to go through. We're alike. The people important to you died and you're lonely. And this scares you, the boy said in a hushed tone. I know your dream was once to become Hokage. You wanted someone to acknowledge you. The boy exhaled tiredly then shook it off, his eyes hardening, his brow furrowed into one thin line as he snapped, but look at you now. Let me go, the Uchiha snarled, yanking his arm to free himself. But there wasn't real force behind the motion, and the boy didn't comply. He kept his hands tight on him and leaned even further. No one, not even the people important to you, would ever acknowledge the madness you're chasing right now. You're abandoning everything and running away. Nothing a real Kage would do. The boy finally loosened his fingers, and Toby slipped out of his grasp and jumped backward. He nursed one of his joints and stared at the boy. Minato could see again the faint unsteadiness in his posture and the shards of real doubt in his eye. Not anger or hatred, but doubt. It wasn't clearly visible, but it was more than enough for Minato to know that the boy achieved something important. He wasn't able to shatter and change Toby's conviction, but he was able to shake the base of it. A little bit more and it would lose balance, crumbling entirely. Toby narrowed his eyes under the mask. I'm doing exactly what a Kage would do, but I have the guts to go even further. A Kage's goal should be to bring peace to their village. I'm bringing peace to the whole shinobi world, erasing everyone's pain with the infinite Tsukuyumi. The boy frowned, his eyes narrowing in immediate disapproval. That's bullshit. A real Kage would never choose this kind of shortcut. A real Kage would walk in front of everyone, enduring the pain, breaking through dead ends, and guide everyone to real peace, not running away in a dream world. A clone joined the boy's side, breaking the conversation, a small open scroll fluttering in his hands. Minato traced back the clone's sight and found it locked on the plant man who was jerking on the ground, fighting against the inky blackness binding his body. Most of his white half was shrouded by an ink-black pattern, connected to the scroll by a thin ebony line. The clone pumped more chakra into the seal, and the string instantly twitched and continued dragging the bounded body toward the container seal with renewed force. The boy jerked a finger at Setsu. Go ahead. Ask him how they knew she was in trouble. Ask him why he never helped her. Why did he lure you out? Setsu started to thrash more violently against the bindings, but it was a lost cause. He tore one string and two grew in its place, lashing around him as they forcibly held him in place. The plant man stilled. An eye flickered up to the masked man, observing him, silently waiting for his next move as if expecting him to help, to aid him like he did before. But Toby hesitated and didn't move. They stared at each other, the crimson eye shining with a newfound suspicion. Toby tilted his head, hesitating for a brief moment before breaking the silence with a question. Is it true? Setsu's voice was raspy and alien, knifing through the silence. Do you believe the words of our enemy? He stands against our goal. If you stumble, you will never see her again. The Uchiha didn't answer or even move. He silently watched as Setsu was dragged further and further toward the seal before averting his gaze and glancing at Minato. Setsu narrowed his eyes when Toby didn't even look at him, instead keeping his eye fixed on Minato and the boy. Its black and white face searched Toby's form with a frown, and when he found what he was looking for he let out a sigh. You fool, he hissed. I'd prepared for this moment, but I thought it would be decades later. He let out another disappointed sigh and the black half flinched, but not together with the rest of its body, more like a second skin draped over it. To Minato's horror, it melted away from the motionless white carrier and wriggled its way toward the Uchiha. Toby took a step backward in pure surprise, but he was too late. The blackness hurled toward him and connected with a loud splash. He cried out not in pain, but in horror, and stumbled backward as the blackness overwhelmed half of his body, slithering over him like something right out of a horror story. Black strings snapped to life and pierced through his skin while everybody stood there completely motionless. Only the boy's eyes widened when Toby howled as the twines burrowed into his chakra coils, then the man dropped on his knees, arms clutching his head. Only his harsh breathing and low whimpers echoed inside the clearing. Minato made a glance at the stunned clone and his wife and jumped forward alongside the original boy. No! The boy exclaimed when he landed, his chest heaving with worry as he slowly inched toward the hunched form. Minato narrowed his eyes and stopped the boy from getting too close by placing an arm against his chest. In that same moment, Toby shook himself and awkwardly, lopsidedly straightened like an invisible weight was pulling down the right side of his body. He finally raised his head and the boy's eyes widened. Toby's face was still shrouded by his mask, but the only visible eye didn't shine with awareness. It was blank, foggy, and dead. What are you? Minato exhaled, his voice unsteady as he took a step backward, arms slipping down from the boy's chest. What have you done to him? The boy shouted, fists clenched at his side. Setsu's raspy voice echoed in the clearing. He is not here anymore. His body is mine now. I am Madara's will. I will eliminate whoever stands in his way. You and Namikaze will be next. Setsu's face scrunched up in a grin. The Moon's Eye plan will succeed with or without him. Madara only needs his body anyway, so throwing out his consciousness wasn't something he wouldn't approve of. You were right. He's always been nothing more than an expendable pawn in this game. Setsu's borrowed mouth froze, and his hand rose shakily by a mere inch. How are you able to? Setsu snarled. I am not a pawn, Toby stuttered, eyes sharpening as he flung himself toward the boy. Whatever you're planning, do it now! He shouted, this time with power, and the blonde flinched a step back, gritting his teeth. But I can't. I don't want it to happen this way. The boy shouted back, but still fished out a small scroll from one of his pouches. Do it now, or, and just like that he was gone again, his eyes dimming. The body darted toward the boy, who jumped backward to avoid the direct hit. "Get a hold of yourself!" he shouted at Toby, who launched at him again, then froze, Zetsu's black form flinching on it, then suddenly melting from his body. It snaked in the shallow water, turned sharply, and lunged at Minato. The Kage was about to release the chakra he was holding in his gut for a Hiraishin when a sharp pain tore through his legs. He swept his eyes down, eyes widening at one of Zetsu's tendrils piercing through his leg. He fished a kunai from his pouch, raising it toward the hurling black entity still aiming for him. The Kage didn't have time to blink nor slash down with his weapon. A body appeared between him and the attack. Zetsu didn't stop. He pierced through Toby's chest, expanding from the body, stopping a breath away from skewering him. Minato didn't hesitate. A Rasengan roared to life between his fingers, and he thrusted it forward even as he spun around his former enemy who had shielded him, hitting the black blob with a squealing sound. He blinked, and the boy was next to him with a flash of gold, the long scroll flipping behind him. Minato glanced down at the huge pattern, but couldn't recognize it. It was a kind of container seal for sure, similar to the one the boy had previously used. Golden chakra flared and the seal pulsed like a beating heart. The ink jumped out of the paper like distilled light given form, as Zetsu lunged out of the pierced chest, tearing out from Minato's leg with the same motion. The golden ink whirled around Zetsu, ensnaring it entirely and sucking it back into the paper with a frustrated wail, and the seal immediately swirled closed. The seal tag oozed a thin line of smoke, then everything fell silent. Minato grunted in pain, grabbing his injured leg immediately. He heard the shallow water splashing around him as the Uchiha fell to his knees next to him, one hand grabbing his white coat, seeking support. He shook it off, flinching several steps back, eyes wide with surprise. He swept his coat where the Uchiha grabbed it, like the touch was infectious, but released it in disgust as soon his fingers touched something wet. He raised his hand, his fingertips stained red from blood, but not his. He felt his own slowly trailing along his shin, disgustingly sticky, but still pleasantly warm as it was snaking between his cold toes. His gaze wandered down his coat, dimly noting his side painted in flaming crimson where the Uchiha touched him. Minato stared up into the lonely eye, held the contact for a long unnerving second, then his gaze traveled down onto the lacerated chest. It heaved unstoppably, oozing thick blood and spilling onto the already dark water. A gurgle echoed, and Minato raised his head toward it, staring into an eye flitting between black and crimson. It finally settled on Ebony after the Sharingan flared one final farewell to the world, and the figure stumbled into the shallow water. The Kage was pushed over when the boy had rushed over the prone Uchiha. The golden flames that had surrounded him were gone, revealing his real clothes underneath. "No, this shouldn't end like this," the boy mumbled as he collapsed on his knees next to Toby. It's okay. I'll finally see her again." Shaking hands rose and grasped the worn textile of the stranger's cloak. One visible dark eye watched back pleadingly behind the cracked mask. "Don't let them know," Toby choked out. His voice was weak, barely enough to call it a whisper, but the boy nodded. "I won't," he whispered back. The obsidian eye shined once more with gratitude, then its inner light had faded and the man was gone. The boy let out a sigh and slowly straightened himself, taking a step back. In the next second his chakra flared again, hands dancing through a series of hand signs, and the corpse was bathed in an inferno, flames eating away the evidence of his existence in mere seconds. By the time they died out, only fine black ash remained. The boy let out a weary sigh and ran his hands through his hair before he finally turned around to face the Hokage. There was a small ruffle behind Minato. He didn't have to turn around to know Kushina had finally gathered the strength to stumble next to them with the help of the clone that had been guarding her. He turned anyway, folding his arm around Kushina's waist when she faltered. When the clone was sure Kushina wouldn't fail, it gave her a small reassuring nod and popped out of existence. The boy eyed them for some time, a warm smile replacing the sadness on his face when his eyes fell onto the small crying bundle in Kushina's caring arms. He took a hesitant step toward them, but he immediately stopped at Minato's stern voice. "An explanation now," he demanded. "Who were they?" The boy's face soured. The aloe vera was called Zetsu. He was some kind of clone or whatever you want to call it of Uchiha Madara. The real Uchiha Madara. As for the man in the mask, he may have been misled, but in the end he was a hero. Minato stared in disbelief and anger. He was a hero. He killed people from my own village, he snapped, every bit of anger rising to the surface in an instant, boiling white-hot in his heart. He ripped the Kyuubi from my wife and left her for dead. He tried to kill me and my infant son, and you're saying he's a hero? The boy tiredly closed his eyes, then opened them. Yes. Despite everything, he is. With his last actions he saved countless lives. Let him rest as a hero. A sad smile appeared on the boy's face, and he opened his mouth to say more, but he was silenced by Minato's demanding gaze. Who are you? The Kage asked, pushing all of his authority into the question. The boy blinked, clearly musing on just how to answer that question, then shrugged carelessly as a wide smile stretched across his face. Konoha's #1 unpredictable hyperactive knucklehead ninja, the one and only Uzumaki Naruto, Databayo. The Rokudame Hokage, the previous of the Kyuubi, and the present of he trailed off. Well, of all of the others. And I'm your son. That's me right there. He pointed toward the bundle in Kushina's arms. His only answer was silence and a raised eyebrow from the fourth Hokage. His wide smile faltered into a sheepish grin as he scratched the back of his head awkwardly, clearly not knowing what else to say. Minato held his hand in front of Kushina, who tried to take a step forward. The Kage narrowed his eyes, deciding to humor the boy for the moment. How? The boy blinked, almost as though he hadn't expected the chance to explain himself, then folded his arms in front of his chest and tapped his chin. Well, first of all, everything basically went to hell with the war against the zombie army. Then there was the ten-tailed monster, a resurrected Uchiha clan head with an evil master plan, and this whole mess to seal them away. Only that bastard got me with the Sharingan and forced me to live through a whole year with you two in a genjutsu that was smushed into minutes of time in the real world. But I finally broke out of it. Then I got rid of that damn Uchiha Madara with the Shiki. Then that weirdo Super Gramps appeared with the Rinnegan, then he sealed all of the bijus inside me, and with their help, I traveled back in time to prevent all of this mess from happening in the first place. He sucked in a breath and glanced up at Minato, unfolding his arms to scratch the back of his head sheepishly. So yeah, something like that in short. Minato only observed the young man in front of him silently, his guarded expression carefully not giving anything away. Ten-tailed monster? He repeated. Zombies? Time travel? The boy shrugged helplessly, and the village leader couldn't stop himself from bursting out in laughter. All of his gathered stress and tension exploded from his body in the next 10 seconds, earning a confused look from Kushina and an indignant pout from the boy. What's so funny? The boy demanded petulantly, folding his arms in front of his chest, slightly turned away from him. Minato's face mirrored nothing more than sheer disbelief, but the analytical part of him couldn't help but notice the sudden change in the boy's behavior. In 1 minute he was dead serious with an air of power that rivaled any age, then in the next he sulked like a small child. Minato finally gathered himself, and shook his head to clear away his thoughts. You can't be serious, he chuckled. That's just insane. The boy's pout deepened, then turned into a wide and foxy grin. You don't believe me? What if I showed it to you? I got this cool memory transfer jutsu, like a Noichi-Ajisen. I got it from Ino's mind barrier, you know. Minato frowned, but Kushina couldn't restrain herself any more and stepped forward. Back then when you healed me, I felt the Kyuubi's chakra in you. You gave the Kyuubi's chakra to me. The boy nodded with a small smile on his face and tapped his abdomen, right above his navel. Yeah. Kurama's also sealed inside me with the other 8 biju. Kushina cocked her head to the side, her eyes shining with curiosity and confusion. Kurama? Yeah. That's his name. He nodded as though they were discussing weather. Does it have a name? Kushina asked incredulously. The boy's eyes narrowed just a bit, but not enough to be hostile. Kurama's a him. And yeah, all the 9 biju have names. The blonde raised his hands and counted his fingers as he talked. The 1 tails is called Shikaku, the 2 tails is Matatabi, then comes Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Komiai, Gyuki, and finally Kurama as the 9 tails. They stared at each other for some time, and the boy watched with concern when Kushina visibly gathered herself, swaying a little on her feet. Minato grabbed her arm to steady her, but she easily shook off his hand and started to walk toward the boy. She finally stopped only a few feet from him. Her eyes shifted down to the sleepy gaze of her newborn son, to his impossibly tiny features, then to the whisker marks on his chubby cheeks. Naruto hadn't moved an inch, but his mouth had curved into a smile. Kushina hesitantly raised her hand, her graceful fingers slowly closing the distance between her and the whisker-marked cheeks. The boy slowly closed his eyes, the tension from his shoulder disappearing as soon she made contact. Minato watched the exchange with wide eyes, his shoulders slightly tensing when the boy gently took hold of Kushina's small hand and pressed it against his cheek, leaning into her palm. "You're really Naruto?" Her voice was warm, Minato realized, just like the first sunbeams on a cold morning. The boy parted his lips, but his voice almost failed him. It wasn't quite enough to be called a whisper, but it was still somewhere close. "I am." They stayed like that, and after some time the boy's breathing became jerky, his cheeks shining wet in the faint moonlight. Kushina squeezed his hand. "Why are you crying?" The boy let out a choked sound. "Because I'm happy. Because I did it. You're here. You're really here, and you're not an illusion this time. You were always a drama queen, Naruto." Three heads flung toward the new voice where one of the boy's remaining clones stood. His arms were crossed over his chest, and technically he looked the same as the others, but only in the broadest of terms. The differences would have been obvious to anyone. His eyes were crimson with slit pupils like a beast's. The whisker marks on his face were thicker and darker, giving him a more feral appearance. As he grinned, his teeth were far sharper and longer than any man's had the right to be. The boy immediately rubbed away his tears with the back of his sleeve. "Your timing is crap, you know that? And quit possessing my clones, Kurama." His eyes twitched with annoyance. When he received no answer, he rolled his eyes and stepped next to the clone, flinging an arm around his shoulder. Even with the boy's clear familiarity and ease, Minato and Kushina both tensed. The clone's name was Kurama, just like the Kyuubi's was supposed to be. Not even registering their apprehension, the boy grinned at them. "Mom, Dad, this is Kurama, the almighty nine-tailed demon fox." Kurama rolled his crimson eyes in annoyance, and shook off his arm. "Don't touch me. I still don't like it." The boy snorted. "You're using my clone. Basically my body. I can touch myself whenever I just want." Kurama made an amused expression, observing his companion with a pointed look until his face twisted in disgust. "Forget what I said," he grumbled, flushing. He cleared his throat and glanced at his clone. "Where were you anyway? Why'd you steal my clone?" A foxy grin spread on Kurama's burrowed face. "I had some business to take care of with your bastard master." The boy narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to retort, but suddenly he froze, his mouth still open. Minato took an unsteady step closer, a concerned frown on his face, but stopped mid-motion when the boy jerked and fell to his knees. Chakra flared violently and bubbled over his body, then it disappeared as suddenly as it came. "The other bijou," he choked out, holding onto the fabric of his jacket over his stomach like his life depended on it. "They're gone," he gasped out, panting helplessly. Minato slipped an arm under his armpit and helped him back to his feet. The clone had popped out of existence, the boy's grip on the technique slipping. He grabbed onto Minato's arm. "No, my seal on Kurama will." An enormous roar echoed between the cliffs, and the boy flung his head toward the cry. "I thought I'd have more time, he's free." His hands moved rapidly through a long chain of hand signs. Before he could finish his technique, glowing golden chakra chains exploded from Kushina, snaking around the nine-tailed fox. She let out a grunt and pulled the chains tight around the fox, slamming it onto the ground again. With gritted teeth, she pushed the newborn into the stunned Hokage's arms. "Minato! I'm going to drag it back into me. You need to close my seal again." The boy vehemently shook his head and stepped in front of Kushina. "Your body can't take another shock, and I can't heal you like I did last time. You'll die if you do that again. Kurama needs a different vessel." Minato watched as his eyes looked deliberately to the crying bundle in his arms. It was like a hand of ice was squeezing his heart. "No. Dad, there's no other way. It has to be done. You knew this the second that Kurama was extracted. You know what it's gonna take to stop him." Minato opened his mouth to answer, but closed it almost instantly. His eyes become foggy, looking far into the distance and away from this terror for a moment before he manages to choke out a plea. "There has to be another way to stop it. You managed to do it once, why can't we do it again?" The boy slowly shook his head in defeat. "Coming back to the past and applying the first seal on Kurama drained a lot of my reserves. And now the other bijou are gone. Even if I can't change everything, there are some things I can definitely do. Let me make the seal." Kurama let out a gruesome roar, freed a paw and demolished the side of a mountain with one strike. Kushina moaned in despair as another chain shot out to replace the previous one, and Minato hesitated. I don't know you. You can't prove your insane story. The boy clicked his tongue in annoyance. You're just as stubborn as your projection was in that stupid genjutsu. Just believe in me, he snapped. Minato's eyes widened with disbelief, and the boy snapped his head to the side when a furious roar tore through the air. Golden flames appeared around him again, and he turned back to Minato. We're running out of time. Dad, please. Trust me. His voice was desperate. Minato took an unconscious step forward, the small baby in his arms. You call me your father, and in the next sentence you ask me to let you sacrifice yourself in my place? I am the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. It's my fate to die for this village, not yours. The Kage shouted, and the baby in his arms started to wail. The boy scoffed at that. There's no such thing as fate, and you already fulfilled your duty once when you sealed Kurama inside me. I won't let you make that same mistake twice. I won't die from this, but you will if you go through with it. This is why I came back in time. You two will live even if I have to knock you both out to make you stay alive. He was nearly screaming at the end of his rant, his determination clear and unshakable. Why are you doing this? Kushina's cry echoed from the other side. Her voice was harsh, weary and sore, but still strong. The boy turned to Kushina, his tone pleading as he spoke, I'm doing this to give a new chance for a prophecy. Both Minato and little Naruto have the power to change the world and bring peace to all of us. Minato grabbed the blonde's shoulder. The flames licked at his skin, but he wasn't burned. There was only a pleasant warmth. If you are really Naruto, why would you use yourself? The boy averted his eyes, unable to meet Minato's gaze with his own. Because there are some things which have to happen. And there are things which can't. And he paused, steadying himself and finally glancing up at Minato. And because that isn't my duty. It's Naruto's duty. He still has a long way to go, to grow up, to become an awesome ninja, to become the Hokage who will surpass everyone before him, except this time he'll have his parents there to support him. Minato peered into the determined eyes for some time. This time? What happened to us in your timeline? The boy closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again, and Minato finally really realized just by looking in those sad blue eyes, that in another timeline he died. And not only him, but also Kushina. That the baby in his arms grew up into the same boy in front of him without parents to welcome him home after a long day at the school, saying good job, after getting a good grade. That there was no one for him who would kiss his cheek, ruffle his hair, hug him, or cheer him up when he was sad. Minato let out a sigh, then slowly nodded. The boy, no Naruto, because he was his boy for sure, let out a relieved breath. Thank you? Minato took a step to the side, eyeing the fox as it fought against its bindings. So what now? Naruto narrowed his eyes, staring off into the distance as he thought aloud. The Shiki Fuin you used in the past to seal away half of Kurama's chakra isn't an option. But I can seal away all of the chakra with the hack Fuin you used on me. I've got enough power to do it. He glanced up at his father. You should summon the altar. Minato observed the boy for some time before eventually nodding. A small flicker of his hand and a small altar appeared in front of him. He didn't hesitate, gently laying the baby down and crouching down himself. Naruto glanced at the fox, then at his father, his face softening. Everything will be all right. You'll be a great dad. Minato sent back an unsteady smile. I'll make a key for little Naruto like you did for me. Someday he'll be able to open the seal with it, like I did. Please summon Gamatora. Naruto motioned to Minato. The Kage nodded, bit down on his finger, and a second later a strange toad popped into existence next to Minato, a giant scroll making up his entire torso. He flung his head in pure panic when the Kyuubi roared, then glanced over the field. His eyes rested on the blonde boy's flaming body, then locked with Minato's, who nodded toward Naruto. He'll give you a key? I want you to keep it safe until I need it again. The toad unsteadily glanced up at the golden figure who sent back a beaming smile. It's okay. Here we go. His hand danced through some hand signs before he reached out and touched the toad, who flinched away. Okay, go now. Give it to the pervy sage. The toad looked once more at Minato, only vanishing when he nodded his permission. Naruto let out a calming breath, looked at the fox, and with a wide smile he waved toward it. Hey, Kurama! Don't be rude to this guy here. You'll take a liking to him, I swear! The fox snarled, and Naruto let out a loud laugh. A golden chakra arm emerged from his shoulder, lunging toward the still struggling fox, grabbing into his fur and holding him down. His physical hands were already running through a long chain of hand signs. He crouched down, a small smile on his face, and gently touched the baby's exposed stomach. Hack Fuin, he whispered. At first nothing happened and Minato feared something went wrong. But all at once everything became white. With each blink Minato's vision pierced a little more into the blinding light, making sense of the world as he struggled to focus. He glanced down at the altar, watching his infant son happily playing with one of the folds of his blanket. He glanced up where the nine-tailed fox used to tower above the landscape, but there was no struggling Bijou, only the evidence of its previous rampage. Kushina stumbled next to him, and almost crashed down from sheer exhaustion, her hands grabbing at Minato's white coat to keep herself steady. A weary sigh left the boy's lips as if a great burden had lifted from his shoulders. Indescribable ecstasy and euphoria flashed through his face, and suddenly he pumped his fist into the air, his victorious yell filling the landscape. Minato and Kushina stared at the scene with wide eyes and open mouths. The shinobi who ordered the nine-tailed fox with only the movement of his finger was jumping all around like a 10-year-old kid. I did it! Take that, fate! With this last yell, he made a rude gesture towards the sky, where the first beams of the upcoming sun already started to force themselves through the darkness of the night, painting everything to warm orange and red, just like a flaming fire. Minato watched him, the same joy slowly bubbling inside him, then finally exploding out in laughter. But it died in his throat as the boy stumbled, took a wobbling step backwards, and fell to his knees. I didn't think it would be this fast. I wanted to tell you so much more, he gasped as he tumbled onto his side. Naruto! Minato was immediately by his side, Kushina following only a second later with their infant son in her arms. Minato's eyes roved over the body of his future son, looking for any injuries, but he found nothing beside his fading chakra. It wasn't only slowly fading, it was rushing out of his coils like it didn't belong there. It swirled around them restlessly like the whirlwind his son was named after. He could feel as the Kyuubi's chakra writhed around them, looking for its proper place, and then finally finding it as it slowly seeped toward the baby. Minato helplessly watched Naruto's decreasing reserves and grabbed his son's shoulder in despair. You're dying, aren't you? He let out a choking sound. But you said that you wouldn't die. Minato's voice was harsh, full of regret. If he'd known, he never would have agreed to this. Damn it! Naruto's eyes met his for less than a second, but that was enough for Minato to see his son's guilt and shame. I'm sorry. But I know you, Dad. You never would have let me do the sealing if you knew what would happen. It would happen even if I wasn't the one doing the sealing. I knew the moment the other Bijou left me that something was going to happen to me and I wouldn't have much time. But don't be sad, that means I succeeded, the future changed. I'll never have the other Bijou sealed in me, nor I need to come back to save you. My body can stay here, but Kurama can't. He's made of chakra, and he's almost gone. He'll join his counterpart in little Naruto, just like the other Bijou went off to join their present selves. But my body can't live without Kurama. I can give you chakra. I can give you back the Nine Tails chakra. Kushina touched his arm in a rush, but Naruto shook it off immediately. No! You cannot! Naruto yelled, but regretted it immediately after one look at his mother's hurt expression. I gave you enough for you to get better, but if you give me even a little you'll also die. I'll never forgive you if you do that. Kushina let out a sob and hugged her dying son for some time. Naruto reassuringly stroked her back until she recollected herself. Hey now, Mom. I'm alive. Look at the kid in Dad's arms, I'm right over there. He pointed a shaking finger at his younger counterpart who playfully grabbed it. Naruto let out a small chuckle and placed his hand back on his stomach. The baby in his mother's arms started to cry in his displeasure. Sure. I'm sorry, Naruto murmured, lifting his arm again, to gently stroke the puffy whiskered cheeks until the cry died down to small whimpers. The infant suddenly opened his eyes, and with a jolt Minato realized the baby's eyes and Naruto's were one and the same. Hey, little brat. What are you up to? Naruto's soft voice drifted into their ears like a soft, warm breeze. Neither of his parents dared to speak and break the moment. They stayed in silence, watching as their two sons had their first and last moment together. Both of them were at the edges of their existence, one at the very beginning, born less than an hour ago, while the other had mere minutes until the end. Promise me something. Take on the family legacy. Konoha needs a #1 prankster. Painting the Hokage monument was one of my biggest achievements, you know. And it would be great if that bridge and wave was named the Great Naruto Bridge again. Naruto let out a small chuckle while his younger self let out a giggle, like he understood the request. The time traveler locked his eyes with Minato's, his movements slow and labored. Despite that, words spilled forth from his mouth in a torrent. There was too much to say in too little time. The fate of the ninja world is in your hands. Speak with the daimyo, hold meetings with the other Kage. The shinobi need to unite to stop another war. Don't blame the Uchiha for what had happened here, they've got nothing to do with this mess. But keep an eye on them. They're too important for Konoha to lose. Don't let some stupid old feud between the Senju and Uchiha be what makes Konoha lose an entire clan. Then you need to speak with the Hyuga and erase the caged bird seal. I don't have to tell you why. Tell Jiraiya-sensei to make a visit to Rain. Nagato and Konan are still alive up there, still seeking peace between the nations. They can help. But first, when all of this has settled down, go to the 4th district as soon as you can with your best AMBU. There's a small clearing with a hidden passage to an underground tunnel. It'll lead you to a secret lab under the Hokage monument. You won't like what you find there. Do not let him escape. He cannot escape. Save Captain Yamato. Naruto waited for his father's response, and when Minato finally nodded, he averted his gaze and looked into his mother's watery eyes. For her sake, he smiled, and dying hurt just a little less. Mom, tell Naruto not to be afraid of that stupid old fox. He can be nice when he works at it. Naruto has the power to help Kurama turn away from hatred. Everybody is yearning for peace, even the tailed beasts. Help him and the other. Teach him my Uzumaki. Naruto never goes back on his word. He might be clumsy, irritating, loud and stupid, but he'll be the one who can unite everybody. And please don't stop him from wearing orange. It's the best thing since ramen. He chuckled at himself until he started wheezing, and as he struggled for breath his hazy blue eyes flickered back to Minato. And Dad, teach him the Kage Bunshin. That jutsu was made for me. And I got a personal request for you, too. Minato nodded, not sure of his own voice anymore, and Naruto continued. Speak with the Kazekage. His third child, Gaara, is the of the one-tailed beast. The seal is weak. Fix it. For me, please. He'll be good friends with Naruto. Minato nodded once more. His voice was weak and sour. I promise. Good. A satisfied smile appeared on Naruto's face before he closed his eyes. I'm tired. Naruto, Minato exhaled as his son's eyelids slowly fluttered open. He gulped down the lump in his throat. Happy birthday, son. A small smile spread across Naruto's face as his eyes slowly closed, and he whispered in a voice so weak Minato strained to hear it, Thanks, Dad. He let out another small breath, but his chest didn't expand again. Minato's eyes widened in alarm, fingers desperately searching for a pulse on his neck, chakra in his coils, but he didn't find either. He glanced up at his wife who held the small baby close to her chest, silent tears streaming down her face. He's gone, Minato murmured. He really was Naruto, Kushina sobbed softly. Minato slowly shook his head and rose. We'll never really know. But he saved us. He saved you, saved Naruto, saved Konoha. We owe him. Minato glanced down at the already cooling body, and a frown appeared on his face. The edge of a small scroll peeked out of its pocket. He crouched back down and grabbed it, running a finger over the fine vellum before tugging at the end of it and rolling it open. With a flicker of his chakra, he unlocked the seal to reveal several items with a small puff of white smoke. He stared down at items with wide eyes, his gaze lingering on the countless photographs of born or not yet born people. Kushina curiously leaned over his shoulder when he grabbed a faded orange notebook, childish handwriting scribbling out a name on the cover. Property of Uzumaki Naruto, she read out loud. She glanced down at the baby in her arms. Hey, that's your name. But then, what will happen to his name? She glanced up at Minato. I can wait for another child to be named Uzumaki. Namikaze has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Minato's face softened. Yeah, he agreed. Namikaze Naruto sounds good. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!